And in this session, the entire presentation will be by the archaeological officers who have done excellent job in excavating archaeological sites which have been designated to them. In this session, I will request Professor Ravi Mohanty to chair the session. And Professor Ravi Mohanty must be well aware of that. He is one of the senior most archaeologists who has excavated Mahuzugari, and also now presently he is concentrating in Odisha, and he is a Tahur fellow from the Ministry of Culture. So he is field archaeology from the day one, and he has served with a great scholar like S.B. Dev and Shankalia, and after that Dr. K. Baddaya and several scholars from Deccan College, senior scholars. He served under them as a technical assistant, and after that superintending archaeology, and all that shows that he is vast experience in the field of excavation and excavation techniques. I request Professor Ravi Mohanty to take the chair. Ravi Mohanty.
Yeah, but good morning to everybody, and we begin the session today, Sunday session, first session, and I welcome Sakhivel, Mr. Sakhivel and Asai Thambi, and there are 4 people probably for this presentation, excavations at Maliadora Parai, if I am correct. Mailadu Parai. It's a big name. Anyway, welcome to today's presentation. I hope they all are here.
எங்கள் வாழ்வும் எங்கள் வளமும் மங்காத தமிழென்று சங்கே முழங்கு. அனைவருக்கும் அன்பான காலை வணக்கம். குட் மார்னிங் டு ஆல். Mailadumbarai is a small hillock. It falls on eastern Ghats, situated about 4 km west of Togarapalli village in Bargur Taluk, Krishnagiri district. So one of the important unique sites of Tamil Nadu that provide evidences of extensions of cultural material of megalithic, neolithic, iron age, early historic and medieval phases. In the geographical and geomorphological and geographical settings of the area favored the beginning of early settlements and sustaining the human occupation over the years. Mailadumbarai So, the map showing Mailadumbarai, we have 2 settlement sites. One is burial site and the other one is habitation site. It's on the foothill of Sanarapan Hill, which was on the eastern side, that was on burial site, and the western side of the foothill, that was on habitation site. In the previously, this was noticed by Narasimhaya in the year 1960s. So he noticed the Neolithic settlements in and around the Krishnagiri district. And the year 1989, Professor K. Rajan and his team done extensive exploration and documented the megalithic burials and habitation sites. The evidences from the excavation conducted by Professor K. Rajan in the year 2003 authenticates a smooth transformation from the Neolithic period to the megalithic phase. This is a rock art which we are finding in the Sanarappan foothill called Nihil Junai in Tamil. So the rock art indicates it was in a Neolithic settlement, it was in there. And then we can find Neolithic grooves also, nearly 16 grooves in the foothill of Sanarappan hill. It was found out by Mr. Parandaman, one of the archaeological officer in our department. In Mailadumparai excavation, last 2 seasons we were digged in the Mailadumparai excavation. According to the habitation site, so far 15 megalithic monuments were excavated to trace the relation between the habitation and the burial practiced by the people. So in the northern hill of Sanarappan Malai, very adjacent to the Mailadumparai hillock, so 3 types of burial we are noticed. One is cyst burial, the other one is the pit burial, the other one is dolomite cyst. So this is the aerial view of Mailadumparai excavation, and the other view of Mailadumparai excavation. Nearly we noticed 105 monuments, more than 105. In the later 2003, Professor Rajan sir and his team noticed more than 500 and something. So this is the pit excavated by Professor Rajan and his team in the year 2003. And this is the burial, capstone with a pit burial in the bird eye view. This is the vertical view of the excavation pit. And this is the pit showing the pit burial exposed. And in the pit burial we got some minimum amount of the burial grave goods. So most probably in the redware and the iron implements, something like that. So this is the other one, capstone with current perking. So after removing the current perkings, the rubbles, we are showing that the capstone, how the huge the capstone is covering the cyst. So this is the some grave goods like ash head, and this is the sword we found in grave and measure about 1.15 meter length. It was a huge one, and the width of 3.5 to 5.2 centimeter width. So this is the one of the iconic finding in Mailadumparai, and this is the cyst having the porthole. So this is the round shaped porthole. So there are 2 types of porthole we notice. One is the round shape of porthole, the other one is the U-type porthole. So they have every cyst or some of the cyst having the porthole in the eastern side as well as the western side. So this is the other burial which having the capstone with the cyst burial. So this is a cyst. After removing the capstone, we can get the cyst. So after going to excavation, in the cyst we found the burial goods, especially in the 3-legged jars. So in the excavation, Mailadumparai and other regions of Krishnagiri only we got the 3-legged jars. So this is the other view, the U-shaped porthole. And this is the capstone with the pit burial. So comparatively, the cyst burial yield more varieties of offering goods. In that 3-legged vessel is a unique one, which dimensions about 30 centimeter height and 16 centimeter width and 12 centimeter portion. We have a various type of, in the various measurements, we got a 3-legged jars. So this is the other one we noticed in the iron arrow shaft. So this is the picture showing the portholes which are having the eastern side as well as the western side. So in that one cyst, we got an sarcophagus and then the three-legged jar. So this is the offering goods, grave goods. So in the habitation site, on the foothill of Sanarapan Hill, we discovered a habitation site also. So in the year 2021 and 22, we conducted excavation at a habitation site also. We got nearly 680 antiquities and artifacts in the habitation site. So we got broken silk, obviously black and red ware, and the graffiti, black and red ware with the graffiti marks and white painted ware, and hopscotches, burnishing tools, and then spindle wheels, TC wheel, and toy objects like a horn. In that area, we divided in 8 localities for our convenience. So we dig out in the larger areas. So we covered in the larger areas. So this is a trench we excavated in the shelter, and we got one furnace also. In that furnace, inside the furnace, we got plenty of charcoals. We collected more number of charcoals. So this is one of the nice finding in present excavation. So in the Sangam literature, we got some iron smelting furnace references also. Sirigan Yanai Vengodu Payanda Olithigal Muttam Viraliyarku Yendu Narpili Gonda Vemkam Theral Pannamai Nalyal Pan Kadumbu Arundi நசைவர்க்கு மென்மை அல்லது பகைவர்க்கு இரும்பு பயன்படுக்கும் கருங்கை கொல்லன் விசைத்து எரி கூடமுடு பொருவும் உலைகள். It states உலை, இரும்பு உலை in Sangam literature. So we got a material evidences also. In the Sanarapan hill slope, we got two carbon samples, 2 charcoal samples that are more important to us. So the 2 charcoal samples gives the date. So I am going to conclude my summary. So the excavation conducted in the year 2021 and 22, Mailadumbarai provided that clue for understanding the introduction of iron and also the transformation from the late Neolithic phase to early Iron Age. The site met with Neolithic and Iron Age habitation mound in the traces of the hillock called Sanarapan Malai. The habitation cum burial site was excavated in the year 2003 by Professor K. Rajan of Tamil University, and based on the promising results, the excavation was resumed in 2021. The trench laid in the locality for the present excavation yielded 2 important AMS dates. The two dates were obtained at the depth of 104 centimeter and 130 centimeter. So which yield the date of uncalibrated conventional AMS date of 1360 BCE and 1810 BCE. The mid-range calibrated dates for the set dates are 1615 BCE and 2172 BCE respectively. These 2 dates provide new understanding of nature of culture deposit. So in that 2 dates, we got the 2 dates. We understood some basics of the dates. The first one is iron appears in the South India as early as 2nd millennium BCE. The second, late Neolithic phase was identified before the 2nd millennium BCE, as there is a cultural deposit of 25 centimeter below the dated level. The third one is black and red ware was introduced in the late Neolithic phase itself. In contrast to that wilder belief that the black and red ware was introduced in the Iron Age. Thank you, one and all. And in this opportunity, I would like to thank our beloved Commissioner, Dr. Sivanandam sir, and our advisor to the department, Professor K. Rajan, and my colleagues and friends. Thank you, one and all. Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you very much for nice presentation. And again, I invite Varanthan Man to present the excavation at Parumbalai. Yeah, you are.
Good morning to all. Before I start, I would thank Dr. Shivanandam, Commissioner, Department of Archaeology, and Professor K. Rajan, Academic Advisor, Department of Archaeology, for giving this opportunity. My presentation is Perumbala excavation. Perumbala is located in the northwestern part of Tamil Nadu and 42 km west of Dharmaburi. And the actual mount of the archaeological mount of located in the 2 km north of Perumbala village and located in the right bank of river Nagavadi. The river Nagavadi is tributary of Kaveri. This is the Perumbala excavation site. This is the Nagavadi river. It is located in the right bank of the river Nagavadi. The river going to join Metur Reservoir. This is the archaeological mound. The entire mound covered 25 hectares. Some of the mound are disturbed during due to cultivation activities. Undisturbed mount only we are excavated in the last year. Totally 17 trenches was laid out, 14 trenches in the top of the mound and 3 trenches in the periphery of the mound. The site Perumbala is very important because of it is the boundary of Kongu country. In the 13th century literature work Kongu Mandala Sadagam, written by Karamega Kavi Rayar of Vijayamangalam, refers to this place, northern boundary of Kongu Mandalam. See here, the Perumbala Kavin Vadakku, it mentioned in the Kongu Mandala Sadagam. And another important finding is that in front of the Shiva temple, there is a 2 hero stone and 1 inscription. The inscription belongs to Hoshala period, the king Veera Vallala Deva. The inscription mentioned land donation. During the course of exploration, first we are explored in the 2020. That time we are collected in the more number of potteries and some other antiquities. The one of the important finding is Chola coin, Chola copper coin. Previously, the work Perumbala is explored by first Chandrasekhara Menon, Archaeological Survey of India. He identified megalithic monuments, more than 50 megalithic monuments in the eastern side of the village. Thereafter, Professor K. Rajan explored in this site. He found a huge mound, archaeological mound identified, and also the north of the habitation mound, more than 100 megalithic monuments were discovered. The present work, we are going to start excavation in the year of 2022. Totally 17 trenches was laid. 14 trenches were excavated in the top of the mound, and 3 trenches were laid out in the periphery of the excavation mound. This is the each and every trenches was divided by 5 by 5 meter. This is the aerial view of excavation trenches. The excavation, the archaeological mound is deposited in the cultural deposit 3 to 4 meter level. and this is the we are getting from two charcoal samples, and it is EMS dating. It is coming from 6th century BC itself, 6th century to 13th century, a cultural deposit periodically formation in this level. This is the section. Totally 4 layers was identified in this section. First one is late medieval period, and second one is early historical period. Third one is early historic period, and fourth one is last phase of the Iron Age. In this last level, Iron Age period, we have got black and red ware, fine variety of black and red ware, and graffiti marks, and graffiti marks more than 75% of fine variety of black and red ware, and well navigated clay. The black and red were made of well navigated clay and highly polished. And the third layer is early historical period, based on the material evidence found in this layer. The thin and fine variety of the black and red ware continue. The medieval and thick variety of the black and red ware were comparatively more, particularly in the upper level of this period. Along with black and red ware and red ware potteries are found. The second layer in the early historic period, early medieval period, trenches record firing activity with pit mark, however exhibiting interesting evidence of industrial activity. The spindle whore found at the same level perhaps demonstrated the cotton weaving activity of the people. The terracotta torso of female human figure measuring 8.5 into 5 centimeter belonging to the lowermost depth of the layer 2. Quite interesting. It is probably datable to 5th to 6th century CE. The excavation has brought to light a few potsherds with graffiti marks belonging to the early historic period. Layer 1 is assigned to the medieval period based on the cultural materials found in this layer. Coarse red ware and red slipped ware found predominantly in this period. A considerable number of black slipped ware is also found. The major shape of the red ware, globally pot, dishes, deep bowls, ware was vase, the lid, different varieties, etc. The fine black and red ware was almost absent, but in this top of the level. This is the post hole. We are during the course of excavation, we are come across many post holes. This is the post hole 1, 2, 3. In the post holes identified in the below the floor level. During the course of excavation, we are identified 3 floors. First 2 floors in the first 2 layers, and third one is in the second layer. Comparatively, the 3 floors, the third floor is very hard and made out of potsherds and noodles. This is the floor, the third floor. This is the first and second, third floors. Ceramics, more number of black and red ware, red slipped ware, and along with graffiti marks were identified noticed in the Perimbala excavations. This is the potteries we excavated. We found that more number of graffiti marks were noticed in this excavation. Totally 1,028 graffiti marks in the geometrical pattern and swastik and etc. This is the graffiti marks. Antiquities, offscotches and shell bangles, spindle whore, TC figurines, burnishing tools, metal object, copper rings and copper bell, shell bangle and glass bangle, iron objects and beads, various kinds of beads, glass beads, TC beads and glass beads. This is the megalithic monument During the course of exploration, Professor Rajan sir explored that time more than 100 burials is there, but right now 2 only left the burials. All the burials are disturbed by the local peoples due to cultivation activities and treasure hunters. The excavation reveals some interesting information about the site, and its correlation study help us to understand the Iron Age and early historical period, especially on the origin and development of graffiti marks. Graffiti shades recovered account of more than 1,000 shades and were noticed all type of potteries from different depths of the site. Most of the graffiti marks resembles geometric symbol. The pottery unearthed from the site at various demonstrated the proper chronological sequence of the pottery assemblage. The pottery occurring from the lowermost level is very thin and fine. Black and red ware and black ware are more dominating type. Undoubtedly, from the shape and size of the pottery, it belongs to the Iron Age. The graffiti obtained at this level and above this layer yielded more in number. As per the AMS date, the lowermost level of the site is dated back to the 6th century BC. The possibility of the occurrence of Tamil Brahmi shades in any of the future excavation at this site will help to understand the transformation from graffiti to Tamil Brahmi. The non-exposure of the megalithic graves also hide our understanding of the relationship between the settlement and graves. Irrespective of these lacuna, the excavation at Perumbali revealed more than 1,000 graffiti bearing shades from 175 square kilometer. Dig continues 0.175% of the total habitation. The signification of the graffiti mark could be understood in large context if we pool all the graffiti encountered in the early historical site of Tamil Nadu. Thank you.
The third paper is by Nankumar and his friends, and they will be speaking about excavation at Gangaikonda Cholapuram. So, yeah.
Good morning. First, I thank our commissioner and advisor, archaeological advisor, Professor K. Rajan, and my colleagues and friends. Now, my topic is excavation at Gangaikonda Solapuram 2020-22. Gangaikonda Solapuram is a famous capital city in Chola period. Gangaikonda Solapuram is new capital established by Rajendra Chola first 1012-1014 CE. This capital city is now Uriyarpalayam Taluk and Ariyur district, Tamil Nadu. Gangaikonda Solapuram as the capital of the Chola from about 1025 CE for nearly 250 years. Rajendra laid foundation at Gangaikonda Solapuram for the establishment of the capital by shifting from Tanjavur to Gangaikonda Solapuram. He built a magnified temple, Gangaikonda Solapuram temple at this new capital, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Monument and protected monument of the Archaeological Survey of India. This is Ariyur district map. Gangaikonda Solapuram Palace is excavations site Maligamedu. Now the Maligamedu, Malika means palace, Medu means mount, lies 2 kilometers southwest of famous Gangaikonda Solapuram temple and about 2 kilometers southeast Utkotai village. It is widely believed that it was the palace of Chola king. The epigraphical evidence referring to palace clearly points out of the presence huge palace that were built here under the title Chola king. 4 palace, Mudikonda Cholapuram Tirumaligai, Gangakonda Cholapuram Maligai, Chola Keralan Tirumaligai, Gangakonda Cholan Tirumaligai. The aim of the excavation to the exposed foundation of the palace and its extension, to reconstruct the palace based on structural remains and epigraphical resources, to understanding the plan of palace and its reliefs with inscriptions, to estimate of the way palace life through ceramic evidence such as Chinese pottery, the Chola period township pattern, the confirm its political, social and economic status in given landscape, to collect iron objects such as sword, armor, etc. establish the extension of army kingdom. The previous excavation work, Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology conducted excavation at this site exposed possible extension of the unearthed structural remains for 5 seasons. In the year 1980, 1984, 1991, 1996 and 2009, and exposed the foundation of palace remains belonging to Chola rulers. In 2009, along with Gangakonda Cholapuram Maligamedu, the term excavated the nearby palace also such Manmalai, Kalkulam, Solagangam, Madagu, and found structural remains and antiquities. In continuation of the preservation excavation of Tamil Nadu State Archaeology has decided to expose the structural foundation of the palace remains in 2021-22. This is UAV survey. Excavation, please. The drone excavation view, the brick structure. The Gangakonda Cholapuram excavation in the recent years, number of trenches 5, 17 quadrants, 1003 antiquities, 2021. 2021-22, 5 trenches, 19 quadrant, number of antiquities 1010. 2022, the total trench 10, total quadrant 36, antiquity 2013. This is brick structure. This is a palace. The floor, the palace inside the floor. This is a huge structure, wall. The antiquity iron nail, spoon, gold with copper bracelet, copper object, glass ring, glass bead, glass bangles, games band, spouted knob, the hopscotch, ivory object, bone object, celadon, porcelain, stone object, a copper coin, front view and reverse, iron nails, an iron object, bangle, cell bangles plus glass bangle, glass beads, a gold bracelet and ivory human broken figure. The roofing tiles, decorated the roofing tiles. This is Chinese portrait, porcelain and celadon ware. Duck head, broken head, celadon. This excavation work, Gangakonda Cholapuram, Maligamedu 2020-21, conducted by Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology, has been revealing many interesting and rare aspects like structural activities, medieval period phase of Tamil Nadu, covering the period early part 11th century to 12th century CE. The present excavation Basically, I am to identify the main portion of palace based on previous excavation exposed structural remains. Thank you.
So I welcome Nandkumar. No, Nandkumar finished. Vasant Kumarji to speak on about excavation at Thulukarpatti.
Thank you. The desktop. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank Dr. Sivanandam and Dr. K. Raja to give me this opportunity. My topic is excavation at Thulukarpatti. The Thulukarpatti is located in Radhapuram Taluk, Tirunelveli district, about 6 kilometers of Dalapati Samutram and 10 kilometers of Valliyu. The habitation mound is located presently on the way to Kannanallur. The site is located on the southern bank of Nambiyar. It is also known as Thottavilai River. The site is surrounded by the various historical sites. The site locally called by the name of Vilangadu. This is a satellite view of Thulukarpatti and burial complex. The red boundary shows the excavated area. This year also proposed to excavate the site. These are all the archaeological site within the 5 kilometers radius of Thulukarpatti. Dalapati Samutram is a habitation of early historic period, and 10th century temples also located in the Dalapati Samutram. The Vagai Kulam, the microlithics of Mesolithic period and urn burials were identified, and Chittur, the habitation of early historic period and 13th century Shiva temples as noticed there, and Kumaran Pattu Kudiyiruppu, habitation mount of early historic period, and 2 ring wells were identified, and Thangayam, urn burial site was identified, and Vadakavalliyu, the 13th century Murugan temple and 15th century Perumal temple was noticed there. There are some photos of that, as I mentioned earlier. The main scope of the excavation, the habitation mount Vilangadu is spread almost 35 acres mount. The Iron Age historical habitation mount rise to 2.5 meter height from the present surface level. It yielded potsherds fine to crude variety of black and red wares and black ware, white dotted black and red wares, and red slipped ware and red ware, and coarse red ware, graffiti bearing potsherds and urn burials. Cuttings. Almost 17 trenches were opened at the site. Each measures 5 into 5 meters. These trenches reached natural soil at the various depth, right from 80 centimeter to 3.1 meter. Depends upon the landscape of the mound. This is a general view of the mound. The excavated trenches. The stratification of the layer in the site, totally in the mound, 3 layers was identified. Layer 1, layer 1 mud floor with a groove, ring stand and a grooved stone was identified. The modern burial was identified. The cultural period. Based on the cultural materials collected from the site, 2 cultural periods are proposed. The cultural period are divided on the basis of Tamil Brahmi inscribed potsherds and silver punchmark coins and ceramic variety associate artifacts. The cultural period are tentatively dated from 9th century BC to 1st century CE. The period 1 Iron Age, pre 3rd century BC, and period 2 early historic period 3rd century to 1st century BC. The above proposed dates are purely tentative and subject to further scientific analysis and other material evidence. The period 1 consists of 2 layers, which is layer 3 and layer 2, which yielded finer varieties of blackened redware and blackware, white painted blackened redware and blackware, graffiti pottery and antiquities such as iron objects, hopscotch. 3 polished stone axes have been identified from these layers. Based on this finding, this period has been tentatively dated to Iron Age. The similar ceramic variety have been reported in the Sivagalai and Adichanallur, so that the tentative date, so that the date can be 1000 BC to 950 BC. The same date can be fixed for the tentatively. The period 2, the similar ceramic, black and wood, same variety also found this layer 1 also, but quality of the pottery was a little bit vary from medium to fine fabric. And Tamil Brahmi inscribed pottery and graffiti inscribed pottery and antiquities such as terracotta gamesman, terracotta beads, hopscotches, semi-precious stone beads, and glass beads, iron objects, copper objects such as antimony rod and copper bangles. The interesting finding is that 2 silver punchmark coin has been identified in this layer 1. This coin also helped to fix the period 2. The antiquity. So for 1009 antiquities have been collected from the excavation. The site has yielded varieties of antiquities such as silver punchmark coin and copper objects, antimony rod, silver small copper balls, broken bangles, copper wire, iron object like the nail, dagger, knife, ring, spearheads, semi-precious beads like carnelian, soapstone, agate, amethyst, quartz, steatite bead, glass beads, and terracotta objects like hopscotches, ball, gamesman, spindle wood, and figurines and wheels. The inscribed, nearly 7 Tamil Brahmi inscribed pottery were identified in all enough fragments. So for 1390 graffiti bearing pottery were unearthed in various pottery like black and red ware and red slipped ware and red wares. This is a material wise proportions of antiquities. The object wise proportion. In this 1000 in antiquities, the glass beads are more predominant in the antiquities. Tamil inscribed pottery like Ada, Tisa, Panna, Sia, like that was readings was identified. There is a stone polished axe, the sling ball, the silver punchmark coin, and soapstone bead, quartz bead, iron objects, and terracotta gamesman, the bone points, the carnelian beads, the varieties of glass beads. The striped glass beads, unique in this striped glass beads is very unique in a site. The whetstone, the copper antimony rod and copper bangles, and terracotta figurines, graffiti bearing potteries, the white painted blackened ribbon and russet coated painted with a graffiti and decorated pottery. And a roulated ware has also been identified in this site. In burial, this urn burial were identified at the well. Few brick alignments were also noticed in the peak of the mount. This year we are going to excavate these sites also. Thank you.
Thank you. all of you from the Department of Archaeology who have presented 4 papers within 45 minutes. And really it's a good achievement by the Department of Archaeology under the guidance of Sivantan, and also kind of expertise advice from our friend K. Rajan. All the time he's there in the field. Whenever I call him, he's in the field. I don't know when he's at his home. So I thank all of you, and really encouraging to see that a young archaeologist from the Department of Tamil Nadu, they're doing extremely good work and very systematic. I see that, the excavation trenches and the kind of layout and kind of documenting the artifacts in their context, etc., are really encouraging. I wish them they continue with the guidance of these 2 big people. So thank you all. And
I am standing in front of you to make an appeal that most of the archaeological officers are making their presentation for the first time in international conference. So I request you all to give a great encouragement and good word for them, so they can take forward this excavation program. Thank you very much. Any specific question is there? We are with the permission of the chair. Any specific 1 or 2 questions?
Medieval material at Thulukarpatti. How do you connect the name with the settlement? What is the medieval evidence you have at the site, or late medieval?
Not present, we don't have medieval evidences.
There's no medieval
No evidence.
Okay.
On layer 1, we found a Tamil Brahmi inscribed shirt and Panchma coins and gravity. That's it, sir. After that, we don't have any deposit. At the depth of 20 or 30 centimeters, we collected these materials.
Okay.
Above that, we don't find anything.
In other area, do you find any glazed ceramics or
No.
anything? How this settlement, now it is occupied by where these
This land is
Islamic
abandoned now, sir.
people? Okay, this
At
name
present.
Thulukarpatti, how it came?
It's presently Muslims were settled there. That was named has been given by them.
Did you check any archival record or any inscription or any other thing to speak about Islamic activities there, in the surroundings?
And nearby the site on Dalba Samudram is there, Rajakal Mangalam. Only that the inscription reference only there. In that inscription we don't find anything like about Thulukarpatti.
Okay, about during the Pandya activities also you may check.
Yes, sir. Iranian Kodirpur, 2010, our Department of Archaeology has been conducted the excavation in 2010. There we find temple remains and sculpturals with label inscription. Other than the label inscription, we don't find anything lengthy inscriptions there. That's why we don't find any remains.
Just I want to summarize that we have some plan in going for our excavation. Thulukarpatti is that we in Alchanallur we have excavated that when we are going down due to the nearest tank, the water level is coming up. We could not go beyond a certain level. Then we could not able to compare our material with Adichanallur urn burial material. So we thought that best way to go the nearest habitation site where you are getting the ceramic sequence and also the radiocarbon dating. Based on that, we can understand the Adichanallur urn burials in a very perfect manner. That is the main purpose of going there. But fortunately, we got all the sequence of white painted black and red ware also. And also we are having plenty of graffiti marks. That all in a ceramic sequence we are getting up to the base level. The only thing we have collected the sample for AMS date and date it to come. Once the date comes, we can clearly fix our ceramic sequence for even for Adichanallur also. That is the one purpose which we went there. Mailadumparai is that the transformation from microlithic to Neolithic to Iron Age is the major issue for us. And microlithic also we got at the rock shelter, and also we got painting, and also we got Neolithic, and but unfortunately we didn't get any sample for dating a Neolithic level. But we got Iron Age level, that has goes to 2172. Through that we could able to push back our date to introduction of iron in South India. And we also get some more dates that also going back, but still we are comparing with other date, OSL and also AMS and also stratigraphic sequence. So as the picture is emerging as on today, that when the Harappan civilization enjoying a copper age in north, but we are, the entire South India is enjoying that Iron Age. So almost it's contemporary. So far we have less excavation, we could not able to get. Now in future, within 10 years, we can confidently we can say that we can establish there was a contemporary culture also as of Central Chalcolithic and also in the entire South India, not only Tamil Nadu. Only we are starting beginning only. Thank you very much for all your encouragement. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, one question to our Gangaikonda Cholapuram. Sir, one for Gangaikonda Cholapuram, actually. Gangaikonda Cholapuram. So, at Gangaikonda Cholapuram, is there post Chola activity? Because you have found porcelain also over there. The porcelain comes after 14th century, but then it is no more a capital because Cholas, actually the rule of Cholas has ended. So then what is the status of that place in that period? I want to say after the Cholas, because you have got porcelain and that shows 14th, 15th, 16th century occupation also.
Sir, that proper dating, sir. Compare statement, sir.
No, Celadon is there, definitely.
12, 17.
Celadon is earlier, but he showed us, I think so,
See,
the porcelain is there.
the
sir.
concept of having a porcelain ware in India is that of the 13th and 14th, that we need not to bother. Because we are has excavated on a site called Periyapattinam that is mentioned in the Chinese record. There we got tons of Chinese ware. So there it is clearly given that ceramic sequence of Chinese ware, and also Dr. Shellokumar also excavated near Nagapattinam, and again he is going to excavate that site. So the concept of Chinese contact with us, we are having a glass beads of early historic period in Han Dynasty, and we after this continuously we are having a inscription in China of the trade guild called Ainu 12. We are having Shiva temple in Guangzhou. So this all clearly indicates that from the time of early historic period till then we are still today, we are continuing our trade activities with China. So that is the picture is emerging. That way, this Gangaikonda Cholapuram is already we are having a Chinese contact, Buddhist contact with Chola dynasty. So all the way went to Southeast Asia also as a naval expedition. So that you all will learn.
We have this blue and white that occurs in a later period. So, Gangaikonda Cholapuram, most of the material, what he showed, I think it ends in 12th, 13th century. But what happens is, Gangaikonda Cholapuram surrounding area, people lived there. It was a major textile producing center. So, only the palace site. Otherwise, people continue to live there. We have evidence for textile production all along during the colonial period. Even Tamil University campus, you get blue and white. 18th and 19th century because of Vallam. So this continues, occupation continues. But this palace site was destroyed by the Pandyas. For that we have clear evidence, and also they may have some later material, not much significant, not as a palace as such. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Usually the materials used by the person was also very along with the body. We want to know how the burial and men's burial took place, what are the materials they have put in the burial along with the body. I don't know whether they have done studies, different specific studies using the skeleton and the materials used for the body, for the women and men. I want to know what are the, because if it is man, they buried with the sword and all the material used for their hunting and whatever may be. But for the women is concerned, what are the materials usually see along with the body of women? That is my question. So far, nobody differentiated. Yesterday I was asking the speaker, he told they have sent the women's body materials and women's body and also men's body along with the materials. It is related to Adi Channel study. The speaker told me about that.
Yeah.
They are yet to find out the difference material used by these for the both sexes. I want to know whether these scholars have found out any materials.
For this answer, the next speaker is coming. He can give you good explanation to that. But whatever you are asking, so that is what our study is. So along with the human being and its ritualistic approach to each cultural period and the kind of burial which takes place, and how much and what kind of cultural goods are incorporated or put into the burial, tells about various kinds of his life ways, his place and position is in the society, his economic conditions, his relations with different communities within the geographical area or extensive geographical area. So that it gives, and it starts from not only with the implements, with other things also, the food items and also his or her ornaments, various kinds of things like animals which he or she used, the horses, etc. So it comes as a cultural identity of that particular person as such. So the human skeletal remains, sometimes we get full or sometimes in partial skeletal remains, depending upon how the disposal of the dead has taken place. So I invite Bina Mushrif Tripathi. So most of you must be knowing her. She is a paleoanthropologist and she is involved all across the subcontinent and doing everybody's skeletal remains. So she will be speaking about skeletal remains coming from the Tamil Nadu region as such. Yeah. So.
Good morning, all of you. And I'm sorry that I had to, accommodate myself in the. No, this is not scheduled, but I had to go. So that's why I'm presenting. I will be very short because next session is going to be a big one. So the thing is, next please. Yeah. Okay. No problem. Okay, I would like to first start with acknowledging the Tamil Nadu State Archaeology Department, the Director Shivanathan and Rajan sir. Actually, because of Rajan sir, I am now involved with a lot of skeletal material from Tamil Nadu, and I'm really grateful for that because we worked together on Kodumanal side, which he excavated, then Porunthal, and now the Tamil Nadu, I think so, and his student Yatish Kumar, he is excavating in Adichanallur. So I am also there involved, so I am so happy with a lot of skeletons. And thank you so much. Thank you to Chairperson Mohanty sir, allowing me to speak. And then the excavation team, because of they have done such a wonderful job of excavation. That's why I'm getting the material which is properly excavated with a lot of context and everything. And Deccan College, obviously, because that is the backbone of what I'm doing. It is supporting me continuously for last 20 years. So thank you for that. So Kondagai, everybody knows better than me. I just got this from information from net. So this is a site of Keladi, one kind of place of part and parcel of Keladi, and the Kondagai is a urn burial site. And these are the excavation from the season 1. This is the photo, and what you see here, which one is so this one is the medieval skeleton which was studied by one of my students for her MA dissertation, and the rest of them are Iron Age material, which is we are going to do it in next 1 year we are going to complete. So this is just a partial skeletal material what we are doing. So whatever material till now I have studied or looked into, like some of the from the Madurai Kamaraj University, then from season 1 there are few skeletons, season 2 few skeletons, Adichanallur one skull I have seen, and Kodumanal there are 2 individuals I have seen. Individuals means fragments actually. So for this presentation I am considering these material from Keladi, like there are 13 individuals from it, and it is interesting to know that okay, so before going for the analysis I would like to have, there is some limitation although for studying the analysis, doing the analysis, because the preservation sometimes is really bad, and it's not complete, and there are like field context is in many times it's missing. So we need, as a anthropologist, we will need a lot of field information, photographs and context and other things, so that we will able to justify the what kind of material we are studying. Then whether it's a mixed material, we are not we don't know exactly whether it's a mixed material, and the partial material is available right now. There are, I think so, 5 trunks from the season 1, and we have done 2 trunks, completed the 2 trunks. So we need entire material from season 1, so that we will give some analytical part of it. We'll be able to do that. And the thing is, the condition, as you can see, like there are a lot of breakages happen post excavation also, and there are fragmented bones like this. This is only child's skull portion we got till now, and this is the mandible where the teeth are also damaged. So it is like it's like soil and other thing which is playing part of these kind of damages. So these are the, we call it as a demography, what is the till now from 13 individuals. Like there are 1 child and rest are adult individuals. 6 males are we could identify, 5 females, and for 2 individuals we did not able to identify because it was a partially. So here what you can see is in one urn there are 2 individuals here, 1 male and 1 female. Another one also 1 male and 1 female we could identify, and another the third one we got 1 adult and 1 child. We don't know adult what is the age of, but it is really interesting. Like within 3 urns we got a double individuals, like 2 individuals buried together, and interestingly 1 male and 1 female in this. And they are, what you can see, they are not young ones other than this child. Most of them are in their late 30s or late 40s. So just to give you the stature estimation about it, I don't know what happened. Okay, so the females are shorter than the males, as we see everywhere in most of the world context. Like the 174 to 173 is like somewhere range of male stature, and 158 somewhere around female stature. So there is some differences between the stature estimation between the male and so the morphological features we did not identify much because not much. So like these kind of morphological feature, like cervical foramina is like having double cervical foramina, or there is a foramina on the mass. So these are the morphological, not pathological. Next, what I am going to do is just giving you few examples of what we identified from the paleopathological analysis from each individual. I'm not going to go detail because it will take 1 hour to explain every pathology and its implication. But then what you can see is this is the one individual which is male, 40 to 45 years. So a lot of degenerative diseases which are anomalies have found in that. There is a iron deficiency, anemia also we have found. There is a enamel hypoplasia, which is young age, during the young age if the person is ill, so that we can identify that. Then there is a tartar accumulation. This is very good for Rajan sir. This is good for the food. If you do the chemical analysis of this tartar, we will get the individual diet. So if you can get it done by chemical analysis, we can do that. In the sense, we can send the sample, and then the atregen and the osteophytic growth. So same individual also had lot of issues with the pelvic, pelvic bones, and then there is such a small tiny bones also give you very very informative results, in the sense if you see it very carefully, lot of things like these kind of osteophytic growths and everything, which are helpful to understand the kind of they were living. So this is the second individual, which is male, 44. It is very interesting that this is a pelvic region, like this particular region, where there is a joint related issues with that. So both the pelvic here, there the sacrum is in middle, so sacrum is attached to it. So it's really interesting, and what you can see is the anomaly or the pathology or the joint problem. It's seen from the lower side of from the pelvic. You can see that there is this thing. The pubic bone is also kind of modified with that. If you see that, it is again a posterior articular facet here. What you can see, it's more related to the horse riding or riding activity. If you are doing riding activity, you can develop that kind of a facet here. Then the calcaneus spur, which I also have it. So it's a very painful toes actually. And then you are having, so the entire lower portion, like this is a tibia and fibula joint, where there is a joint. So the entire legs are having the problem of this 45 plus of male individual. This is not much for this male, 45, again 40 to 45. So there we can see the problem related to the hand. Okay, so the joints which are related to your hand are kind of seen anomalies there. So this is one which is showing like the dental caries, and there is a periapical abscess. So the food and kind of food they were eating, whether they were eating sticky food or caries they had, another thing. So we can identify the kind of diet probably they had. Again, there you are having the vertebral problem. This is again. So the osteochondritis is there, then the calcaneus spur is there, then the osteochondritis of toes are there. So all these things relates to the kind of hard work that particular individual was going through in the lifetime. Like this is also osteochondritis. And then this individual, there are two individuals, not much, but you can see the caries here and here. And there is like from the male question mark, again that individual has that posterior facets here, and the osteochondritis here, osteochondritis, and then the vertebral joint problem. Then this is one more individual which is showing, this is a male individual, and which is showing the sternum, like this is known as a breastbone. So the sternum, where there is a lot of bone modification, what you can see here. Then this is a carpal bone, this is a tarsal bone, so navicular, and then again the posterior facet here. So three individuals are having this kind of a thing. So this is one more like female, which has some infection from the inner table of skull, and so this is one very interesting osteo, this is the problem here. In this, there are mixed material, because in like where there are two individuals in urn, sometimes it becomes very difficult to segregate the bones individually, because it's like they are too fragmented, or they look alike a little bit, so it becomes difficult. So we have put it under the mixed material. So then also in the phalanges, we are getting some kind of a bone modification, which again tells us some kind of a hard work done by the individual. So this is the female. Again, you are having the osteophytic growth all around the vertebra. Then you are having the all this periostosis lesions on the long bone. There is a angle change, or there might be if you do the X-ray of this individual, we might get that there might be a fracture, hairline fracture for this individual, which is well-healed fracture. So this one is again the vertebral column and the issues with that, and the pelvic again has a problem. So this is my last slide. So the thing is, what are the observations we have made till now on these 13 individuals is one child rests 12 adults, 6 males, 5 females, and there are 3 double urn burial within 2, 1 male, 1 female individuals is buried. So we need some kind of that's why yesterday I asked question if it is there any in Sangam literature, is there any kind of references available for these kind of double burials. It will be more informative to understand the burial customs. So the person who asked just now whether we can identify or segregate between the male and female, and what are the cultural material we have offered along with the skeleton or the individuals. So then we will have literature and the anthropological as well as the cultural. So this can be combined and can be understood better way. Then one, so this is like all individuals buried in urn except one belonging to middle age. In urn. And all adults individuals are suffering from the joint related. So it shows that they are all middle-aged individuals. So obviously they will have a degenerative joint diseases. Like not today's but considering like 30 in that particular iron age is an old age, like not even the middle age. It's a kind of an old age. So do not consider yourself old, but it is like that. So if you see in that context, it is old. So you will get, because this is a very common practice, and if you are engaged in lot of stressful activities or agriculture activities or all these things, you will have these kind of bone lesions on it. And then the vertebral segment is mainly affected. 3 individuals have these kind of Fourier facets, which might tell you about the riding related issues for these individuals. And even the small bones are very important. So when you are excavating, please keep those also. Don't throw long, short, like fragmented bones and everything. Collect whatever is in the context, so that in the lab when we are having these bones, we will able to make sense of it. And please provide us the archaeological context and the documentation along with it. Teeth are shown not much, but you are having usual anomalies like caries and periapical abscess and tartar accumulation and the other thing. So this is only based on 13 individuals. So if we have an entire collection, so you will have a much more understanding about the population which lived at that time. And thank you. I think so I'm in time.
Thank you, Veena, very much. And I think that there will be 1 or 2 questions, if at all someone is interested.
Just one comment.
Yes. Salva, you can ask her.
The Quran 256, it says, Kalamsei Kobe, as a lady lamenting that her husband passed away on the way during their travel. She asked the potter to make an urn large enough to place both of them within the same urn. So, Purananuru 256, Kalamchei Kobe, that is a good example. Thank you.
Anyone? Please.
No, only 1 or 2 we got, that mammal hypoplasia and iron deficiency is only because of that. Other rest of them are degenerative because age and age as well as the kind of occupation they are engaged in.
So in a very recent paper at Science Advances, possibly people, some archaeologists could reconstruct that what are the riding related bone injuries and all, from which whether they are riding a horse or something was kind of deducted. So here for these people, what kind of, though, like what they were riding, cart or very fast moving animals, can that be deducted?
No, we cannot do that, but because the thing is, if we need to have some indications on bones, and this needs to be prolonged. Okay, it cannot be done for the smaller usage of your skeleton. So it has to be prolonged. So whatever we have right now is like Fourier facet that is related to in the international journals and other thing. They are saying that it is related to horse riding. I am not putting horse as a main thing because again it will create a lot of issues. So something they were riding and that, yeah. So Yeah. So no, but the thing is, if you put a horse name there, it's a controversy. So
It could be a mule, it could be.
yeah. So anything which is riding, so the kind of the way you sit while riding, on that the superior facet creates if you are doing it that habitually. So yeah, thank you.
No, yeah, you give it to them. Then give it someone else.
No, we'll talk it later on. That because it's not the part.
This degenerative changes which are there, or this related to joints, etc. Is it because of more of reliance on carbohydrate diet? Is that a possibility? Because more and more carbohydrate diet started increasing in the late Chalcolithic also. Intake of more carbohydrate diet, it started.
Okay, if you find the evidences of periostosis, osteoporosis kind of thing, we can trace that to the malnutrition or kind of, but these are mainly because if you see the age distribution, they are about 35. So even though I am saying 30 to 40, I am putting more of towards the later stage, not the earlier stage, like so 35 around. So that is the old age, and if you have the hardship of life, like if they are doing agriculture or if they are doing kind of pastoral activities and other thing, there is a possibility that they will have lot of stress, physical stress, not nutritional sometime, but because we haven't got any evidences for that, but physical stress will be there. So obviously it can be shown in the book. So I think so it's more related to the physical activities, mostly.
The size of the body get reduced as the evolution advanced. So in case he studied about the changes in the skeleton.
No, this is not a part of this, so we can discuss maybe later.
The
We can discuss.
change in the size may be due to the advancement of evolution, not necessarily due to lack of some nutrition or whatever may be. The changes in the body you observed, but it may be due to the advancement of evolution of the
Yes.
body.
I think.
Indications on the bones, are there any similarities? Because lifestyle seems to be more or less
Same, yeah. So the Poirier facet, what I'm talking about, we haven't seen anything on that such on the Chalcolithic population.
But what about the anemic conditions? which
They are similar because we are talking about even though because the chronology also if you see there are almost like these Iron Age and the later Chalcolithic population are on the same chronological, maybe here little bit here and there. So obviously the stress will be little bit of the similar pattern. So so it is not much very difference, but yeah, these 2-3 small things we can see a difference. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Vinay, and thank you for asking me to chair the session, and thank you all.
We are moving to the next session. I request Veena ma'am to chair the session. There are 4 papers are there. 1 is online, 3 are offline. Thank you.
Good morning again. So there are, as she said, that there are 4 papers. So 15 minutes. Yeah. Okay, sorry, Belina, sorry, so sorry. Okay, so the first speaker is Dr. Belina, and I cannot pronounce her first name, sorry. So she is a senior research scholar in CNRS from France, and then director of French archaeological mission in Peninsula, Thailand and Myanmar, and UNESCO. So her biodata is big, huge. So I don't want to go into that and spend, she should get more time than the introduction. So she will be presenting on the early maritime exchange between the South India and Asia mid-1st millennium BCE, mid-1st millennium CE. So I invite her. Belina, please start your presentation. Thank you. 20 minutes? Yeah.
So I will begin saying how immense is my pleasure to be here, and I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to the Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology and Dr. Rajan. Thank you so much. So yes, I've been asked to present a paper on the exchange between Southern India and Southeast Asia. So because of the lack of time, lack of time, I'm going to focus on the early historical period, although there are some indications that there is evidence that it might have started earlier. So I'm not on the first. Yeah. Okay. So the exchange between Southern India and Southeast Asia have been going on for several centuries. But what we know most are the late first millennium and early second millennium evidence coming from inscriptions and referring to the guilds, presence of guilds in southern India, in the Tamil Peninsula, like Takwapa, and in northern Sumatra. And also we know of the incursions of the Chola in the ports of the Srivijaya. Some scholars like John Mixick believe that this incursion was done so that the Chola could control the strait and give way to the guilds from southern India there. For the earlier period, we have less evidence. For the mid-first millennium AD, the evidence consists mainly, well, the focus of research has been much more on the so-called Indianized evidence, meaning the temples, the statues, and less on the industries. For the very early first millennium AD and the last centuries BC, then there's been before a focus on a few artifacts which are well known, such as the rollated ware and some stampware, and as well as some beads. So, but since 20 years, there's been increasing research and multidisciplinary research, excavations not only of burials, which has been mainly the focus of research in Southeast Asia, but there's been excavations of settlements, ports, as well as cemeteries. And they provide wider range of evidence. So I will say that although I'm taking into consideration evidence from different regions, of course most of the data I have comes from the mission, the French mission in Thailand and Myanmar, which is a collaboration I started with the Silpakorn University in Thailand in 2005, and in Myanmar with the Department of Archaeology in 2017. So the evidence, I'm going to present some of the evidence from southern India, but of course I cannot only isolate southern India, because southern India was very well connected. So I'm going to present evidence from other regions of India. So I will say the content of the presentation is going to be focusing on the evidence. As I said, the evidence are coming from imports, but also what I'm sorry, I come back. So the evidence, as I said, there's a wider range of evidence, and they not only consist of purely imports and some diagnostic evidence like related wear. The range is wider, and they include what I call evidence for the presence of Indian merchants and craftsmen in Southeast Asia. So there is evidence brought by the merchants or craftsmen for their living, such as crops, and also some artifacts. And there are also some evidence which are more indirect and which involve Indian technologies, complex technologies, which suddenly appears in the region very mature, and which, as I will show you, represent a large part of the early evidence. And then there's another big category of evidence which corresponds to network connections. We can see that it may come from southern India, but because ports are connected between themselves and they are intermediaries, we cannot say that link directly southern India to one point. Of course, things are more complicated with networks. So the content of this presentation, I'm going to make a synthesis, an overview, very broad, very quick, on the different kind of evidence we have for 3 periods. So the first one is the early historical period, so 500 BC to 100 BC. These are the earliest strong evidence. As I said, they are earlier evidence, but they are very tenuous, and we have no time to talk about them today. And then there are later evidence corresponding to the 2nd BC, 2nd AD, and these are, there is more robust evidence. I mean, the evidence from southern India are more easily recognizable. And then there are later evidence, but the evidence from the mid-1st millennium AD are a bit more, let's say, they consist more of Indianized remains. There's less work done on the industries. And in the later part, if I have time, I will briefly discuss the circulation of artisans, which for me is a crucial question. Which the artisans have been a bit neglected in the movement of ideas and also of cultural exchange, though I think they've been crucial. And so we need to understand better what was the organization of trade and the relationship the craftsmen had with trade. And then, in conclusion, if I have time, a few avenues for future research. So, as I said, the evidence do not only consist of imported objects. What we find in Southeast Asia from the 5th century BC is that there is already evidence that the people from the Thai-Malay Peninsula, at least, had a good understanding, a good knowledge of what was happening on the other side of the Bay of Bengal. They knew about the ideational evolution there, and we can see that some of the ideas, especially in Khao Sam Keo, site that the French Archaeological Mission in Thailand excavated for 5 years, show that there were some ideas, like urban ideas, that were already transmitted. So, the population of the South China Sea have been connected for centuries, and from 1500 BC, they were already connected and sharing some ideas and some kinds of artifacts. Here you can see that the artifacts which I'm showing on this right, these are a set of artifacts which you find amongst communities along the South China Sea. And you can find that amongst them. They share similar material. Some of the material come from Eastern Asia, come from the Philippines and China, and others, they look Indian. But then, this is what people were thinking, oh, this is Indian imports. But actually, when you start working on it, and you start excavating port sites, then you find that these artifacts are locally produced. Most of those, they're not imported from India. They're produced there, and they're produced with the most skilled techniques. But the style is that of the population of the South China Sea. So, as Colleen presented earlier, 2 days ago, one of the main focus of the French mission in Thailand and Myanmar is the anthropology technique. So we look at the way things are done, artifacts are done, using some ethno-archaeological frame of references. And we characterize the different steps that lead to the production of objects. And we think the core idea is that technologies help characterizing each group and its organization. I have no time just to show you that in Khao Sam Keo, this is the distribution of the various types of stone industries and through time, and we can see that there's a distribution of artifacts with Indian Indian techniques, others with Eastern techniques, and this is the distribution through the site through time. So anyway, just to show you that there is a big focus on the industries. So now I go back to the categories. So the first category is the one we find from 500 BC to 100 BC. We find them in ports, mainly along the coast, like Khao Sam Keo, for instance, and Maliwan in southern Myanmar. So there are a few Indian finewares, not many. There are a few, and what we find, we also find some raw material imported from India, and some from southern India. So for the raw material, we find a lot of carnelian. This is what was most favored there. But of course, we know carnelian doesn't come from southern India. I mean, it might have passed through southern India, but of course, the sources are not from southern India. Same for agate. But what we are conducting with Gilgal Albert at the moment and Lord Subio research on the garnet, and it's really likely that some of them come from Sri Lanka or sources in southern India. But this is not published yet, so I can't go into details. For this period, the glass doesn't come from southern India. It comes from Uttar Pradesh. This is a soda glass type 3 that is produced in Kopia that Alok Kanungo knows very well. So this is the main glass for the early sites. So this glass, which is produced in the northern India, but maybe it's been riding through other channels, is used to produce artifacts, as I said, which are typical from the Sarchanasi groups, so bracelets and lapidary glass beads. What was interesting is these lapidary glass beads were made in the same workshop as stone beads in Khao Sam Keo, and this workshop was located inside the compound of the local population and was built with techniques which were not local. We've built walls in Pise. Just I tell you that because we found two workshops and ornament produced with Indian techniques in Maliwan and here in Maliwan port in southern Myanmar, and another one, so Khao Sam Keo in Thailand. And these workshops were built, with handicraft involving Indian techniques, were built with techniques which were not local. It's just a small story. So anyway, this glass from northern India is used to produce artifacts which involve Indian techniques. Then another industry which was produced locally, which is of interest, is Haitian bronze bowl. We found not only evident fragments of Haitian bronze bowls on those pots, some with Indian-inspired decoration. They were found also on sites in central Thailand, like Abundant Tapet. You can see the distribution, the map is small. But not only we were happy to find fragments of that kind of Haitian bronze bowl, which have a long tradition in southern India, but we also found evidence for the production of ingots for this bronze, and the tin is local. So it's interesting to see that the techniques involved in the production apparently the comparisons are more like northern India, but they were producing ingots, and if they were producing ingots, it was probably to be exported. Then another production of interest is, and Colin presented them, we already, from the start, we have also some ceramic, only very few, which are produced locally with Indian techniques, but here the style, the morphology is not, it doesn't correspond to South Genesee people. It corresponds to Indian shapes, and shapes we find in Arikamidu and Brahmagiri. You can recognize the shape. Now I'm moving to the second period, the later period, so 200 BC, 300 AD. This corresponds to what we call the involvement, the interest of the West, the Roman period involvement in the West interest, and the Chinese involvement. And this is when the South Indian evidence is becoming more evident. I don't say it was not present before, but it is much more evident from that period on. And so, of course, the material now includes some Roman-related material, but also some Chinese, Han Chinese material, which do, yeah, and Indian Chinese ceramic. I won't go into details. Of course, you have the categories of imports, and so of course, amongst those, there are ceramics. We have much more Indian fanwares, many more looking like the Wheeler types, Arikomedu types 1, 2, 10, and 1844, etc. Those are found not only in the Christmas, they are found now, from now on, they are found also in Bali and in Java, in Sembiran. So yes, from that period, I forgot to say before, there is more involvement. It seems that Indonesia is entering into the scene. So also from this period, we have, well, at least from Pukaotong, there is 5 minutes left. So this shot that most of you know that we found in Pukaotong, on the west coast of Thailand. So, as I said, there are also Roman imports from that period, and before the Roman imports, more important, glass, because glass is a very good evidence for exchange. With Laure Dussubieux, and she's been working hard on those, and she's showing that from this period we found in the sites in the Christmas the fair proportion of potash glass and soda-type glass, which is produced in Arikamedu. So we find this in some sites, and in Cambodia, we find another kind of glass which is also produced in southern India, other sites like Karaikadu, and this is found in Cambodia. So like two different productions and two different networks. So there are Mediterranean objects too. So what is interesting is that there are the Roman objects we find there. There are few they are mostly produced in India and in southern India. So what we found in Southeast Asia are Roman products which were produced in India and southern India. And you can see also in Myanmar, on the right, there is the base of an amphora, which is the first, I think, which has been found. And this is also comparable to the types, of course, we found in southern India. So the raw materials are the same. Just want to say that from that time on, we found mung beans, which probably were brought from southern India. Cotton too, pigeon peas, so cereals, and finger millets is also appearing. Not that finger millets is from in India, but it was from Africa and moved towards Southeast Asia through India. Okay, now we also have more of these locally produced, and as Colin showed, we have also some locally produced imitations of related ware. So there is no Indian techniques involved. But we also have this category of locally produced ceramic with Indian techniques and shapes. This is probably what we interpret like production made for Indian people being there. And you have shapes that are also identical to those found in Arikamedu. Then the other period, the last one, is what we call Indianized periods. This is when we have the Funan, which is dominating the scene in Cambodia and Vietnam nowadays. So not much, as I said, not much data analysis has been done on the industries. Most focus has been on temples and statues. And so for the moment, we know only for the glass, that the glass is of the type which is produced in southern India, that kind of soda type one. We also have locally produced Roman type of material, like this kind of coins, which were with a suspension. And this is a fashion which was very popular in Andhra Pradesh. So, but this is produced in Klong Tom, so a port in Peninsula Thailand, with local tin. But the mode and the style is that of southern India. So quickly, DNA analysis, recent paper published a few days ago, showing that there is evidence in the Funan area, so in Cambodia now, in the symmetry of admixture, of southern Indian admixture with the local population there. So just another evidence that there were some South Indian who were present there and who mixed with local women. Okay, And so now I'm reaching the discussion, which will be very short because I've already been talking for too long. Just that again, I've been very. We've been focusing very much on the export and how much this related ware may have represented prestigious goods for the merchant class from southern India, or from the local elite emerging in Southeast Asia. But much less has been emphasis has been put on the craft men, and I think it is important to take them into consideration because they were part of, as you can see, they were only on those who moved along the merchants, and they produced different kind of production. Some of them are dedicated for, and they were probably commissioned by the local trading elites as part of their strategies. They were asked to produce, these artisans from India, artifacts which were of the local style, some for the elites in the ports, others for the hinterland. This is the kind of kind of production. And then there were also artisans who were there and who were producing goods for the local, for the Indians who were produced there. The shapes are very limited, showing that maybe that was these productions were aimed for very specific use. What was it, religious or else? I don't know. But so there are these different kind of productions, as you've seen. What I used to so there are the import, rough, and there are these different varieties of hybrids production, and they represent different groups. Indian groups present there, and we need to understand better how was organized the craft, the guilds, or whether the craftsmen were involved with guilds, and there were guilds of traders who were bringing with them some craftsmen, or whether there were some craftsmen who were moving freely. But then, how to explain that the maintenance of feeding to feed in raw materials? But because you can see that for continuous decades and centuries, there were raw material which were coming from India. So whether there were some acquaintance between some artisans and merchants, or again were the merchants, the craftsmen, part of merchants' guilds. I don't know. This is something we need to asking you. And also maybe they were with the diaspora, because we have here probably evidence of diaspora. This diaspora was composed of people of different activities, and they were artisans. So, but again, there are crafts activities which are of different types, different varieties, and represent different, maybe different types of craftsmen there. So, representing the diversity of the people from India who moved there. So, just to conclude, I know I can see Vina like, oh. So you can see that we can see clearly that there are connections shifting through time in the assemblage. And from the 2nd century BC, we clearly see connections between Arikamedu and ports like Oji in southern Myanmar that we started excavating, and also Pukautong. This is very clear with glass at least, and also with other industries. So this is also a period when I said when Indonesia is entering into the scene, and we see that there are clear connections from this period between southern India and this region in the peninsula in Indonesia. But what I'm interested in, and I've raised the hypothesis during my in 2018 in a publication on the ports hierarchy in the Christmas. I made the hypothesis based on the distribution of Indian technologies, based on the industries using Indian technologies, that there were some Indian craftsmen who were moving freely within the confederation of ports of the Christmas. And I'm wondering whether we can think of something like alliance between also the port cities across the Bay of Bengal, so that it allowed the flow of goods, raw material, but also perhaps some merchants and also craftsmen. So, like we have later for the later historical period in Europe, we have alliances between ports, and I'm wondering whether we have this. So this is a question. Future research, and I'm over. It's done. So, KP, Dr. Rao and Dr. Selva Kumar also worked a lot about this kind of ceramic, this impressed ceramic, which we found in Alangakulam, in Arikamedu, and so we have them quite a lot. So whether this is part of the same tradition, whether it's just they emerged spontaneously, I don't know. But more work should be done to confirm, to check that. Again, high tin bronze is there's a lot work to be done. Very few copper sources in Southeast Asia. You can see 3 known for the the prehistoric period. And the peninsula is a core region for tin, and you could see Indian were interested in tin there in the peninsula. So just to say that Oliver Price has been conducted major isotopic research. It has more than 1,400 samples in Southeast Asia and a few from India. You can see that there are some links that are emerging already. Okay, so thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for extending the time.
Thank you, Belina. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but we don't have time to questions. So anybody has a questions, they can have in later on, during tea time, or because we have presentations. So sorry, you can discuss with her later on. So now our next presentation is by S. Ramakrishna Pisiperi. So he is a professor or geoarchaeologist, and his interest is proto and early historic archaeology of Kanchipuram, Tamil Nadu, and then so he is working on geoarchaeological aspect of archaeology. So I invite you, and 15 minutes, please. Okay, and the question and answer you can do it maybe in the lunch break. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you. So this Palar, one of the important basin in this area, and very rich both culturally as well as natural resources. From 2000 onwards, explored Palar, even upper and lower Palar. I concentrated more on lower Palar. More than 18 field seasons excavated in a lower Palar region, many sites from different nature of sites. So some important things I am highlighting only within 20 minutes. It is not possible to show all. So this is a lower Palar. So this basin we have some important features. It is this region connected to the coast, very near to the coast, and very stable land. So from the very beginning, human we can see the Paleolithic onwards human activities in this region. Even now also still we can see the continuation of human activities in this region. Very rich, culturally very rich region this. So this area, Lower Palar, I have explored and some sites excavated. This is Palar River, Lower Palar. So from my observations, this is the stratigraphy chronology of this region. Stone Age onwards we can see there. Even now also it is still continuation. So early Iron Age, Stone Age evidences we can see here. After that gradually early Iron Age, early historical period. So entire this assembly is divided into different phases, and each phase wise I am going to show some important features of this region. This is one site, Singadi Vakam, excavated in 2007. So Paleolithic, it is open air site. You can see the hundreds of tools, just like a production center. Even raw material also you can see here. So this pebble, almost length of this, almost similar to the tools. These are all tools from Singadi Vakam. This is the tool assemblies of Singadi Vakam. So fast I am moving that because only 20 minutes time, that's why. So even hammer stones also we traced from that region. In stratigraphy, one section it is showing that flake tools, microliths, and black and white. Gradually in this region, this metal and metal technology is entered, and from that early Iron Age onwards, we can see the more developments in this region. Of course, in most all across the globe, we can see the metal advent of metal is more developments we can see in almost all societies. Here also we can see both iron metal technology and developments. So here one place, Vadamangalam, there we can see both early Iron Age settlements. This is settlements and monuments we can see here after death rituals. Habitational site as well as iron smelting, you can see early method. More than 2 kilometers area we traced iron smelting early method, bloomery method. So gradually this first stage one iron first early stage bloomery method. After that they moved towards this, and we can see the second stage iron smelting crucible method. So in between these two, this area modern activities occupied, we don't have any evidences here also. From this, this is Sri Perambattur area. From here to here, more than 2 kilometers area, we traced the bloomery furnaces. So this is habitational area, and this is memorials we can see. This is Vadamangalam. This type of evidences were circular huts type of this Vadamangalam region. This is floor with the portholes. So this is another good evidence. Say more than 30 meters long one boulder fencing we traced it there. So other two sides water bodies, lakes we can see. Third side you can see this type of fencing of that settlement. Another this southern side, of course modern activities occupied, we don't know anything. Bloomery method, early method. So means more than 2 kilometers area we can trace this type of small smelting areas. So that indicating that very long period and a large scale production happened at that time. This type of bloomery furnaces. So height, of course, we don't know, but this is 1 meter, around 75 to 1 meter. So they made this type of blocks, 15 centimeters, 15 centimeters blocks, small blocks they make. This is means little bit advanced. We can see towards the south, one side Palanallur. Their crucible method and not only smelting, workshop area also we trace it. So their raw material, they made small balls, they roasted and they been smelted in crucibles. This is crucible. Iron slag. You see many unfinished plitters and some iron pieces we can see there. Means workshop area there. From that, this type of waste maybe handle of some object like that. So this is terracotta pipe with the iron deposit. So analysis report is showing that this crucible almost like steel, means rust-free iron produced in this area a long back. And another site have this beads manufacturing center. So hundreds of, means not hundreds, many beads in different chromes, this with slag. just opposite to this mound, we have the memorial structures. So general things this type you can see in almost all megalithic sites. Here some other features first time reported in this region. So this is around 15.5 meters long. It is in the shape of tortoise. So reptile types of burial structures which is in this region. This is natural bedrock they converted into tortoise. Central, this is 24 meters circumference feet, 7 feet depth we can see. So they removed that small stone blocks, and after that again they filled that same stone blocks. So head portion we can see 2 sarcophagus with carnelian hitching. This is rear portion, tail portion. So total 24 blocks, boulders, they constructed this central circle, and all means not well dressed. Only 2 blocks you can see the more well dressed blocks. So 24 meters circumference, 21 boulders. So some calculation we can see there. Highly means skilled, well educated and highly qualified people, they constructed this type of structures. And some ratio also we can see there. 21 boulders, 24 like that. Some relation we can see there. It is in 2 chambers. So one is little bit small, and second chamber is bigger one, 110 centimeters and 8. Maybe it is indicating that male or female, like that, male and female, a couple memorial. So on bedrock they placed this type of this Kadapa stone, not local. So on that they constructed that 2 chambers. So in head portion, 2 sarcophagus, in that small carnelian hitching beads, these 2. So this is the only in the entire structure. There is no any mortal remains, there is no any other grave goods, only this 2 carnelian hitching beads. But in the shape of tortoise and reptiles, this is new feature, and only in this region only first time we reported. This is another structure. This is 7 orthostates we can see here, and it is just like a reptile. This is a tail like that. This side head portion we can see. 2 sarcophagus side by side. Only this 2 iron objects we traced from this. There is no any other grave goods or not. These 2 from that sarcophagus. This is another interesting and new feature in the megalithic typology. So this cyst and dolmen within crane circle. This is also not general feature or not reported, I think, anywhere. 2 in one circle under. Different types of urn burials. See, more than 30 urn burials, urns we have excavated there. A series of all urns we can see in one place. We exposed 30. So in that, of course, we can see the grave goods, offering vases, and a small metal objects. Just maybe bangle of a small child. So this fine variety of black and red ware which is from these urns. But other structures, there is no any grave goods or any mortal remains in that entire. So it indicating that memorials, not actually burials, memorials. And a series of urns in one particular place that also indicating that it is means not in different periods or different times. So maybe almost the same or some one particular period they in the memory of some person they all those things they arranged. So this is well protected with stone blocks. Different types of dolmens. See all the typology we can see there. Apart from that, new features like a tortoise shape or reptiles, like many other shapes we can see in this site. This is new evidence in archaeological field. So during the early historical period, many things, say Kanchipuram, this region is one of the important and only center, we can say that urban center, Nagareshwar, the best urban center during the early historical period. And this is the only place for important for all religions. And many urban features we can see here. So early historical period also more important, and this Palar and Vegavati associated in the growth of early historical period. So on the bank of river Vegavati, we can see the present Kanchipuram. So this Vegavati river also a story means mythological beliefs and this Purana evidences showing that this Vegavati form of Saraswati enter in this region to stop the yaga of Brahma. Brahma performed yaga. This means Kanchipuram early name is Satyavrata Kshetram. So he performed yaga at Satyavrata Kshetram and without inviting his wife Saraswati. So in angry mood enter into this region and destroyed or stop the yaga in the form of a river enter into this region. That stories we can see in literature. So archaeological evidences also we have. This we have conducted excavations in Vegavati riverbed. Many new evidences we got from the Vegavati river. So the Brahma worshipped here. Because of that, this Kanchipuram we are calling in later period. Early name is Satyavrata Kshetram. Over. Just 2 minutes. So this Vegavati river, we have temple, collapsed temple, means related to that story, mythological story. We have traced and terracotta rings, hundreds of terracotta rings. This is another feature here. So with terracotta rings, they constructed memorial structures here. This is a new feature in burial practice. 7 courses, terracotta rings, 33 structures we exposed in this region. So from the 3rd to 5th, we have grave offerings here, 5 pots. Group memorials also you can see here. So this type of different types of all structures 7 courses only, but this variation we can see in the arrangement of rings. So it is indicating that maybe male and female demarcation they want to show. All these are grave goods. Cook and serve versus and water, liquor purpose and all. This is another important evidence here. In one pot they removed upper portion and they grafted with human bodies. Two faces we can see here. Maybe indication of male couple is maybe male or female. This is also new evidence in this Vegavati, grafting marks. So Kanchipuram is important for all religions. Jaina, Buddha, Shaiva, Vaishnava, Pancha Kanchis, Jaina Kanchi, Buddha Kanchi, Shiva Kanchi, Vishnu Kanchi and Brahma Kanchi. So important for all the religions. Even Shakti Peeth also is there. Is more important during the early historical period. Many things we can see in this Kanchipuram. So both cultural heritage, Dravidian culture, even still live we can see at Kanchipuram. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry for I had to cut you short in bit. So our next presentation is by V. Silva Kumar, and everybody knows him. I know him as my senior from '96 onwards. So he's from associate professor in here of the department in maritime history and marine archaeology in Tamil University, and I request him to for architecture of southern India and roof tiles of the historical period. So, Silva, please. Yeah. 20 minutes?
Yeah, sure. Maybe I'll try to finish within 15.
Thank you.
Good morning to you all. I would like to thank the Department of Archaeology, Tamil Nadu University, Tamil Nadu government, and Rojaya Muthaiya Library for inviting me to make a presentation on this international seminar commemorating Airavatham Magadevan. And I am indeed happy to be here in front of you. So for this presentation, I thought I would take one particular aspect of material culture, that is roof tiles. That presentation is titled Architecture of Southern India and Roof Tiles of Historical Period. So coming to this architectural tradition of Southern India, we can trace back it to the prehistoric period. Of course, prehistoric people must have created wooden kind of structures using tree branches and leaves, for which we don't have any direct evidence. At least from the Neolithic period, we have evidence for residential structures and burials, and also they were using pits for storage. In the Iron Age, we have a lot of evidence for burial architecture in the form of different, urn burial, cist burial, dolmens and menhir, rocket caves, and they have created, diverse varieties of burial monuments. And they had clear organization of space and conception on the use of space, which we get from the different types of burials that archaeologists have excavated. They have worked with granite, laterite and other types of stones, and bricks and roof tiles as fabricated materials were used mainly in the early historic period, and they are seen as hallmarks of this urbanism or urbanization, which generally considered to begin around 600 BCE in northern India, and slightly later or recent hypothesis places it on par with. And recently we excavated a site called Molapalayam in the Noyal River Valley in Coimbatore district, where we have come across human burials, 3 burials, botanical remains of millets, animal bones. Actually, Dr. Veena has studied the human burials and ceramics of burnished pottery, lithic artifacts, and also we have dates of 1600 to 1200 BCE. Interestingly, we have lot of pits in which we found pottery, and we believe some of them could have been used, as you can see from this picture, for at least staying temporarily. We found lot of organic remains. We took this shot to give an idea of the size of the pits. So that is something which we have in the Neolithic period. Coming to this Iron Age, we have a lot of burials. This one is cist burial from Sutukeni and sarcophagus and so many other burial types till the Iron Age. From the early historic period, we have clear evidence for fabricated materials. So coming to this early historic period, we have clear use of bricks, which are of a specific dimension, sometime 42 centimeter, 30 to 38 centimeter in length, and its ratio being half of it and 5 to 7 centimeter in thickness. And we get clear planned township with streets and square and rectangular structures, and also we get residential, industrial, commercial structures. They have been excavated at Adagankulam, Arikimedu, Korkai, Urayur, Kaveri Pumpatinam, Kidadi, Pattanam, and also in Pattanam in Kerala and other parts of Andhra and Karnataka. And interestingly, we find structures with post holes. The brick walls themselves have the post holes. We do not know the complete structures, how they were building the roofs, whether really they had wall up to the height of 6-7 feet, because we get only 2 or 3 courses of bricks. Obviously, they were using tiles, and for that we get clear evidence, broken tiles. We also get these kind of drainages. This is from Arikimedu, clear drainage, because they wanted to reorient the drainage water from industrial activities. And this structure here, you can see this post hole, post hole like feature within the brick wall. We get 2 or 3 courses, and probably they were all destroyed, the area of the wall portion. And also they have extensively reused the bricks for building various structures in the later period. That is why we don't get complete idea about the structures. Interestingly, you see such post holes, and also you get these kind of tanks which were used for industrial activities. This one is from Pattanam, and here also you find lot of post holes within the structure. Probably this is post abandonment, or sometime it was reused in the later context. Here also you get lot of construction. Nearby we also have a wharf structure. This has been identified as a storage area. When you look at this early historic site, we know the settlements were mainly commercial. It required face-to-face interaction. When you want to have these kind of face-to-face interaction, naturally the grid pattern is the ideal kind of architecture. We also get evidence for storage of goods and commercial and industrial production, and sometimes dyeing vats. Wheeler interpreted some of the tanks as dyeing vats used for textile industry. Probably they had this sloping roof, as we can understand from the context, and also from some of the evidence from the Pitungarian table. It illustrates the shrine of Augustus temple. So clearly these people had rectangular structure, square structures, and planned layout and sloping roofs. And this is a kind of new kind of introduction in the early historic period, and it was a new way of organizing space when compared to the Iron Age. We can clearly understand from the layout of the township, and it was mainly meant for commercial purpose. In some contexts, they might have adopted it for other construction also. Coming to the study of roof tiles, we have several scholars who have worked recently. Subratan has written a paper on Banavasi material, which is very interesting, and also Akinori Usagi. He has published the roof tiles of South Asia in 2020 in Heritage Journal. These are 2 examples of studies related to the roof tiles. And roof tiles are very good for chronological division, but the problem is we have lack of quantitative data in many of the archaeological sites, and they are often ignored over ceramics data. That is why we are not able to understand the overall cultural sequence. Another problem is the archaeological site, though we claim they are in situ, they are highly disturbed. This is one of the problem with the historical sites. They have been constantly reworked, and it is difficult to work out the chronology. Coming to the classification of the ceramic tiles, at least there are 4 major groups. One is the early historic roof tiles, which I will show, and the second is medieval roof tile, long rectangular variety with folded end. Then we have a late medieval variety, which is of concave type, and the fourth one is colonial roof tiles, which you know about the Mangalore roof tiles. what is known as the triple grooved roof tile or multi-cusped roof tile or Satavahana roof tile is generally flat and it is slightly convex, and it has 2 to 6 or 7 3 channels. They are known sometimes called as cusp, sometimes called as grooves, and the first groove is in the edge and sometimes others are created across, and then there is a blank space, and they are meant for the drainage of water. On top of it you have 2 perforation, probably meant for securing it to the roof. And also sometimes you have single perforation, double perforation at the site of Saluvankuppam, which was excavated by Dr. Satyamurthy. They have found a lot of tiles, both pointed medieval as well as the triple grooved roof tiles. And they have 2 to 5 grooves at the site of Saluvankuppam, and their length varies, 26 centimeter at the maximum, sometimes 20 centimeter, 10. And they were probably made on terracotta mold, and they are found all across South Asia and also found in Sri Lanka, and I believe they are reported in some of the sites in Southeast Asia, and their context is datable to 6th century BC to 6th century CE. And in addition to that, we also get finials, right? I'll move. Yeah, finials of which were placed on top of the structures at several sites. This is from Archimedu. This is a triple grooved roof tile. You can see 2 perforation and the grooves or the channel. Here you can see in a close-up view with the holes attaching for the roof planks and then raised area and grooves. And the rear side, it has 1 groove for interlocking with the one of these 3 grooves. These are from Saluvankuppam, and again these are from Saluvankuppam. The lower one has single hole, and the top one is the medieval roof tile. And this one is from Pattanam. Pattanam also we have single hole, and there is probably the corner piece which looks like a nose or a foot of a lion, and they were probably, when they were joining the 2 sides, they needed different kind of concave or conical tiles. That also we find in some context. These are some of the triple grooved roof tiles from Pattanam. More examples from here. This is from Sanati. You can get a clear idea. Saluvankuppam we have problem because we have both the material mixed up. As far as the dating of Saluvankuppam, we have a lot of issues. Some scholars say the site date to early historic or Sangam age, but clearly we have evidence for dating the site to the early medieval period. This is a reconstruction of this structure at Saluvankuppam based on ASI publication. Here you can see in the cloister hall they had this roof, and later on during the Chola time and Pallava times they are moving to Kattali. So these early historic roof tiles, they were they were introduced around 3rd century BCE or little earlier in southern India, and they occur along with the bricks, and they were secured to the roof with the help of a rope probably or iron nail. We do not know, but clearly the old tradition of securing them to the roof continued. And in the medieval period, we see a lot of change in the architectural tradition, especially the Mandagapattu inscription is very clear that Mahendra constructed the shrine without the use of brick, mortar and other material. Probably some shift might have happened in 5th or 6th century, and later on they go for more Kattali or stone temple, and some of the inscriptions clear copper plate inscription record this use of the roof tile as a kind of privilege. Suttotal Mada Maligai Edukka Peruvadagavum. Probably it was a privilege, we do not know. We get references in many of the copper plates which were donated for the Brahmins, and we do not know. We cannot over-interpret this, and you get diverse architectural edifices at these site of Mamallapuram, which also indicates that people were using different types of tiles. And coming to the next tiles, I'll take just 5 minutes. We have this pointed conical or double conical, double arch tile called as Chola roof tile or Kadamba roof tile, and also as Vidingham roof tile. by Usagi, and this has a folded end. And perhaps the folded end reduced the effort in attaching them to the roof. That is why probably they shifted over. And I also present another hypothesis saying that these people wanted to cover some of the roofs with metal. We have reference to Pun Meidal in the inscription. And probably they were using these kind of pointed tiles that you see on the right in the medieval period. What you see on the left is early historic. You get this from several sites, and this is from Nagapattinam. And Nangur, we excavated a site where Nangur is located very close to the coast nearby Kaveri Pumpattinam, where we found tiles and brick structures. Here what we did was we completely documented the ceramics and we created a database. Here in the trenches we recorded their frequency, number and also weight. In trench 1 we found 1100 plus tiles and 15 kilo, 737 and 17 kilo. In trench 3, 13,000 we found in large volume. And interestingly, if you see in some of the temples, you find these kind of decoration, pointed decoration here. This I would call as the transformation of the material culture into stylistic design. We also can see this triangular decoration at Tanjavur Bragadishwara temple painting, where the roof of the Chidambaram temple, worshipped by probably by Rajaraja and his queen, is indicated. They are showing the golden tiles in a triangular fashion. And very interestingly, recently we found at Susindaram temple an architectural motif of carving of these medieval roof tiles. This is very interesting. And they were probably imitating this material culture into a design. What we find in the painting, we also find in carving at Danumalaya Swami temple at Susindaram. Similar thing we also find in Nambikoil. So clearly this is a transformation of material culture into decorative realm. Like in the Deepa Aradhana in the temple was common in the dark sanctum. Later on we are doing it even in the well lighted sanctum. So it's a kind of, it became a ritual. Similarly, this ornament became a function to ornamental kind of transformation. We also find this at this interior structure is exposed at many of the temples. I'll come to the conclusion. More interestingly, we have the same roof tile recorded in Vietnam, documented by Nishimura Masanari in a site of Traku, dated in 7th century context. This is something very interesting, indicating long-term connection. We have concave tiles and different types of concave tiles and colonial tiles. I'll come to the conclusion. Why do tiles change? Why do bricks change? Because of the disturbed nature of the historical site, we are not able to understand. And I think we need to go for the mapping of material culture at the historical site. Take each object and try to document it more carefully. So possible change in architectural style, is due to several factors. And reduction of effort and also a new tradition coming up and new changes due to the socio-economic context, and also change in cultural tradition as happened in the colonial period, and new architectural traditions were introduced and new commercial requirements necessitated different kind of techniques. So by mapping these material culture, we are able to understand how this roof tile changed over a period of 2000 years. Thank you. Sorry, I think I took more time.
Okay, so the last presentation of this will not go for the question, Silva will go maybe later on. The last presentation is online. C. Santha Lingam, he will present on recent epigraphical discoveries in Pandya Nadu, synopsis. So I hope he's online. Is he online? Yeah. Hello. Good morning. Are you able to hear us?
Yes. Yes, madam.
Yeah. Okay. So please.
Can we start?
Yeah, you can start. Just 15 minutes if it is possible for you to complete your presentation. Thank
Okay,
you.
okay, madam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Respected chairperson and my fellow delegates. At first, I want to express my sincere thanks to the authorities for giving me this opportunity to present this paper. My paper is Recent Epigraphical Discoveries in Pandiyanadu. Pandiyanadu is a landmass of southern districts of Tamil Nadu as capital of Madurai. In this Madurai, we, the officers of the Pandiyanadu Center for Historical Research, PCHR, was started during 2011 February, and for the past 12 years, we are doing fieldworks and discovering so many new discoveries regarding the inscriptions, loose sculptures, coins, and other antiquities. The retired officers of State Department of Archaeology, Senior Epigraphist Mr. S. Rajagopal, P. Rajendran, and myself, Sandalingam, are the office bearers of this organization. Now, we have published 12 books so far in these 12 years. Now I am going to present this paper, only the new discoveries discovered in the year 2022 alone. At least over 10 or 11 inscriptions and loose sculptures are going to be presented here. The first one is the new Jaina inscriptions and sculptures around Pandiyanadu. The first one is from Tirupparangundram Hill. This inscription is a 10th century one, and it is written in Grantha characters. Madurai, in and around Madurai, there are so many Jaina caves and beds with Tamil Brahmi inscriptions. At least 60 in number. They are dated from 300 BC to 1st century AD. All these inscriptions are already studied and published by our senior Professor Padma Shri Airavada Mahadevan in his early epigraphy by 2003 and 2013. But still there are so many new inscriptions are there. One among them is the new one, what I am showing this slide. This is the 10th century inscription written in Grantha characters. It is the beginning, 2 letters are completely eroded. It reads as Padunal Anna Notra Sri Aritanemi Padarar Nisidigai Idu. That means this place is where Aritanemi Padarar, a Jaina saint, passed unto death. This is the place where she made Sallehana Vrata. So this is the important discovery because so far the Risidigai inscription are discovered only in the northern districts of Tamil Nadu. The first one at Tirunadar Kundru near Senji. The second one is in Coimbatore district, Vijayamangalam. So this is the first time we have discovered this inscription. And the name Aritanemi is very familiar in this area because one village, it is also a great Jain center, is named Aritapatti. that Aritabati village is named after this saint. So, up to 10th century, this Tiruparangundram and other Madurai sub areas are very strong centers of Jainism. Next one is the another inscription, another discovery is from Pullur village near Karyapati. Pullur, Karyapati is in Virudhunagar district. In this area, two new Jaina figures are discovered last year during 2022. But more than that, an important inscription dated to 9th and 10th century are discovered in this place. That is one dated as Sadayan Maran, a Pandya king during the 9th century. It is written in Vattaluthu characters. The another one belongs to Rajaraja Chola first. What this inscription is telling is, in this place, a Jaina Basadi was constructed during this time. It is called as Aruga Perumballi. In so many places in Madurai, particularly in the Kurandi Tirukattamballi, Kilakupudi Madevi Perumballi, and so many schools, Jaina Basadis, were worked here. This is the latest discovery, very near to this already mentioned Kurandi Tirukattamballi, just 10 kilometers away from that Kurandi. This Basadi was constructed, but now the Basadi is completely ruined. Only some scattered stones are there. From these stones, we have traced out these inscriptions. So these are the important discoveries regarding the Jainism in Pandya country. Another one is, another discoveries are the new hero stones discoveries. These hero stones are very rare in Pandya Nadu, because when compared to northern districts, in Pandya area, hero stones are only handful. But here, the last 3 or 4 months back, we have come across two important 10th century hero stones. The first one we are seeing from Ilupayur in Tiruchuli Taluk. This is the 9th or 10th century inscription. The left side of the inscription there is the hero, but it is the figure is highly eroded. The right side is the scripts are seen, but the scripts are also highly eroded. We start with the Maran Sadayan, the Pandya king's name, but the other letters are all eroded. The Paruthikudi Nadu, an unit, a geographical division, is also mentioned here, and the final letters are Mer Chendru Adi, Mel Yeri Yerindu Pattan Pullan Satan. The name of the hero, Pullan Satan, who is laid down in this place, is mentioned. Since it is very highly damaged record, we cannot trace the full details of this inscription. Next one is from Sivaganga district. Next one is from Sivaganga district, Tudai village, very near to Tirupacheti town. This you can see, this hero is holding a bow and arrow. The inscription is engraved on Vattaluthu characters. It starts from left side and continues below the figure and ends with the right side. But this is also highly eroded. We cannot trace out the full details. Only some materials. Noor Vel Kondu Poga Pattan. It is a hero who is going with a spear that died in this place. So this is the latest discovery. Just 1 or 2 months back, we have come across these inscriptions. Next, I want to tell some new inscriptions of oil press inscriptions. Our rural people, almost they are, we can say they are all hill tribes. They, in districts of Theni and Dindigal area, they lived in groups. For their common use, the nobles or the rich people have dug out this type of oil presses. The first one from Narasimhapuram. This inscription is engraved in Vattaluthu characters. It reads as Sri Mudunur Muri Mi Mangarai Ugandu Tattan Asriyam Parai. இதனை காப்பவன் செல்ல கலிங்கரையன் இட்ட செக்கு. It means the stone press was made by Chella Kalingarayan at a goldsmith protection in an asylum. The another one, oil press is from Andipatti village. It is written only in Tamil characters datable to 10th century AD. It reads as தென்முட்டநாட்டு கன்னிமங்கலத்து குடியான் தேவடி இடுவிச்ச செக்கு. You can easily read out the inscription. So the record is engraved in Tamil script datable to 9th 10th century and means that the press was made by an individual Devadi by name, a resident of Kannimangalam in Tenmuttanadu. So this Andipatti area is called as in Tenmuttanadu according to the geographical divisions. The another one press is from Thonnikalpatti in Vedasandur Taluk in Dindigul district. It is a 11th century inscription. It reads as Swastisri Talayur Kilcheri Pundradi Vetuvan Uttaman Pottanana Sola Pandiya Pallavarayan Makkal Pottan Bhimanum Pottan Nachiyum Ittasekku. This means the oil press was made by two siblings, Bhiman and Nachi, children of Pottan alias Sola Pandiya Pallavarayan, a hunter and a chief of Talayur. One more small record is engraved nearby, reads as Pottanachi Ural. It means a stone mortar was made by Pottanachi, who is also mentioned in the previous record. The another one from Chembaripatti village in Aravakurichi Taluk in Dindigul district, dated to 15th to 16th century characters. It reads as Veera Pillai Magan Adayamadevan Vetti Vicha Kuli. There is a small pit. It is not a press, it is small pit. It was made by Veera Pillai Magan, a son of Veera Pillai, and his name was Adayamadevan. They very recently, only last month, February 2023, one new stone press is discovered by one scholar who is a school teacher and active member of our PCHR, Paval Bharati by name, at Periyakotai village in Usulapatti Taluk in Madurai district. It is also in Vattaluthu characters and reads as Sri Kudikkaman Allura Iduvicha Katchekku Pattasali. It means the stone press was made by a resident Pattasalian of Kudikkamanallur village. The name Pattasalian may refers to an individual of a weavers community. Next inscription is very important. Trade guild inscription. Okay. It is not in the picture. This inscription is discovered from Kalavaneri village, located near Karyapatti, en road to Tiruchuli in Vindhyanad district. On later Pandya period, temple remains are found here. In this village, on a stone slab, one Tamil inscription is engraved on arbors and river sides. It belongs to the 11th century and mentions the name of the king Sadaya Varman Sundara Chola Pandya, a Chola viceroy during the year 10-15th century CE. He may be identified with Rajendra Chola first, the first viceroy of Cholas in Pandya Nadu. Then he was coronated as Chola monarch. This inscription belongs to the third regular year of the king. Mentions the village Kiravaneri was included in Sal Nadu, a subdivision of Madurandaga Valanadu in Rajaraj Pandya Nadu, the Great Division. In this village, the security guards of Nana Desi Trade Guild created one Veerapattanam, Seyamadi Kavarai, Irumadi Kavarai, Yeru Sevagam, Edir Sevagam, heroes and group of Uyakondan, Rajendra Chola, Pala Munai Veeran, etc. were collectively installed on perpetual lamp in this Veerapattinam. This record begins with the Sanskrit Prasasti of the Trade Guild as Samasta Bhuvanacharya, Padma Veera Sasanam, Bhuvana Parakrama Sri Vasudeva Kandali, etc. It is an important discovery in this region. Creation of one Veerapatnam by certain mercantile guilds is an ancient trade route from Karyavati by Tiruchuli, which leads to the Rameswaram, that is to Sri Lankan contacts. The next inscription from Kanakkanendal. It is also near Karyavati in Virudunagar district. It is a beautiful Tamil verse.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, can you conclude now because it's yeah.
Yes,
please.
this is the last one.
Thank you.
This is the last one. 1 or 2 minutes I will conclude. Inscription in the form of Tamil verses discovered in Kanakkanendal village in Karyavati. It is a beautiful Tamil verse. Anna Mennadai Madava Sagarayanda 1130 மேல் 39 தென்னரில் சேர் குலசேகர தேவருக்கு திருந்து சேர் 28ஆம் ஆண்டில் கண்ணன்ன கொடைகளித்த சூரியன் சேய் கொற்றன் கல்குறிச்சி முத்தரையன் கற்குறிச்சி ஈசருக்கு சென்னல் விளைந்திட வயலிட்ட செயத்தம்ம உலகறிய செய்பவனே. The last one is a Vijayanagara inscription. This is the latest one. It is a Vijayanagara inscription discovered at T. Velangudi village near Narikudi in Tiruchuli Taluk in Virudunagar district. It is an important inscription when Krishnadevaraya come to a pilgrimage to Rameswaram. He stayed some days at Madurai and Alagarkovil and made some liberal donations. In this village, he was caused to be construct a sluice, water channel from Vaigai river to this village. This is the important discovery. The last before 1 month we have discovered. So what I want to conclude here is, in Pandya Nadu, at least for 50 years, we the archaeologists have made extensive survey, but still there are much scope for survey and exploration by which we can get so many new informations. So with this remarks, I wish to conclude my speech. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you all speakers for wonderful presentations, and this session is finished now. I think so. Yeah? Tea. Okay. There is a tea break. Is there?
Hello. We request Veena Mushrif ma'am to give away the mementos.
1 minute. So you can, sir, the session is over, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
First to Dr. Belina. Please come now. Dr. Ramakrishna Pichipati. Dr. Selvakumar. Thank you, ma'am. We will have a break, tea break for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. I hope you feel refreshed after having tea and coffee. We have the pleasure of having opening this session with Professor Shanti Papu. Professor Papu is an archaeologist and educationist. She completed her PhD from the Deccan College in Pune, and she's been working on prehistoric adaptive strategies in northern Tamil Nadu. Subsequently, she established the Sharma Center for Heritage Education in 1999 for research and public outreach in the field of archaeology and related sciences. She is a corresponding fellow of the British Academy, UK. Dr. Papu directs interdisciplinary research projects investigating prehistory and paleo environments in Southeast India, spanning a period ranging from 1.7 million years ago to around 2,000 years ago. She has established a team of research scientists from India and abroad for this purpose. She has published 2 books and over 30 research papers in peer-reviewed journals, including Science and Nature, among other high-impact peer-reviewed national and international journals and edited volumes. So please welcome Dr. Shanti Papu. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. And today we are having actually a series of 3 papers. I will present a sort of a general introduction, and then Akhilesh will carry on about our new excavations, and then Dr. Prachi will carry on about some new techniques we are using. So this paper is in a project with many colleagues, including some Dr. Anupama, who's here in the audience. But here we are just focusing on, Okay, just a second. I think the battery is not coming. So, yeah. Is it okay? Yeah, okay, thank you. So first I'd like to give you an overview of the work which we have actually been doing for the past 20 years. Many of you have heard this work earlier, but in any case I just want to add some new perspectives to it. So firstly, before I begin, what is required in the next few decades in Tamil Nadu is certain aspects of facilities and research modalities which we believe will help in making the state a forerunner in prehistoric archaeology. One is the need for state-of-the-art facilities, especially laboratories for paleo environments and for specialized studies of material culture like microware, etc. Very, very important is geochronology for the need to develop laboratories where our material can be dated and establish a secure chronology very fast. This is where we really suffer. And then strategic excavations and surveys to address specific questions. Obviously, critical is to link this research with conservation and sustainable management, not only in the form of museums and public outreach, but also in the development of advanced courses in the subject and skill training and constant update of knowledge and acquisition of trained experts in specialized fields which are required for prehistory. On that note, I will try to just discuss what we have been doing, ranging from studies of landscapes to sites to lithics to chronology and paleo environments. So I will be talking a little bit about our work, not only at Athirampakkam, but on a regional scale, a little bit about the history of research and key issues, and obviously on public outreach, impacts on sites and planning and capacity building. So as you all know, prehistory in Tamil Nadu has a really long antiquity. I don't need to talk about this, beginning with Robert Brucefoot, and in this connection, Professor Corisetter's Robert Brucefoot Museum at Sanganakallu is what I feel is a true dedication to him and to his work. But having said that, after Foot, many other scholars worked here in this region with changing ideologies, conceptual frameworks, and we began our work in 1990 actually, and then really in a large way 1999, obviously with different research methodologies. So we had two study regions, and here I'll talk only about northern Tamil Nadu, although we have done work in the deep south. And in this region, as you can see here, you have numerous prehistoric sites documented right from the time of Foot. We went back and resurveyed around 200 in our database. Many of them actually have gone now because of development. But whatever was there, we documented multiple parameters through a range of survey techniques, both field surveys, transects as you see here, satellite remote sensing, test pits, even ground penetrating radar, which we are using to identify sediments of interest rather than features. And predictive modeling. All this has been published, so you can go back to the articles. And we feel that our predictive models, which we have built to locate sites really fast, because we lack time and we lack money being archaeologists, can be extended right from Tamil Nadu to right down to Orissa because of similar geomorphological factors. So for specific sites, when you come to looking at what is a site, and this becomes a big issue in prehistory, it's not so simple. If the site has a so-called boundary, is that really the site boundary, or what is the meaning of a site when we say that in terms of when we look at palimpsests and so many other issues. So for example, at this site of Athirampakkam, we have done this ground penetrating surveys, radar, which is non-destructive identification of subsurface deposits of artifact bearing horizons across a huge area. So these are some of the new things which we are using, not only to as a methodological tool, but also to think about how we think about sites. Then, as you know, we have huge number of sites we have database for now, right from Acheulean to the late Paleolithic. And this database has given us a fantastic idea of what is happening on regional scales in terms of spatial and patterning, distribution, not only at the level of sites themselves, Acheulean versus middle versus late, but also at the level of the assemblage. So right now Akhilesh will talk to you about this site, Sendra and Palyam, where we have a predominance of manufacturing. in striking contrast to Atrampakam, where Acheulean levels show only final stages of use. So all these micro details can be brought out. Then we zoomed down to a core area where all the yellow dots are Paleolithic sites, and unlike choosing Pundi or Neyveli or Gudiyam, which are known ones, we went not only back to Atrampakam, but we also went to new areas, which we found luckily, and he'll talk more about that. So at Atrampakam, one of the key issues is not only, as I said, looking at what is a site, but also interpreting the surface collections. Why is this important? It's because people from 19th century have been picking up hand axes and other tools here. You will find them all over the world. But the context is pretty bad. And the reason for that is because the surface artifacts and those found in the gullies come from several different layers and are all exposed on the surface as a palimpsest. Plus the gully tools in the stream surrounding the site here are a result of some things also being washed down from somewhere else. So we went for excavations, and as you all know, these horizontal step trenches, test pits across the site, and very, very meticulous. And one of the contributions we feel is that we could firstly identify stratigraphic horizons which were not identified earlier or hinted at by people like K.D. Banerjee, when he says, okay, there's an Acheulean underlying these gravel beds. So that was really an important suggestion by him, which we could actually prove, or the fact that we identified Middle Paleolithic in layers which were thought to be previously archaeologically sterile. So anyway, as regards the Acheulean, what's really interesting is that not only were they found in these very, very thick deposits, which I think are now paralleled at sites like Tikora or some others which have been excavated, which are deeply buried, but with artifacts right from top to bottom in different layers. So it's not just the silty clays, you have also some gravels at the base, again with Acheulean, and presence of some conjoinable tools which suggest relative degree of good context. I won't say 100% primary, that is not possible at any prehistoric site, but some degree. So as you know, the dates for this site were very important because it placed it in the early Pleistocene, which was again hinted at other sites like Isampur and some other in Maharashtra, but was somewhat debated. So in this case, we believe it's not only important for migrations. Migrations are a great thing to talk about, everyone likes that, but it's not only for the migrations out of Africa or if out of Africa, and I'll add an if there, but also evolutionary trajectories within the Indian Acheulean. How we talk a lot about early versus late, but what are the dates for that? And can we really go by things like refinement indices of hand axes to classify something as early or late? So that's where this date we feel helped. The assemblages are complex, firstly because the bifaces have been always focused on, but we also note very, very important small flake components. So this has a spatial variability not only through time. So you can see here some layers with a lot of artifacts and some layers where the density is lower, but also across space. So this, we wrote a paper looking, we were asked to think about Acheulean group size. And this is a very difficult issue to think about demography. But for this, we've tried to factor in site formation issues. We tried to factor in the distribution of artifacts across the site, the density per unit volume, etc., and wrote a paper in which we discussed the difficulties of looking at complex issues in the Indian Acheulean. Another interesting fact, which was complemented by Akhilesh's paper, is raw material. As far as the Acheulean is concerned, we are now happy to say that we have started some different type of provenance studies. We could identify some sources away from the site, about 5 to 10 kilometers, but also some sources which are currently deeply buried, but would have been exposed to Acheulean populations if you project the levels. So now these rocks and these rocks are now being set for testing, and let's see what happens. It seems to be quite interesting. So what were they doing? Like most Acheulean sites in India, it's a fragmented reduction sequence. Off-site, you have the large core reduction and large flake detachment, which Akhilesh will speak about. Then they brought these to the site where they were finally finished. So we get a lot of waste products reflecting the last stages of biphase reduction, not the primary stages of manufacture. And because of raw material shortage, there is an anticipated they anticipated raw material shortage at the site, and so most of these biphase thinning flakes were retouched into small flake tools, and we get very good evidence of these tools. Plus, tools were used. Some cobbles were introduced in the form of already fashioned tools, and some expedient use of in situ cobbles are already there at the site. What is equally interesting is what is absent, and that is the hammer stones. We didn't find any, maybe one tentative piece, and the disproportion between biphases and biphase manufacturing waste. So this is very, very important. So it shows things moving out. To understand all this, we put Akhilesh to nap, and as you all know, he's an excellent napper. So we are running these long-term projects on experimental napping, trying to get into the mind of the tool maker through various methods. 2 minutes, yes. So the experiments are structured in different ways to test, not to make a beautiful hand axe, which is easy, but to make something which parallels what we see at the sites. And then of course these are used, and then the whole story is put together, culminating in microware analysis. So statistics or deconstructing the biphases, going down to the façonnage, the each flake removal, experimental studies, and to get a perspective of what is happening here. To get a perspective on factors such as anticipation, planning, decision making, hierarchical organization of the entire landscape as reflected in what we are seeing. And very, very important focus on the waste product. So we wrote a paper there called Bits and Pieces, where we spent a lot of attention on the breakage patterns in the debitage, which helps you identify napping errors, and then you can talk about levels of skill, etc., etc. Lastly, there is a transition to an early middle. This is very important, and I know we were very much fired at for suggesting a very early date for this, but we were extremely confident that what this pattern shows is a transition with gradual falling off of the large flake component and introduction of Levallois. So rather than looking at the assemblage in terms of type tools, hand axe, Levallois, etc., we looked at it holistically, and we proposed our theory, and this is also published, and we stand by it. And we are very happy to say recently some dates are coming out from Andhra by teams working there from MS University, which actually are getting similar dates as ours. Okay, so this is important when we look at what is happening and technological changes broadly around 300 to 200. Lastly, we have studied the paleo environments. Dr. Anupama is here in the audience. She can talk better about the vegetation and the other mineralogical studies which speak of vegetation change and periods of aridity leading to the abandonment of the site. On a regional scale, Akhilesh will speak about how Athirampakkam compares with a neighboring site, Senrayanpalayam, and that is the next paper. To conclude, obviously we have been spending a lot of time on research, from research to outreach. Sites are being destroyed inadvertently because people do not know what stone tools look like. It's as simple as that. So we did a project with ISRO, mapping and suggesting ways in which we can be realistic about which sites to possibly salvage and which sites you can't do anything. But we've spent more work because as a small institute we can't force people to conserve sites, but we can educate them. So we focus a lot on children, teachers, many of the students here who have come from skill training activities on different aspects of prehistory. And some interns also have made these films, and you can go to our website and check them out as well. So what I'm talking today, although I am a speaker, we have this huge team, all these scholars all these people are there, and I'm very grateful to them and very grateful to the Tamil Nadu government for supporting us through permits. We thank the ASI and the district administration, and of course the villagers whom we work with. So thank you.
There is one quick question. It's yeah, just one question, please.
Yes. Accuracy with paleomagnetic and cosmogenic, there's always a big plus minus.
Paleomagnetic and
cosmogenic beryllium and luminescence. We use three
so
methods.
radioactivity from there.
For luminescence, yes.
And
yes.
No, luminescence
Yes.
or radioactivity?
Luminescence, cosmogenic beryllium, which is based on the aluminium beryllium decay ratios, and paleomag. We
All the
used
three put
ESR
together.
also, but ESR was not that accurate because of the uranium uptake. So there were some issues, but we published that as a nice research paper on how uranium uptake influences ESR ages on teeth. So I can share that with you.
So when you say 170 Ka, which
17. Oh, for the middle, that is with luminescence, PIR.
luminescence, that's
yes.
most reliable according to you.
It's not most reliable. This is for different horizons. So for
Okay.
the upper levels, we did that. For lower levels, where luminescence had a limit, we used other methods.
Thank you, thank you.
Is it your computer? You can, okay. So I'm inviting Dr. Kumar Akhilesh to come here. So Dr. Akhilesh is currently holds the position of Director, Sharma Center for Heritage Education, India. His area of expertise is in the field of Paleolithic archaeology with a special focus on lithic studies and experimental stone tools replication, as we have seen actually. He has over 18 years of experience in the field of prehistory archaeology in India, the joint director of the research project Prehistory and Paleo-Environments along the southeast coast of India, along with Professor Shanti Papu, who just presented. Maybe I just allow you to keep going because the text is very long and we're running out.
So, first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this conference. And today I will be talking about our new sites where we have excavated for 2 seasons called Sandayan Palyam. And it's a joint paper with my colleague Professor Shanti Papu, Prachi Joshi, and other scholars. And Professor Papu has already put the entire project in a better context, so I won't spend time on that. So rather than, I'll come straight to the point that in this northern Tamil Nadu where we are working, which is not very far from here, we have an excellent record of Paleolithic sites, right, ranging from Acheulean to the late Paleolithic. And these sites, they occur in different types of geomorphological context, and there is a lot of variability in terms of site, in terms of artifact density, and this gives us an opportunity to look at the potential use of the site at different point of time in the region, and as well as it also gives us the challenge to look at the issues of the palimpsest as well as the site formation issues. So these 2 things we need to always counteract. Then now let's look at the Sandayan Palyam. Why we are looking at the Sandayan Palyam? Because at Atrampakam, as he demonstrated just now, we have worked here for 20 years and we have built up a very good sequence as far as dates are concerned, as far as the technology is concerned. So this gives us another opportunity to look at the other sites of the similar time frame and compare that with the Atrampakam data. So now we have decided to excavate another site called Sandayan Palyam here. So if you look at Atrampakam here, you will see that at Atrampakam we have Acheulean ranging from 1 to 1.7 million, and then we have a transition and middle Paleolithic around 300. So there you see there is a chronometric gap of about 600,000 years. So what was happening at that point of time? So this particular question actually brought us to this Sendai Palem site. And this site we have found in 2007. We have been tracking this sites since we have found it. And it has an excellent archaeological data there. So we decided that let's excavate this site here. So now just to recapitulate that this is the Acheulean record at Atrampakam. But what is very important here at Atrampakam, we have the later stage of reduction sequence. Here there is at Acheulean level, we don't have even a single core to produce a large scale flakes. So that portion, the initial stage of reduction is missing there. And then we have this on top, we have this middle Paleolithic transition to Acheulean to middle Paleolithic, and the full-fledged middle Paleolithic assemblage. So now let us look at what is happening. So to answer this question, we came to Sendai Palem. And the location of the Sendai Palem is in a pediplain. You can see Alikuli hill ranges in the backgrounds. They are on the foothills. And the bedrock of in this region is normally Cretaceous sandstone, which also provides the sediments and as well as the raw material for the lithics in this region. This is how Sendai Palem looks today. It's quite an extensive site, and you can see here these dots what you are seeing, and these are some of the sections which we have studied because the site is quarried. So this gives us another opportunity to look at the entire site, without spending much money or time into it. You can just scrape the sections and look at the entire site to look at the intra-site variability. In addition to that, we have also put some horizontal trenches like this, some of the step trenches, as you can see here. And as you can see here, this site, the upper level is quite gravelly. So it was very, very difficult for us to do the recording. So we had hired the total station, and each piece we recorded in great details. And we have, I can't see the pointer. Yeah, and pointer is not, okay. So we have mapped all this natural class as well as the artifact here. We took several measurements along the periphery of this particular piece, or all the pieces in fact, and on sites we were able to prepare this kind of maps. So that gives us to look at great opportunity to look at the intra-site variability, and within the trench where are the artifacts located, what are the debitage we are getting. So on-site preliminary analysis were also going on, and we could prepare a map at the site as well. Then it's needless to say that we sieved all the sediments for different purposes here, general sieving, and then we took the measurement in this 15-liter bucket, and of course through the geological sieves for the obtainment of the micro debitage. This I will not talk about the photogrammetry what we have done because Prachi is going to talk about it. So we have done photogrammetry at each level so that in the lab we can actually reconstruct the whole trench and look at the variability. So same thing, we did it for all 27 sections. We scraped. Samples were collected both from the site as well as from the sections for various purposes, for the dating purposes, for paleobotanical studies. Dr. Anupama is here. She was at the site to collect her samples. Then for the micromorphology and all possible kinds of which can give us a good data on the chronometric dates or on the paleoclimates, we were able to collect the samples, and then hopefully the results will be out within a year or two. So what we have got there is that we have 4 layers at this site. Layer 1, which is yellowish silt, then followed by we have layer 2, which is ferruginous gravel with lots of clast, and then you can see here 2-3 boundaries where the clast falls drastically, and layer 3 where you don't have any natural clast. These are all the artifacts in a fine grained sediments, and you have layer 4, which is the bedrock, and we could hit the bedrock in one of our trenches. So the entire stratigraphy of these sites we could reconstruct. And then the site has got very high level of conjoinable pieces right from the top till the bottom. So that again it places the high integrity of the sites. Lots and lots of refits we are finding. In fact, we are very surprised that we are getting lots of refits here in all the layers. So let's talk about the and then this is the raw material you can see here, and these were the raw material which was used to make the stone tools. And let's talk about little bit about the layer 2, which is a Acheulean layer. We have typical bifaces, retouched artifact, waste flakes, and hammer stones, cores, you name it, we are getting here. And especially what we are not getting at Athirampakkam, the hammer stones, the large cores, and the initial stage of manufacturing, the entire sequence we are able to get here. Plus there is lot of variability in terms of when you look at in details the bifaces here. There are refinements are completely different. We are working on it through our experimental data as well as through photogrammetry and other software. And then again you have the retouch artifact, the small tools. The entire complete reduction sequence of Acheulean can be addressed at this site. What happened? Computer and I don't go together actually. So then you have, this is how this, you can see some of the hand axes which is just coming out from the trench. Some large cores, giant cores, these are very, very rare, and they are very, very excellently preserved. You can see about 20-25 centimeter large flake was detached. Again, rotated the core, bifacially flaking was done along the periphery. So these are excellent results which we are getting, which was lacking at the Athirampakkam. So to understand this better, so here we have been focusing now initially on the application of the cleaver. So with the we are having collaboration with the Spanish Institute in CNA, along with the colleague in CNA and our team, we are able to replicate the different types of cleaver here. And it's very interesting that at Athirampakkam we don't have any cleaver which has been made with the tranchet blow. But whereas at this site you have the predetermined cleaver as well as you have the cleaver made out of the tranchet blow. So that was a quite interesting thing, the new thing what we have got in this region. So we could deconstruct the entire reduction sequence here, as well as we along with the Spanish team, we presented this paper in lithic technology in Paris recently, and we compared this data with the famous site of Spain called Atapuerca, because they have also quite older dates there. They have got cleavers which is made through tranchet blow, and so we compared our technological work, and we have done some of the use wear as well as the we used on different types of material on this. So this is just some of the glimpses of this, what we have made the cleavers. So reduction of initial large flakes, and then this is some of the dimension for both the predetermined as well as the tranchet blow cleavers. Some of the cleavers, predetermined cleavers which was made by me, and then we have entire documentation of the entire reduction sequence. We have done it. So this paper we are working right now on this, right from making the video of it, and then all the waste products what comes out initially from the reduction of a large flake to the façonnage of this kind of cleaver. So that data should be out within an year. And then we have also post-use, we did the 3D photogrammetry. Prachi will talk about it. Mostly she has worked on the generating the 3D models of this. Then we also we made the cast of this and sent it to our colleague in Spain so that they can also look at the work what we have done. And we are also looking at here, so there will be a cross verification, blind test sort of thing. And so this kind of models, both pre-use and the post-use, we have been able to generate. Then silicon casts were made and sent it to Spain. This cast we sent there, and they have worked, and I am working here on the actual material. Different materials what we use for different purposes. And then what is very interesting is here, you can see we documented what happens after 300 strokes, what happens after 50 strokes to the cleaver with on different kinds of material, like this is the goat. Then you can see here, 2 minutes, yes, I'll finalize it. And you can see this looks like retouch, but this is not actually. So these are some of the very interesting patterns what we are getting through the use wear here. And then we have layer 3, which is lacking the clast here, and they occur in the entire trench, almost about 1.5 meters here in all the trenches, in all trenches as well as in all the sections. And look at the artifact density here, not like the previous one, but each piece, you can see the hammerstone here, there are cores, there are small flakes, and possibly this all will be refit. So this is very, very interesting, the entire thing what we are getting here. So small retouch flake, cores, hammerstones. So this industry is basically nothing but core and very, very small flake industry with lot of refits. Density is high, but not that high compared to layer 2. Some of the dimensions, they are very small as compared to the very small compared to the layer 2. And then we have so in this assemblage the core was the most important. So myself and Prachi decided to work in great details the core, and we could deconstruct the reduction pattern of the small cores, and about 10 types of cores we could find out with bare minimum kind of flaking, and mostly they are very, very simple cores. They are not so complicated actually. The core dimensions, as you can see here, all very small, less than 10 centimeter. And some of the very rare bifacially flake tool, but they usually occur on the contact horizon between layer 2 and 3. Then you can see here the layer 2 artifacts are much bigger in size, layer 3 is smaller than, same thing is coming here. And this pattern we see across the site. In all the sections what we have scraped through, 27 sections, same patterns we are getting of layer 2 as well as in the layer 3. So the significance here is the variability in the assemblage structure of lower Paleolithic in Tamil Nadu. We noticed representation of Acheulean quarry sites, striking contrast to the Atrampakam, because Atrampakam we don't have any cores. Here we are getting the entire reduction history. Then changing assemblage structure in lowermost level, currently under investigation. This is going to be very crucial. And high site integrity conjoinal artifacts from all levels we are finding at this site. So with this, I will end my presentation, and I thank my entire team who has contributed in this presentation, and the Archaeological Survey of India, Government of Tamil Nadu. So they are the constant source of encouragement. They encouraged us a lot. I thank them profusely. So thank you so much. And my funding agencies. Shouldn't forget them.
So, I'm afraid we have to. You want one question?
I don't mind.
Oh, you can have.
Whatever you are the boss.
A very, very, very quick question.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I am curious how pebbles are formed at the shore, which is not a human craft.
Yeah, it's better we can talk in person, but the thing is that when we look at the overall any assemblage structure, we look at for different features, and then based on that we can distinguish whether it's a man-made or not, and we can discuss a little bit more on that.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to invite the next speaker, who is sorry, I'm inviting the next speaker, who is Miss Bahata Ansumalini. No? Really? There's a change in the program, right? Actually, yes, I was told before. I'm very sorry. So this is Prachi Joshi, sorry for the confusion. So yes, you're going to present 3 geometric morphometrics in the analysis of stone artifacts case study from experimental and archaeological sites in Tamil Nadu. And I'm trying to find your CV. So yes, you're a research scholar at the Sharma Center for Heritage Education. You have a PhD in archaeology from the Deccan College. And on the topic entitled Prehistoric Investigation in the Wainganga Basin, Maharashtra, Issues in the Continuity and Change. And I think it's too long. Do you mind? I think you'd better start instead. So thank you.
Okay. So hi everyone, I am Prachi Joshi, and I will be presenting on applications of 3D geometric morphometrics in archaeology. And for this, I am using the case studies or my work which I am doing currently at this site of Sendranpalya. And it's my Homi Bhabha Fellowship project also. So thanks to Homi Bhabha Fellowship, I got this project. Okay. Okay. So first of all, we all of us, we go in the field, we do exploration, we do surveys, we do excavations. Okay, sorry. We do excavations, we collect lot of data, we bring that data in our lab, and throughout this project, throughout this everything, we go through hundreds and thousands of measurements, correct? So when we are going through all these measurements, we are spending a lot of time in documenting everything. So here comes and for this we always need any, professional help we always need. Like if I'm excavating a Neolithic or Chalcolithic site, I need an expert on that. If I'm working with prehistory, I need prehistorians for that. So to overcome all these, limitations in your field, we can use some more specific applications or softwares which can help us in conserving and preserving this archaeological data more. So, like in the field, we are already dealing with these hundreds of measurements. When we are bringing all the artifacts back in our lab, again we are dealing with thousands of measurements. Like for pottery, we have different set of attributes. For stone tools, we have different set of attributes, correct? So to avoid this, not to avoid, we need this typical traditional metrical analysis. We also use nowadays this 3D geometric morphometric application. Why? It gives you accurate, like without any human errors, human scale error, we get actual data through these 3D models. Plus, we can use these 3D models through different softwares like R, or we can go through we can use AGMT to understand what is the shape variability. Why it is important, like as shown here in this. Okay. No, I just want arrow pointer. Yeah. Okay, like over here, when we are dealing with bifaces or when we are dealing with stone tools, like every individual person, he or she will describe whatever they are seeing as a shape of that artifact. For me, suppose hand axe is cordiform, or for somebody it will be just a pointed, or for somebody it will be oval. So this variation will be there in your articles when you are reading it. So when we use this 3D morphometric analysis or shape analysis, you get the actual statistical data where you can say ki, okay, definitely these tools, they are not randomly falling anywhere, or it's not my imagination. It's what the statistics is telling us. Okay. So these are the basic applications of 3D geometric morphometrics in archaeology, which we are looking at. Then, what exactly 3D modeling does? Okay, so 3D models, they are basically, it's a precise image collection of any surface. Like you can use 3D modeling of any landscape, you can do 3D modeling for structures, you can do it for monuments, you can use it anywhere, like starting with your coins, you can use it on a pyramid level scale. Okay, and you get the actual 3D data from these models. Then, why it is important, why we are considering it, just like ma'am said, lot of data, archaeological data, it's getting destroyed. Like what I see in this year's fieldwork, it's not necessary next year when I go in the field, I will see the actual data. So you can actually do a digital conservation and you can display this data in your museums or in your papers, articles. Again, when you process these images, you get very good quality 3D images, which you can use in your publications. Or you can take a 3D model printout. Like if you are in doing public outreach programs, you can use these 3D models for kids. They can handle all this data, they can just touch it and they can have a great time with all your 3D models. You can use them for your teaching perspective also. And final, documentation. You get all your metrical data from your 3D models. Whatever you need, all your data, like starting from the volume of your artifact, volume of your range, volume of any cave, everything you get through this 3D modeling. It's not coming, next slide. Next slide. So sorry for the error. Okay, so what is 3D photography? 3D photography, it's nothing but the overlapping photos and which are used to create a model. Two-dimensional photos used to create a three-dimensional image. Okay, for this what you need, it's a scalable alternative methodology for complete documentation of any archaeological excavations, explorations, or anywhere you can use it. Like if you are just doing a grid surveys, you can use it on there in your field surveys, you can use it in your excavation, you can use it in your lab. How does it work? Basically what it does is it just matches points across the photographs which are taken. Okay, and then it tries to build a true to scale 3D geometric photographs. For this, what do you need? And these things, they are really very important, so just try to remember them. Like you need, obviously you need camera, digital camera, you need raw images, you need manual focus, your aperture, it should be between focal length between 8 to 11, ISO, it should be between 200 or 400. Why this is important? Because the settings are not like this, your model will give you errors, it will not build properly. And very important, you need even lighting. Why is that? Because if you get shadow, model will not build, it will give you error. So generally when you are in excavations, try to take these photographs mostly in the morning or in the evening. And if you are doing photography in afternoon, try to cover your entire excavation trench so that you have even lighting. And then if you are doing artifact photography, you need a turntable and light box like this. Okay, so when we are in the field or when we are in the lab, what we basically do, we first gather all the images. It should be overlapping photos, overlapping, almost 70% of overlap should be there. Okay, so sometimes when you are doing excavation or grid photos, it goes from 600 to 1000 photographs, overlapping of entire surface. When you are doing artifact photo, you get some 200 to 300 photographs. Okay, and then you process these images through Agisoft Metashape. Like these are the softwares which we are using currently. There are like hundreds of other softwares which you can use, but this is what we are using. Then you process them through MeshLab, another software where you save them in different format, which format you again transport in Artifact Geomorph Toolbox. It's the Israeli software built by Professor Lior and Gadi Hartlinger. Okay, once this data is ready, what we are looking at? We are basically using 3D models to generate n number of things. Like top of the list, we can look at the DEM, Digital Elevation Modeling. What it gives us, in case of artifacts, it will give you what is the surface, what are the surface minute level variations within those tools. Like when Achilles sir was presenting, he showed you like they have used cleavers for use wear. So if you correlate the unused cleaver with used cleaver, what are the surface changes coming on it? You can use them on your end wheels to see whether they are just natural cobbles or they are used as a end wheels. Okay, so all this digital elevation modeling can tell you all this minute data. Plus we can use these 3D models to get shape analysis, and we can also get dimensions and further complicated statistics we can run through R and AGMT. Next, how we gather the data. In field, we take overlapping photos. To generate a scale in 3D modeling, we use the markers like this. These are given by Agisoft software. You have to use this, print these markers and use them across your trench, put them everywhere and take overlapping photos. Two of these markers you have to keep on a fixed, fixed distance. Like one card, two cards you can keep on 1 meter distance, and others you can just distribute randomly and just take the overlapping photos like this in the corner over here. Like this, you can just generate n number of photos depending on how much clarity, how much preciseness you want in your model. You can use multiple photos. And always remember 70% overlapping should be there. And then with these overlapping photos, you can generate your section photographs, you can generate trench photographs like this. We, like sir said earlier, we have done this 3D modeling for each level, each dig. Dig 1, dig 2, dig 3, like we had some 26 digs, and we have this 3D model for all the surface. Just 10 minutes more, ma'am. Okay, 5 minutes, I'll try to. So this is how you get the data, and this is just backup of backup. Like you have data collection from your total station modeling. You have data from your photogrammetry. Like here you will get the actual distance of all the artifacts. Like once you fix the scale of 1 meter scale on these models, you will see like what is the orientation, what is the inclination, what is the volume of your entire range. So all this data you can gather from these 3D models. Okay, I'll just show it in the end, 3D models. Okay, and like I said, you can, if you are not excavating, and for students who are doing field work, field surveys, you can use this 3D photogrammetric thing in your exploration. You just go in the field, whatever area you want to show in your research, you just take the overlapping photos and you can generate your own grid. Okay, you can do this 3D modeling for megalithic burials, or you can do it to show the grooves, Neolithic grooves. Like we have used it at the site of Pathri. It's already published last year. And like this, you can see these grooves which are located on the edge of this cliff over here. And we have tried to generate this entire cliff section. Okay, so like this, you can use it anywhere. Like if you are doing rock art, very well, you can use it there also. It's not moving actually, so I'll just skip this part. Then next is, okay. So when we are doing stone tool photography, now here the technique kind of little bit change. For tools, you have to take two views, like top of the tool and bottom of the tool. Okay, so, and you have to rotate your turntable in 360 degrees, and there again you need this. Okay, like this, it keeps rotating, and on every 10 degree or 5 degree, you have to take overlapping photos so that you get a very good 3D model photos. What we can do with this, we generate different models, like we have point cloud model. All this is important when you are dealing with further softwares like AGMT or R software. There you need all this data, which will give you precise metrical analysis of your tool. You don't have to keep measuring all the tools, thousands of artifacts, nothing. You just need to generate this tool, run through the software, and you get the computerized metrical analysis. And it's accepted in all the journals nowadays, so you can use that table. Then you get, as I said, you get different surfaces like this. You can generate your own digital elevation surface for your stone artifacts, and you can do it for any artifact basically. Now coming to the present study, sorry I'm getting just 5 more minutes, okay. 2 minutes, okay. Okay, like you already know the background for Sendranpalayam, I will not go in detail. Why this study is important, or why I am going through all these details, is because we are getting Acheulean artifacts, and they are showing the similar features across this site, and it's almost distributed in some 500 to 800 meter area, okay. And this is the variability which we are looking at, the bifacial sequence. When we are looking at, you have n number of variability, okay. And now our job is we have to limit this scope. Like why this variability is there, okay. I know that variability there, these are the dimensions, okay. But why the variability is coming? So these are our hypotheses, like whether it's because there are different type of knappers. Different knappers were there, they were just using these tools there, making these tools there, or they were teaching this how to knap. Like whether that was there, or whether there were two different cultural processes going on, or whether it's a part because of cognition, whether it's a part of raw material variability, or whether it's because of size of the raw material which we are getting at the size. What is actually causing this variation? Because whatever the results are coming from, artifacts are coming from, they are coming from this layer 2 across the site. We don't have these bifaces which are there in layer 3 or they are not there in layer 1. So whatever is happening, it's happening in that 50 centimeter deposit over there. So our job is to look at this variability. How we are doing that? So we are obviously looking at the Sendranpalayam data. This we are correlating with the napping experiment which are carried out by Dr. Akhilesh Kumar. And then we have also run through this novice napping workshop where 13 different participants made almost 36 hand axes. And for this we use different teaching processes. Like first we told them, okay, just you know this is hand axe, go and make this hand axe. In second experiment we tried to teach them, okay, this is how you make hand axe and now you make it. And in third experiment we tried to discuss with them like what errors they are coming through or what is their problem, what is the problem they are dealing with. And sir, he helped the participants and then they made it. And you can see like there is definitely a different learning curve throughout this experiment. Like in experiment 1 where they just made it throughout their imagination, results are different, and where he interacted with people, the results are different. And then the AGMT results, I'll just show you the result because work is still in progress. And this is how you get the curvature or the bisymmetrical variations within and like within the groups, different groups, and if you are using different attributes to understand, it will give you this kind of different graphs or analysis. Okay, and these are some principal component variations you will come across when you are running this AGMT. Okay, and where exactly the variation is falling, like whether it's on the lateral edges, whether it is only on the tips side or whether it's on the butt of the artifact. So you will get all these details. And just it, and done. Significance, like it will give you more precise data in your future analysis. So try to use 3D modeling more and more in your research. All the best. Okay. Sorry, and thank you for patiently listening to me. Yeah, you need to take the computer. Yeah.
I think we have no time for questions. We have to move quickly to the next speaker. We can ask questions during the lunch break, of course, after this fascinating paper. Thank you very much. So the next speaker is Bahata, and this time, yeah, I'm all right. Ms. Bahata Ansumali Mukhopadhyay. She is an independent researcher of IndoScript and Indus Valley languages. She is a software technologist, and she aspires to use cut-edging technology to add value to various aspects of human life. This is, here you are. All right, so I'll let you begin.
Thank you.
Hello.
Fine. Which one is
Ellarukum Vanakkam. Hello everyone. I start my talk by thanking the Department of Archaeology of Government of Tamil Nadu and the RMRL for arranging such a great multidisciplinary seminar. So today I shall discuss the gold symbol and the gold measuring Rati symbol of Indus script with the help of touchstones and the ancient gold testing needles used by Indus goldsmiths. Now, when can we claim that Indus script or ISC is partly decoded? So, if we understand the basic mechanism through which ISC conveyed meanings, if we understand the main semantic scopes of the ISC inscriptions, and if we can decode a few of ISC signs with interlocking archaeological, linguistic, and symbolic evidence, and the decoded meanings fit well with the overall semantic scopes of ISC, then we may possibly claim that ISC is no more completely undeciphered. And I think I'm going to make the claim. So ISC conveyed meanings through semasiography and logography as established in my article published in 2019. It used metonymy and or homonymy while choosing its grapheme. So metonymy is like very quickly White House, if it signifies government of USA, then it is metonymy, and that is more non-linguistic. Then a symbol of flower, if it is getting used to encode the meaning flower, because in English those are homonyms, that kind of a symbolism is called homonymy. So then about the semantic scope, ISA recorded information about taxation, trade or craft licensing, commodity control, and access control. That is the core hypothesis of this particular presentation. And Indus stamps were possibly tax or license related stamps. Inscribed Indus tablets were licenses or permits issued to tax collectors, traders, and artisans. So you can see that different segments of modern. I think the pointer is not working. Yeah. So different segments of modern tax stamps actually you see are any kind of formalized data carrier. They encode different types of information, and each segment generally can have only specific types of acceptable text, as you can see. So this kind of segmentation is also visible in the formulaic Indus inscriptions. Each segment was usually populated by specific classes of signs which encoded information arguably about tax types and license types, mode of tax types and license types is PF1, PPF mode of tax payment. This segment is mostly for names of crafts and commodities. These are possibly standardized tax rate for specific types of commodities, and these are possibly names or types of different tax collecting or license issuing authorities. So now, after giving you a brief overview of the findings, I come to the decoding part of specific signs. Now, the very important question is, does Indus civilization have a Rosetta Stone? So imagine, what is Rosetta Stone? So Indus script researchers have always wished to find a Rosetta Stone, or Behistun inscription, which were multi-script kind of documents that help to decipher other ancient scripts. Now, I argue that Rosetta Stones need not always be multilingual documents. So imagine a situation when an intelligent extraterrestrial being comes to Earth and Earth is completely destroyed along with most of its written stuff. So if she tries to guess the meaning of some of her symbols by the context of those symbols, and say she comes across the electric switchboard and by seeing its wires and etc. understands its functionality, and then by seeing the symbolism of the light bulb on that particular tool, she understands, okay, this is something that is radiating energy, and this might be that kind of a tool symbol. So here the electric switchboard is ET's Rosetta Stone for the bulb symbol. Similarly, I argue that IVC does have certain inscribed artifacts which are not multilingual but can serve the very purpose of the Rosetta Stone. These inscribed golden needles which were found from a jewelry hoard of Mohenjo-daro are the claimed Rosetta Stones of Indus script. If we understand their functionality and if we connect their inscriptions with that functionality, we might be able to decode two very important signs of Indus script with interlocking evidence. So before going there, I think I'll discuss what is gold assaying with touchstones. So touchstones were, black schiststones they're used for testing gold's purity from time immemorial. When a goldsmith gets a gold sample of unknown purity, he rubs it on the stone. See, a modern touchstone with a question mark, this is the unknown purity one. and then he takes gold testing needle kind of tool whose tips are made of alloys of known purity, and they are inscribed these are modern ones with say 10K, 14K, 18K kind of expressions denoting that purity index, and he makes such streaks, and then he by colorimetric method of naked eye comparison or haptic method they used to understand how which particular purity is closer to the unknown purity sample. See here, this is even in modern Bangalore city. See, Charstone is still getting used by a modern jeweler. Now it is archaeologically proven that IBC used Charstone method of testing gold. Indus people were making gold ornaments at least since 5th millennium BC, as per Jarige Mehergar excavation report. In the whole world, one of the earliest archaeological evidence of touchstones with gold streaks comes from a jeweler's house excavated from Banawali. Then one of the world's earliest written references about the use of touchstone is found in Kautilya's Arthashastra. And touchstones are also reported from Mohenjo-daro, Lothal and other settlements. But till date, archaeologists have not identified any gold testing needle that were used along with these touchstones. I humbly claim to have identified some. See, this 54.44 millimeter long copper rod with a gold tip was found from Kotadavadli, a mature Harappa settlement of Gujarat. Archaeologists have remarked the use of this copper rod is still a question mark. Now, what can be the use of a copper stylus with a gold tip? Since the whole body is not made of gold, here gold is not used for making a luxury item or a ritual item. It is focused on the functionality of the needle's tip, and it is too blunt for being used as piercing needle, and also the shape with a smaller nib and wider body suggests that cannot be used for sewing either. So a single look at modern gold testing or silver testing needles might solve the puzzle. See, the copper body or bronze body, silver or gold tip of known purity. So this, I argue, was a gold testing needle made of copper body and gold tip. And actually some goldsmiths weights and all are also found from vicinity. And one also black shell stone is found. So Mohenjo-daro's excavation reports mention a jewelry hoard, and using that Kotadavadli's identification of gold testing needle, we might be able to identify the gold testing needles of Mohenjo-daro. So in this jewelry hoard, it was found inside a big copper bowl covered by a shallow copper disc excavated from this place. So this hoard contained a very fine necklace of carnelian beads, 2 gold ornament ear studs, several bead caps made of gold of different purities, some turquoise thing with gold and electrum caps, and 3 needle-shaped objects made of gold, whose functionality have puzzled archaeologists till date. So it also contained bronze vessels and broken bronze censer. Now you see Mohenjo-daro's gold needles are very similar in shape and size to ancient Kotadavadli needle and the modern needles. And we can prove that Mohenjo-daro's gold needles were found from a working goldsmith's hoard, not a wealthy consumer's hoard. At the time of excavation, this one was very tightly attached. They had to cut it open, so nothing is like scattered or lost. Yet these contain a lot of unfinished jewelry items or golden bead caps without beads. So these were like raw materials for making ornaments, and also say there was some broken censer possibly used as a source of refined copper or bronze. We can also prove that Mohenjo-daro's needles were not were gold testing tools, nothing else. For example, the hoard had many bead caps of different type of color of gold, that is different purities of gold as according to Mackay, and also 2 of the golden needles were evidently being held between the teeth on more than one occasion. So it is evident that the goldsmith used them for tools and held them between his hands when between his teeth when the hands were engaged. Otherwise they won't be so dented by use if they were luxury items meant for selling. You can see a modern carpenter, he is also holding a tool when his hands are engaged. So similar comparison can be made there. So what type of symbols are expected on gold testing and silver testing needles? So we then normally expect the purity related expression like 18 karat, 22 karat like this, or an alternative convention can be used where say a numeral is there and the metal like silver, electrum or whatever the percentage for that is given. you can now compare this gold testing needle is having such a numeral expression, and the expression of Ratti or Kakani seed, which is I shall explain in next slide. This is in India, Ratti is very much equivalent to carat. That is a gold measuring unit traditionally. And you see another gold testing needle that is having this kind of an expression where I will say this is the gold symbol, crucible blowpipe based gold symbol, and there are certain other numerals there and some other signs which can be arguably like encoding some other metal like silver or electrum. So you can see this indescript sign is actually a very frequent sign used in seals and tablets, and you can see the unmistakable similarity of this sign with the Abrus precatorius seed or Ratti seed. Now this is the similarities between Indic gold measuring Ratti unit and modern globally used gold measuring unit carat. So you see the carat is also based on an ancient, possibly Semitic word, ancient metrical unit that is carat based on carapsis normalized weight. And in India, Ratti or Kundri money, Gundu money, whatever you call it, that is also getting used for measuring gold and also precious stones and gold's purity. So this is like, these are ancient seed-based units still get used to measure gold, gemstone and gold's purity. And in Arthashastra, actually directly it is repeatedly mentioned that Kakani or Ratti, this seed, was used not only for weighing gold but also to measure the alloy purity of Shodasha Varnaka gold, that is 16 type of alloys of gold and copper. So 24 by 24 carat was surely equivalent to 16 by 16 Kakani in India. And also Ratti it is archaeologically proven that that its weight was the basis of the IVC standardized weight system. So this needle then can be considered as a special type of Rosetta Stone which helps to decode the Indus carat sign by its functionality and context. Now I come to the gold symbol of ISC. Many have identified this as a mortar pestle symbol, but I identify it and its allographs as a symbol of blowpipe inside a crucible by considering the following evidences. One is like, this is like normally pestles will not be like this, they will be normally uniformly coming down in a cylindrical or conical structure, and this is very much like a reed like thing, and this is a like clay tip to protect from fire. So there's a huge graphical similarity, and a related symbol there, it is directly depicting a fire-like sign below this grapheme, which is like corroborating this vessel's association with fire. So this is like corroborates the crucible hypothesis. Now, why did Indus people use a crucible blowpipe symbol for gold? So since crucibles and blowpipes are very important tools for goldsmiths, traditionally goldsmiths are always shown with crucibles and blowpipes. So you can see here, and even in 2450 BC, Egyptian tombs depictions of goldsmiths are always with blowing crucibles, blowing with blowpipes into crucibles. And in ancient scripts and multiple ancient languages, words and symbols for goldsmiths and goldsmithy or metalsmithy are also associated to the crucible blowpipe symbolism. As you can see, this is a Rekhmar tomb painting from Egypt, and you just compare this with the Egyptian semantic classifiers or ideograms that are used for all the Egyptian words, that is Nubi, Nub, Neb, etc., which mean gold, goldsmithy, metalworking, etc. So these are the ideograms. A person is blowing with blowpipe into a crucible. In Akkadian language also, etymologically the word for smith is directly linked to the word for bellow, blowpipe and blowing. Similar things are found in Sumerian script as well. Simug is a word that was originally written with a pictograph. Later it got transformed into a abstract cuneiform that is related to this blowpipe symbolism. And in India, you can see that various across languages, Mayaka means blower, in Arthashastra that is one type of goldsmith workshop artisan. And you see Telugu, Sanskrit, Pali, Narindhama, etc. Nari means blowpipe, Dhama means blowing. So again, a blowpipe crucible symbolism. In Dravidian language, Kompu, Kommu, these are words for horn, etc. Horn pipe. So Kommu Karu is horn blower. From there, today's very important, very pervasive word for blacksmithy comes, that is hyper-Sanskritized word, karmakara, which is actually etymologically connected to possibly Dravidian komukaru. And today in Bengal we say kamar, kamalar is another 5 artisan group, possibly in Dravidian society. So you see, again, crucible blowpipe symbolism is coming. Udu means to blow with bellows or blowpipe, and udu is to refine gold with help of blowpipe. So there are various such, linguistic and script-related evidence for the same hypothesis. And in IVC, crucibles are found across settlements, and blowpipes are mentioned by Marshall once, though Kenwire doesn't accept that, but blowpipes actually being perishable in nature are normally not found in archaeological remains. But without blowpipe or tuer, we know that crucibles cannot work. So again, as I said, you see 999s, 99.9% silver, this kind of expression. And now you, in this particular, gold testing needle, you see again the gold symbol, the hypothesized gold symbol is coming. And these symbols, this crescent point-like symbol might have been, but that is very, I'm just hazarding that. I'm not giving much emphasis on that, but they might have been silver or electrum. You think chandi, chand, that is that because of the symbolism, like moon's color and silver's color, we call it across India today. Chandi is silver. So those kind of symbolism might have been there. I'm not sure, but the gold thing is much more, I think, having interlocking evidence. So this insight in the seals and tablets, because they were talking about tax commodities, etc., this symbol is very much expected, and that is coming in various seals and tablets in the specific segment that is hypothesized as a core information segment, encoding names of commodities and crafts. And you see 3 precious metals kind of phrase could have been encoded by this particular collocation, where a three stroke is always accompanying the crucible blowpipe's gold symbol. And interestingly, I'll just very fast go through this. This gold sign also comes with signs which possibly signified goldsmiths' assay balances and signified tax names and license names related to goldsmithy by metonymy. So in last year, I actually presented, I'll not go into details because of lack of time, that the phrase final symbols or terminal symbols in Finder script, they're actually symbolizing various meteorological symbols. And actually, because in ancient civilizations in Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, we have all this historical evidence that meteorological nouns are normally connected to tax-related terminology, because those specific vessels or of standardized capacity or weights of standardized capacity were getting used for tax or license fee collection or ration disbursement. You can also compare that to Sumerian Ninda symbol, that was a symbol for ration, that is a standardized capacity symbol. So that terminal symbols are mainly tax names related to metrology. And you see, whenever the gold symbol comes, it comes with an arrow sign very frequently. So the arrow sign, actually in Indian linguistic symbolism, we have seen that possibly because the assay balances arrow was a very important technological advancement that time for measuring gold with accuracy. The names of various gold assay balances, multiple words like the arrow words are used for also denoting assay balance. Like Narachamu, in Telugu dictionary you can find this, in Sanskrit dictionary you can find Asian means arrow, Asian means goldsmith's balance, and etc. Narach, Narachi, etc. So there is archaeological evidence in Kenware's excavation that actually assay balances of Indus Valley had arrow pointers. So this might be that, like, this arrow was a special precious metal related tax or license name, and this gold symbol was the specific mode. 2 minutes? 2 minutes? Just 2 minutes? So similarly, another assay balance symbol, some similar symbolism can be seen in linear, bilinear, etc. So that is also getting used with the gold symbol exclusively in tablets, might be a permit for goldsmithy, etc. And very interesting confirmation comes of this, that see, when the other commodity signs are coming in this kind of a parallel inscription, this phytomorphic or zoomorphic signs, they are coming with different type of meteorological symbols related to tax terminology. And when these commodities are changed to gold, see this modified grapheme related to the Rati seed, that is gold measuring unit, is coming as a meteorological unit and also corresponding taxation name. And don't have time to go into details at all, but I say that the name, the meaning of gold remained intact in the seeds and tablets, but Rati seeds were also actually having an extended symbolic meaning. You see, the Rati related seeds, they were getting used with the like arrow goldsmithy related, as symbolism, they were occurring. I'll not go into details, but only single thing I'll say that when they are coming in the preconnective segment, that always contains symbols which are allegedly names of, such like the wheel-based ruler symbolism might be there. So these are possibly the type of, tax collecting guilds or tax collecting or license issuing rulers. Those kind of symbolism were coming in the preconnective segment. Similarly, this sign is a preconnective sign, and you will see numismatic symbols have always been used as a symbol of treasury across the world. If you Google now, you give treasury, go to Google image, all kind of currency symbols are coming, you see. So Rati was the basis of Indus weights that were used to collect taxes in form of precious metals. It remained the basis of numismatics in later historical India. Different names of Rati seeds were used as names of ancient Panchmark coins like Kakani, then Krishnala is mentioned in Vedic texts. So these Indus seals and tablets possibly used, so this is also the basis of Indus civilization, the standardized weight system, which were mostly in the range of goldsmiths dwellers' weight, like 27 gram, 13 gram weights are most popular. So that is possibly the symbol of treasury, because these weights are also getting used to collect taxes or license fees in form of maybe metal bullions, precious metal bullions, etc. So this possibly was a symbol of treasury. I conclude my talk. Thank you. Sure, no problem.
We have to move now to the next speaker because we're already late. So the next speaker is Satyamurthy. Who is he? Who is she? Yeah. So he holds an MA degree in Sanskrit, a PG diploma in archaeology. You don't want me to?
All of them know me.
Okay.
So, vanakkam. So I will not take much time because I know you're all hungry. I'm also equally hungry. So I will not take much time. But anyway, I'm thankful to Professor Selvakumar because he has made my work easy. This only, I may say, it is the second part of what he has told. Now, I am very thankful to this authorities for giving me the opportunity to share some of the things which I came to know. Because these things which he has told is actually that is the datum line for the structural temples of Tamil Nadu. If you take it, maybe we may consider Magallanes inscription or stone temples. But we know very well that is the temples could not have come, or the structure could not have come suddenly. It was only evolutions after making so many experiments. But what was things? He simply said that all the perishable materials are avoided and he constructed with stone. But the perishable materials, what he meant, that is whether there is a lime and a brick, is it really perishable? That is our challenge to understand. So the Tamil Sangam period remains we are having, that is Sangam period encountered in many Sangam literature we are having in the last century, so after the discovery of the publication of the Sangam literature by Uli Swaminathan Iyer. Then we came to know so many structures were there. They vary from running walls. Of course, if you see the contemporary to Sangam literature, the archaeological sites, you see the various walls. Of course, I am going to speak only on engineering aspects. So with the advent of this odd medium, that is the earlier edifices which changed. Of course, we know very well that you get medieval inscriptions also. How all the big temples were pulled down and the stone temples were made. So maybe they thought that stone were better media than the bricks. Of course, now what the earlier Sangam period had was more eco-friendly. Of course, they used only the earth. Models were adapted to the basis, what of course Selvakumar also told. The models were only after the native models, which the natives used it, and they standardized the brick and lime mortar use. And specimens are available for the first 2 million years we have got. These are things which we have shown. They are all the what he calls pre-standardization models, and also they are all what he calls archaic models, which were made after the, of course, if you see the Bhima Ratha, it was only made after the bamboo structure. You can easily identify. Of course, mostly what we find in the early cases is only constructed with bricks. Up to 6th century CE, the bricks was the material used with the lime plaster. This is a very important aspect. Is lime plaster was used, but they were very conscious as far as engineering, civil engineering aspect was concerned. The ancient architects were very conscious what to use, what not to use. That we see in the later part. Early Buddhist monuments were also constructed with brick and mortar, as you have seen. This is a temple which he has shown also, Solomon Kuppam. This was excavated during my tenure in ASI. This is a full temple just after exposing the brick and later phase also. This is the important aspect of these big temples, or are these walls, brick walls. That's what you are having. There is mostly the brick walls are 3.4 meter, at least about 9 to 10 feet wide. Why they are constructed? Of course, what Selvakumar has shown you the tiles. They are all from the outer the periphery, because of the structures all around were constructed with maybe with wooden rafters and also tiles. But the structure that is which was having the main structure could have been very high height, because they were not that much that is ignorant to have only very wide and very heavy wall to have the structures above. This is Ardha Mandapa. So this I wanted to show that is how the lime was used. That is very meticulously, very less number. I will show you later. The interesting aspect of these ancient structures which we discovered in many excavations was this what we call that the structure is that is having a central pit. What pit means? That is the sanctum. Sanctum, it is sanctum, which you are having the sanctum. The sanctum or the main part used to be that is only is not over the brick structure, as we envisage from other structures from even North Indian temples. If you go even in Nalanda and other, they are all consolidated with the full bricks. But here you can see the central part of the sanctum, that is the structure will be only. This is the picture where drawing made. You can see the width of the wall and the central sanctum, that is which you have seen earlier. That is this one is having the brick wall. That is, but the sanctum is full. When we excavated the sanctum or the central structure are all fully filled with only earth, or mostly with sand only. Almost all the figures are sand, because the technical thing is this is the full temple. Why we go for temple to understand about the ancient architecture is there are the remains which we have got now. We don't have much palaces of that period or buildings. So we go directly into that to understand how the temples are very important to. Of course, if you see the temple at the width of the wall or the structure, what will be the superstructure that you got to conjecture? Of course, the later literature for Theravada literature, so many temples are referred. The names come, Ilangoyil, so many temples are referred there. Kukudi Koyil, Ilam Koyils, Mani Koyil, and Mada Koyil. So many Koyil temples are referred. The temples are not only telling about this sanctum or the structure which the worship was done, but it also tells about the superstructure. Superstructures were different. So that is the reason why they named it, also named it. Is it okay? Is it okay? So the names are also, that is, we have got, that is, different names are given. Then we have to conjecture the superstructure, how it looked like. of different elevations. It is this, in this background of the picture presented by early medieval literature that one can study temple architecture in the temple country. It is a matter of common knowledge that the most important part of the temple complex is the Vimana. Of course, this has been insisted by many art historians. Vimana shows that is main structure, and on that only is, the temples are named. Of course, we are given name. So Vimana is, as far as South India is concerned, it is from top to bottom the same. Vimana is the Upanath, Stupi Panjam is Vimana. So the engineering technology we have to understand in this. What the ancient architects, the Sthapatis are, how they conceived it, and different models were made, how they made it so strong. Of course, even though the temples has collapsed because of the non-maintenance or because of other reasons, it is not because of this. The Sthapatis had got great knowledge in different faculties, like strength of the materials used, geological characteristics of the land. So these are some of the aspects. The materials used by them, they are so that is meticulously selected and made, because you know very well, I will show you in later part also, that is how this lime was not used much, even though we understand, but how this made it. Superstructure is pre-common era, can be traced from the excavated archaeological remains. So for us, not only literature, excavated remains which have been shown by Selvakumar also, they reflect the technology that evolved and became guidelines for all of us to understand what was the architecture about. So now this Kaveri Pumpatiram, it has been shown, excavated. You are seeing a brick structures. Here also same models you see. You are seeing the very big, wide walls, of very huge walls. You see this Nagarjunakonda also, of course it was reconstructed. You see this, again Kaveri Pattinam, the walls were all. You can see a wide, what you call it. You can see. You can see here, that is the main structure is here, but you can see this, what you call the central part will be hollow, but it's, or what you call it, a pit, or that was the structures which architecture which they have made. So the important aspect is they were very particular in selecting very soft materials inside. So if you go there, ask any structural engineer, there will not be thrust on the walls. It will be soft materials. It will bear the weight of this sanctum only. Not it will have a side effect or side thrust on the walls, so that wall will be very strong. That is the engineering skill which they are given. One more aspect which you have to see, in all these temples and all these structures which you excavated, including Kiradi, you can see they used only that is a very micro level of your clay as a binding material. They are not used this lime, even though they used lime as a plastering outside, but inside that is they used only clay, that is a very micro level. You can see that is a micro thickness will be there. So you can see here also is the very big walls. Here, chambers with the brick walls. You can see Arikamed also we got. I am not going into detail. Arikamed also the same structures were there. It was interpreted as not maybe having superstructure. It was taken as a tank or something else according to circumstantial evidences available in the excavation. But it is it shows the width of the wall, and also that is it shows that is the thickness of the plaster, which was only clay, very close. Kiradi also in the first season I could go and see it, and then of course he invited me, Dr. Ramakrishna, so I could go and see it. Then you can see here also the thickness. So thickness wall. Centrally always that is filled with only the sand. So they didn't want the side thrust. This is the important aspect. So many structures were different models, but they made the wall wide, but not the center structure. Here you can see again the copper. This was a reconjectured view by Dr. K.V. Raman when he did the excavation. On basis of that, how the superstructure could have regarded this on side walls. This is how we come to another monument, that is which was a temple. Of course, this was told by, inspected by our Kanchi Acharya about 100 years back. Then he told, 100 years earlier, that means 200 years earlier, he told that temple was in dilapidated condition and the sculpture was, the main deity was kept down. The government is very temporary temple there. This is a brick temple, which the plinth goes back to Sangam age, because the bricks are of that age. This is the location of the site. Not good. This is the long view of the thing. Then you are seeing how it is, even though the temple was abandoned more than 250 to 300 years, that is abandoned, but the superstructure, that is a brick, the stands, you can see the closer view, another view. So the inside the temple, we have got 3 layers of paintings, Pallava and the Chola and Vijayanagara periods. They are superimposing each other. You can see. So that shows the temple was in 3 layers of mural paintings were there. Pallava and Chola, Vijayanagara, that is were there. Continued the pattern till the Nayaka period. So the temple is abandoned. Tell me 5 minutes later, madam. Tell me 5 minutes later. Oh, I have to close. Continued pattern till this, the temple abandoned 17th century. You can see that it was exposed and brought back. That is archaeological excavations brought it back. Then we scanned the entire what you call the temple with the help of the IIT. We could see the inner structure intact. That is, even the outer have been pilferaged. The inner structure is strong. Similar sizes of bricks are used in the prehistoric bag. That is what he has shown. The same type of bricks are used in the plinth. So we can assure, here also 34, 18, 16 centimeters. We can be sure that the settlement is also mentioned in the literature, of course, Sangam literature. Then we can go closer. In brick also, we could study these artifacts, that is what were the embellishments in the temple. Very closely you can study what he has shown, all the brick type of things. You can see it's also pilferaged monument. Of course, whenever the villagers wanted, they have taken the brick from here. You can see. As I told you, this is a very micro level of plastering that is on the inside. You can see. So this after this posing. Then we can, with the help of the architect, of course, one Saravanan from Sakti Saravanan from Bangalore came and reconstructed and gave this drawing. We made it. You can see. Of course, it was having a platform. Of course, according to us, it is maybe a Buddhist site earlier, which was later became a temple. You can see you can see the other side. That is how it was conserved during the Chola period and Pallava period also. That is like abutted the monuments, but you can see the Chola edifices there. That is where the stone edifices which were outside were brought back because the Kaveri was running near the temple. It had a flood. It is devastated it. Again, now the Kaveri has gone back about 800 meters away. So in Chola period also, you can see here the Pallava, that is edifices are below it. So this type of arch, that is a corbel arch, is below. That shows this. There was a Pradakshina Pada below that lower level. This the corbel in this corbel arch is a technique which we developed from early Adhisthana level. Again, we just completely collapsed and we found this not only in the sanctum, but the front portion also. This whenever they wanted a wall, they had a center portion to be what you call a hollow or whatever is there, so that they will have a lesser consistency there, so that it not have a thrust on the side wall. This is the main shot. This is 3 levels. You can see the type of lists all 4 sides. Of course, I don't go to this. You can see the trenches in front also that is having walls. You can see it's reconjectured view. This all the open trenches. These are all walls are very so wide. Of course, now we reconjectured and brought it back. So the advantage, how to reconstruct the temple, advantage is even the, minutes. Welcome on this stress, not 15 years, I think, 15 minutes. So you can see that is, they also say, the Dravidian architecture, some of the even Silpa texts say, the fulcrum will be only as shown in the drawing. So if it is steady, if it is strong, the Dravidian temples will not collapse. That is the given in some of the Aparachi, the picture of the Silpa text. You can see we reconjectured and brought it back, that is conjecturing, strengthening it and putting it in a very proper bedding. You can see, of course. You can see that is how this merged with the original. Original was losing the same level we could bring because the brick accepted the same brick type of bricks and mark. That is a wonder of brick also. It is very difficult even in stone to reconstruct and bring it back. But you see, so slowly, wherever necessary, put the drawing, brought it back. You can see this slowly. Of course, this is the thing, central part, as I told you. That is the section, if you say it will be very hollow from this corbel. These are some of the things which you have to understand. This contrary to theory, perishable. It is not perishable, it stood. But the only problem was it was not maintained. It was not, nobody could go near it. It was not. Brick and lime. So this is technique adapted in later temples also. Even Chola temples also you can see. You can see this, whenever they wanted to inner and outer wall, they put only brick. That is in combining or joining, putting the bridge between the inner and outer wall. This is the Gopura of the Rajaraja Chola temple. You can see. Only brick was used to bridge the gap. This technique of these corbels, which we found in this in Vapathur, is continued. So the same technique. They made a very, very good, that is opening is above the sanctum. Two things were achieved because of it could stand all the tectonic movements also for even thousands of years. And secondly, that is it gave an air column, so the temperature inside was always constant. Even summer or winter, it will be 30 degrees. If you don't rush, it will be there. Sorry, this is the main shrine. There is waiting below. This is thing before and after. But now, before I conclude, I want to say these monuments, temples which are there, they are not mere temples for worship also. For us at present, they are also these astronomical instruments. 1,000 years it stood there. Of course, recently a scholar from Karnataka sent a paper to me for some verifications. Then we found, he told there is some of the which he visited and noted. Vaishnava temples are not, according to Shastras, east-west, they are all tilted. I told him it is not the case with them. Even in Tanjavur, that is, it is not east-west, it is tilted towards northeast. So these are the instruments, astronomical instruments. Young people can study it and find out all the structures. There can be a geographical change. 1,500 years, we got instruments. They are all mere structures. They are all the astronomical instruments. So 1,000 years, now we are seeing eco change. Suddenly within this 10 years, they are saying it is going to happen, this change. So these things, this can give us a very good clue and also very good study for the scientific study, for the young scholars to come and study this. Even Tanjavur, all the 1,000 years old temple, you can study whether it is east-west, because our samadhis are not that much ignorant. Sankhya has done more perfectly. East-west line was preferred and they did it. So now there is a change. Why is this change? He said for all the monuments. So this I want to say, this was possible for us to reconstruct because the lime and the brick were not that much, that is what you call weather bound. It is also very good for us to continue also. Thank you also. I'm sorry for the question. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Very late. No more paper. It's the end of this session, so I thank you very much for attending it. And then after we give the books and else, I think we go for lunch or yes, that's it. After lunch? No. You give a bit now. Yeah, that's it. So shall we call session over? Please? Yeah.
Next, Dr. Akhilesh, Kumar Akhilesh. Dr. Prachi Joshi. Dr. Bahata. Dr. Satyamurthy, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now it's lunch break. We will come back by 2:30 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are moving to the next session. We invite Dr. Satyamurthy sir to chair the session. First, we will be having Dr. Arumuga Sitaraman sir's paper, then Dr. Sila Tripathi sir's paper, then Shanti Papa madam and team, and then Dr. Rajagopal sir's paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Extremely happy to be here with you in association with this conference in honor of I. Mahadevan. Of course, my association with I. Mahadevan is for more than 5 decades. In 1975 and 76, when he published that Indus Concordia. I was in the publication section of Archaeological Survey of India. So, publication section, we used to come frequently and we used to have many discussions, and then it was published. So I was very close to him from that time onwards. So I'm very happy to be here. And secondly, this session starts now. I think given 15 minutes for scholars. I think you will, all are senior scholars. I think I did not remind you, you can finish within 15 minutes. First now we'll request Arumugam Sitaraman to come here. Arumugam Sitaraman is one of the very good and great numismatists of the of the state now. Has published many books. He is very much closely associated with South Indian Numismatic Society also. Yes. Many new coins he has discovered. I did not tell more about him. That is, all the Tamil people will know his contributions. And now he is also, he told me he is writing a great book on all the Tamil Nadu coins in association with the Honorable Minister. It will be published shortly. That itself shows his greatness and also his high scholarly activities in the state. So I am very happy to introduce him to you, and he will make his presentations now.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். என்னுடைய தமிழக காசுகள்ன்ற தலைப்பில் வந்து நான் சீக்கிரமாக முடிக்கிறதுக்கு நான் இது பண்ணுறேன்னாக்கா வரலாறு நான் சொல்லலை, காசுகளை மட்டும் புதுசாக கண்டுபிடிச்சதை எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுறேன். ஃபஸ்ட்டு காயின் இது வந்து நமக்கு வந்து பல்லவர் காலத்தில் முதலாக கிடைச்ச இது முதலாம் மகேந்திரவர்மனோட காயின். வா இம் பு வம்பு, புதுமையை புகுத்தியவன். திருச்சிராப்பள்ளி மலைக்கோட்டையிலையும் பல்லாவரம் மலை இதில் வந்து நமக்கு இந்த கல்வெட்டுகள் இருக்குது. இது காசில் வந்து வா எம் பு வம்பு, பின்னால் வந்து ஜாரு. இது இன்னொரு வகையானது. இது வந்து கும்பகோணம் பகுதியில் கிடைச்ச காயின். வம்பு புதுமையை புகுத்தியவன் சிறப்பு பெயரில் சர்நேமில் வெளிவந்த காயின் முதலாம் மகேந்திரனோட. நெக்ஸ்ட் இது வந்து முத்திரை ஸ்ரீ ஸ்ரீ வ ர கு நா வரகுணா, ஸ்ரீ வரகுண பாண்டியனால் வெளியிடப்பட்ட முத்திரை இது. நெக்ஸ்ட் இது வந்து சோழர்களுடைய காசில் வந்து நமக்கு இதுவரைக்கும் தமிழ் எழுத்தே கிடைக்கல. இப்போ இதுதான் முதல்ல கிடைச்சது. இதில் வந்து ஒரு பக்கம் சேவல், பின்பக்கத்தில் கேரளாந்தகன், கே ர ல இன் த க இன், கேரளாந்தகன் அவனுடைய சிறப்பு பெயர். முதலாம் ராஜராஜனுடைய சிறப்பு பெயர். கேரள வெற்றி, காந்தலூர் வெற்றியை வந்து வெற்றி பெற்றதுக்காக போட்ட ஸ்பெஷல் காயின் 4வது ஆட்சி ஆண்டில். நெக்ஸ்ட் இது வந்து சோழர் காசில் ஸ்டாண்டிங் மேன் இருக்குது. பின்பக்கத்தில் வந்து பன்றியின் வராக உருவம் இருக்குது. விசையன் இருக்குது. பின்னால் வந்து தூண் இருக்குது. இதில் இந்த தூண் வந்து கீழே இருக்குது. இது வெற்றிக்காக வெற்றிக்காக வெளியிட்ட சாளுக்கிய வெற்றிக்காக போட்ட முதலாம் ராஜேந்திர சோழனால் வெளியிடப்பட்ட காசு. இது ஆந்திரா பார்டரில் கிடைச்சது. நெக்ஸ்ட் இது வந்து தெலுங்கு சோழருடைய காசு. ஸ்டாண்டிங் மேன் சங்கு. மனுமகண்ட தேவ, மா நு ம க இண்ட தேவ, மனுமகண்ட தேவ தெலுங்கு சோழர். இது காஞ்சிபுரத்தில் கல்வெட்டுலாம் இருக்குது. இதை பற்றிலாம் விளக்கம் சொல்லணும்னா 4-5 பக்கம் எழுதி வச்சுருக்கேன் அந்த ஒரு காயினுக்கு மட்டுமே. நெக்ஸ்ட் இது வந்து முபாரக் ஷானால், மதுரை சுல்தானால் வெளியிடப்பட்ட காசு. இது வந்து பில்லன் காயின். இது அவங்களுடைய பேரை வந்து போட்டிருக்காங்க. அல்லாவை பற்றி குறிப்பிட்ட ஒரு வேர்ட்ஸ் வந்து இது பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் இது வந்து நாகமன் நாயக்கர். இது வந்து தவக்கலை இருக்குது முன்பக்கத்தில். நா க தெலுங்குல நா க ம, நகப்ப நாயக்கர், நகமன் நாயக்கர். இது வந்து மதுரை நாயக்கரோட, இது மதுரை விஸ்வநாத நாயக்கரோட அப்பா. நெக்ஸ்ட் இது வந்து திம்மராசு, தி மா, தி வந்து தெலுங்கு, மா வந்து கிரந்தம், ராசு திம்மராசு. இது வந்து இது வந்து செஞ்சி நாயக்கரோட தொடர்பு. இது எல்லாமே வந்து டீட்டெயில்ஸ் வரலாறு எழுதியிருக்கேன். நெக்ஸ்ட் இது நரச நாயக்கர், நாரச நாயக்கர். இது வந்து புல்லு இது. நெக்ஸ்ட் இது வந்து டேனிஷ் காயின், தரங்கம்பாடியில் கிடைச்ச காயின். டேனிஷ் கோட்டைக்கு வந்து டான்ஸ் போர்க், TANS டான்ஸ் PORG, இது டபுள் பிரிண்ட் ஆகிருக்கு, டான்ஸ் போர்க். பின்னால் வந்து நேம் வந்து ட்ராங்கிபாரி, TRANGEBARY, ட்ராங்குபாரி. தரங்கம்பாடிக்கு பழைய பேர் வந்து ட்ராங்குபாரி. நெக்ஸ்ட் இது வந்து C4 கிறிஸ்டின் 4ல் வெளியிடப்பட்ட லெட் காயின். அதே ஒரே காலத்துக்குள்ள 2 காயின் வெளியிட்டிருக்காங்க. அதில் வந்து CAS காஸ், KAS காஸ். இது வித்தியாசம். ஒரே பீரியட் 1645 வெளியிட்டது காஸ். இது லெட் காயின். நெக்ஸ்ட் இது வந்து ஆற்காடு நவாப்னால் வெளியிடப்பட்ட காசு வாலாஜா. இது பர்ஷியன் நியூமரிக்கல், ஹிஜ்ரி ஆண்டு 1771. அமீருல் இங் வாலாஜா. இது வந்து கர்நாடக விசார சரித்திரத்தில் அந்த பேரே வருது. வாலாஜாவோட பேர் வந்து பெரிய நேம், அதை வந்து சுருக்கமாக வந்து வாலாஜான்றாங்க. அமீருல் ஹின் வாலாஜா. நெக்ஸ்ட் இல்லை, நெக்ஸ்ட் அடுத்தது ஒரு 5 நிமிஷத்தில் முடிச்சிடுறேன். இது வந்து தமிழகத்தில் வந்து கப்பல் உருவம் குறித்த தமிழக காசுகள் பற்றி இது பண்ணுறது. ஆறுமுக இது என்னுடைய ஷிப்பை பற்றியே ஒரு பெரிய ஆர்டிகல் ஒன்று எழுதியிருக்கேன். அதில் ஒரு இது வந்து பல்லவருடைய காசு லெட் காயின், புல்லு, பின்னால் வந்து ஷிப்பு. இது வந்து பல்லவருடைய புல்லு, பின்னால் வந்து ஷிப்பு. நெக்ஸ்ட் இதுவும் பல்லவருடைய ஸ்டீவர்ட்ஸ் மேலே ஷிப்பு. இதெல்லாம் வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டில் கிடைக்கக்கூடிய காயின். பல்லவால் இது காப்பர் காயின், இது ஷிப்பு, புல்லு. நெக்ஸ்ட் அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து நம்ம சோழர் காலத்தில் கப்பல் போட்ட காயின் எதுவும் கிடைக்கல. அதுக்கப்புறம் மதுரை நாயக்கர்களால் வெளியிடப்பட்ட இது வந்து ஆண்டாளுடைய உருவம் முன்பக்கத்தில், பின்பக்கத்தில் ஷிப்பு, பாய்மர கப்பல். நெக்ஸ்ட் இது கப்பல், 2 ஆளுங்க உட்காந்துருக்காங்க. ஸ்ரீ வீரா தெலுங்கு மதுரை நாயக்கர். நெக்ஸ்ட் இது விஜயரங்கா ஷிப்பு, பின்னால் ஸ்ரீ விஜயரங்க சொக்கநாத நாயக்கனால் வெளியிடப்பட்ட காசு. நெக்ஸ்ட் இது தஞ்சாவூர் நாயக்கர்னா டேனிஷ்க்கு உள்ள தொடர்பு நல்லா போட்டது, பாய்மர கப்பல், பின்னால் பூர்ண கும்பம். நெக்ஸ்ட் இது வந்து பூர்ண கும்பம் ஷிப்பு. இது இன்னொரு வகையான எல்லா தாஞ்சூர் நாயக்கர்களும் நிறைய பேர் போட்டிருக்காங்க. தாஞ்சூரில் ஷிப்பு போட்டிருக்காங்க, பின்னால் வந்து சங்கு. இது வந்து வால் ஸ்வாட் இருக்குது, பின்னால் முன்னாடி போட் இருக்குது, அது கப்பல் உருவம். பின்னால் கப்பல் உருவம், பின்னால் நாகரி ஸ்கிரிப்ட் இருக்குது. இதுவும் கப்பல் உருவம், நாகரி ஸ்கிரிப்ட், ராகவான்னு எழுதியிருக்கோம். கிளியராக வந்து ஃபோட்டோவில் இல்லை. நெக்ஸ்ட் இது தெலுங்கில் வந்து ராகவா. விஜயராகவோட கடைசி தஞ்சை நாயக்கரில் கடைசி மன்னர் வெளியிட்ட காயின். இது வந்து போட்டு, கப்பல், போட்டு எல்லாமே பாய்மர கப்பல் சொல்லலாம். இது ஒரு பாய்மர கப்பல், தேவநாகரியில் ரான்னு இருக்குது. நெக்ஸ்ட் இது வந்து செஞ்சி நாயக்கரில் போட்டு, பின்னால் வந்து வெங்கடப்பா, வெங்கடப்பா. இது வந்து ஆற்காடு நவாப்பில் போட் போட்டிருக்காங்க, பின்னால் நவாபுன்னு இருக்கும். இது ஒரு போட்டு, நவாபு தமிழில் ஸ்கிரிப்ட். இது வரைக்கும் நமக்கு இத்தனை வெரைட்டிஸு நமக்கு போட்டில் வந்து நமக்கு கிடச்சிருக்கு. ஏதாவது டவுட் இருந்தால் நீங்கள் கேட்கலாம். ஆமாம், அது தோரணவாயிலுக்குள்ள அதே பேஸ் போட்டு பின்னால் தமிழில் ஆண்டாளு, அது புக்கில் போட்டிருக்கேன் நான் எல்லாமே. பெரிய 1500 காயின் போட்டு நான் வந்து நாயக்ஸை பற்றியே போட்டிருக்கேன் புக்கு. இதெல்லாம் சும்மா மாணவருக்கு தெரியறதுக்காக கொஞ்சம் சொல்கிறேன். ஆமாம், தவளை. அது பிள்ளையார் கிடையாது. தவளை பிள்ளையார்னு சொன்னாங்க, பிள்ளையார் இல்லை. அந்த இதெல்லாமே இருக்குது, தவளை தான், தவக்கலை. இல்லை இல்லை அது தவக்கலை இல்லை. இங்கே 2-3 பேர் கேட்டாங்க, இது உங்களை பேர்
அது பக்கத்தில் இருக்கிற தமிழ்நாடு பார்டரில் யாருக்கு வித்துட்டு இருந்தாங்க?
இல்லை, அந்த காயின்ஸ் வந்து ஒரு 16 கிலோமீட்டருக்குள்ளே தான் கிடைக்கும். அந்த தரங்கம்பாடியில் தஞ்சாவூர் நாயக்கர் ரகுநாத நாயக்கன் உடன்படிக்கை பண்ண உடனே அந்த 16 கிலோமீட்டர் மட்டும்தான் வியாபாரமும் நடக்குது. காயின் வந்து அது மயிலாடுதுறையிலையோ இல்லை சீர்காழிலையோ அந்த காயின் கிடைக்காது. அந்த 16 கிலோமீட்டரில் தான் காயின் கிடைக்கும்.
பட் ஆக்சுவலி அந்த கிங் டேனிஷ் கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு சரண்டர் ஆயிட்டாரு. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಓಕೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Unpublished. So we are much thankful to Sridhar for bringing out some unpublished coins. Of course, he brings always unpublished coins to leak to our notice. Thank you very much for finishing time also. We will go to next paper by Sila Tripathi. Sila Tripathi is known to all of us also. He is also a marine archaeologist. Is associated with NIOT Goa from 1982 to 2022. Just now he retired. Huh? No, I know, but okay, I will tell you because now we are museum. So far, we are expecting more from the museum. But for your information, I am very happy because in 1984 I have taken over that building and antiquities as the superintending archaeologist of Baroda Circle in 1984. So I'm happy that you have taken up this. So now he has visited many foreign countries. All these things I don't want to care. But let us see how he is presenting. What you are going to present?
Tamil Nadu coast, sir. What
Yes,
the work,
that
what we
very
have done in Tamil Nadu coast.
interesting subject for you, all of us. Let us 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. I am thankful to Dr. Rajan, Dr. Sivanathan and other members of the Department of Archaeology as well as the Director of Rajmuttaya this library. Friends, before my joining at NMSC, that is in Lothal, I was working at National Institute of Oceanography, and and what has happened, you know that you know that maritime archaeology is known in various names all over the globe. In India, Dr. Rao, when he started marine archaeology, he used the word marine archaeology. Now, after understanding the subject very well, and since we are working not only in the underwater, I mean in the sea, we are working along the coast, along the river, along the lake, and in other places wherever there is a maritime activities had taken up, even boat building technology. So we prefer the use maritime archaeology. And Professor George Bass, who is the father of maritime archaeology of the world, he had started maritime archaeology as a subject at Texas A&M University in Turkey, and I was invited by him in 2002 to dive in a shipwreck during our exploration in Mediterranean Sea, and in the manned submersible I dived around 150 to 160 feet, and we located a shipwreck of 6th century BC. And when I joined with Dr. Rao in 1988, but prior to that Dr. Rajan was there in 86, 87. So since then we are very much associated with Dr. Rajan and his activities, and whenever we have taken up any work at Tamil Nadu coast, we requested Dr. Rajan, and he had come and he has refreshed his diving activities. So even he has dived at Pumpuar several times with us. So with Dr. Rao, maritime archaeology in India started in 1981, but underwater excavations started at Dwarka 1984-86, and I joined with him in 1988. You know that since then we have worked at different sites, both in along the sea coastal area as well as in the offshore area, that is Dwarka, Bed Dwarka, in almost every country except Karnataka, because we had tried with the Karnataka coast, but we didn't find any significant findings from the Karnataka coast. And since then I am requesting Dr. Professor Korisetter, Patilji, everyone, at least to assign a topic to a student of Karnataka who can undertake the studies, so we can have the updated information about early historical maritime activities of Karnataka. Okay. And coming back to the topic, see India, I mean all along the east and west coast of India, there were more than 215 ports were there in different parts, in different periods of history. And basically I will be talking about the Tamil Nadu coast. So I have shown the ports of east coast of India, and you know that prior to my presentation, our scholars presented about the maritime activities as well as the coastal things. The reason is, as some time back, Dr. Satyamurthy presented that about the brick structures. Okay, even our Selva Kumar presented about the tiles. Why we don't get the structures along the coast? Because of these are the factors. Either it could be sea level rise, coastal erosion, and tsunami. So these are the places you see in Banagiri area. There are the submerged habitation where people are collecting coins. And this is Pumpuhar, this is your this Banagiri area, this is Pindara, Bed Dwarka, and this is Orissa coast, Calcutta Patna. So these are the nature's impact has played a major role in destroying the cultural remains along the coastal area or in the river bank. And coming back to the offshore explorations of Tamil Nadu coast, since 1981, the government of Tamil Nadu Department of Archaeology has generously supported financially to undertake the studies. This is the only government which has supported a lot for the underwater explorations. And prior to underwater marine archaeological excavations, in 1981, this is the work of 1981, the department has funded to look at the submerged structures of Pumpuar area, and the same thing, this is the sonography data. This is the sonography data, This is the sonography data. Dr. K. Chuvara, who after Dr. Rao led the department, so during his studies, the same, whatever we have located the shipwreck and structures in the near shore zone, the same thing he has documented in the sonography survey. And our work started from 89, and here also we have explored from 23-24 meters up to shallow water. The basic problem in Pumpuar is visibility. From shallow water to up to 10 meters, the visibility is zero. Though there are some structures or some kind of human activity remains are there, it is very, very difficult to see. And during our underwater explorations, we have noticed there is one sea grass is there, which releases some kind of a current shock. Okay. Wherever our body portions are exposed, we used to get in contact and we used to have a very miserable condition during for 2 to 3 minutes. So because then we have noticed that during our exploration we have found these brick beds, rolled pottery pieces, and terracotta ring bells. And along the coast of Pumpuar, we have found these brick structures. This is datable to Sangam period because the brick sites, and this is the coast nearby to this one. These are the brick structures along the coastal area. During high tide, these submerges, and low tide, these exposes. In 23 meters, this is the outcrop of a rock. But Graham Hancock and others, they have told that these are the submerged remains of old Pumpuar city. But the distance from there, distance from here to coastline is more than 5 kilometers. And if there was a human activities, then that means how much sea level rise or coastal erosion, that we have to take into account. Again, in the coastal explorations, these are the rolled pottery we found during offshore exploration, and these are the terracotta ring bells near shore zone of Pumpuar and Vanagiri area. It seems that the Buddha statue has been found by the Department of Archaeology, Tamil Nadu, from the Pumpuar region. And another big issue at the Pumpuar is these structures were built by former Prime Minister, our Karunanidhi. Okay. So what has happened? He constructed in 1973. And during 1995, because of erosion, all these structures were retransplanted to the mainland. Okay? And here there was earlier Carnegie statue was there. The Carnegie statue, this one, they shifted it 2 to 3 times towards the mainland. And see, now these things I don't know, because from 2005 to 6 I have not visited, but I doubt whether these things are there. But you see already some of the remains which are there has been collapsed. This is the arch very close to the shore, and they are dumping the boulders, okay, to control the erosion. But as far as our study, I will be showing in the later time what is the rate of erosion there. And during our exploration from that deep water, subatomized propeller, based on that one, we have located the buried river channel, which is extending from 2 to 3 kilometers in underwater, which is buried in the sea sand. And there is one place called Banagiri. Because of the same coastal erosion, the Yalama temple of 11th century AD, which has gone presently, it has totally destroyed because of the coastal erosion. And now coming back to the rate of erosion in Pumppuhar region, if we will see this Landsat data images, in last 36 years, the rate of erosion is 129 meters. And if you will see the Nebula hydrographic chart number 3003 to 3007, it suggests that between 1963 to 1993, in last 30 years, okay, the rate of erosion is 150 to 200 meters. And similarly, the study of Kali Sundaram 91 suggests that each year the rate of erosion in Tamil Nadu, Pumppuhar region is 0.15 meter. Coming back to Tranquebar, because during our exploration, what we did to understand the coastal geomorphology and shoreline structures, we walked from Pumppuhar to Tranquebar, which is 16 kilometers. During our survey, we noticed some of the modern structures which are affected by the erosion. But similarly in Pumppuhar, in Tranquebar, this is the Danish fort. If you will see, this fort has also gone into the water, and presently, see, this is the fort wall, because of erosion, it has been eroded. And this is the Masalamalai temple very close to the fort, Danish fort, the same, this is 13th century temple. Coming back to Mahabalipuram, this is very much, a very important site from on different aspects, but the story goes that 7 temples were there, 6 have submerged, okay, and the message has gone generation to generation. But the interesting thing is, if these are the temple remains, okay, and Pallava period construction, none of the Pallava period inscriptional evidence we do not have. And as much as we get the information of Pumppuhar from the local scholars and local people about the maritime activities, everything in the Sangam literature and those things, we do not have any kind of information regarding the submergence of Mahabalipuram temples. Okay. However, based on the information available, we carried out offshore exploration, and these are the areas where we dived. The depth goes from 4 to 5 meters to around 7 to 10 meters, and we got a lot of stone. I can use the word structure, but lot of work we have to do it to understand whether these could be temple remains or not. See, these are the structures, stone structures in different water depth we have located. Again here. Now the question is, if we have taken, I got it from different sources, suggesting that the places in underwater, whenever we were diving here, those kind of structures we have noticed. These things are there below these things. But on the surface, you will see the surface is plain. and if these are the temple remains, we should have some architectural features. Okay, and another thing, in underwater, for instance, can you tell me that whether this is man-made or natural? But if I will put it in underwater, then it will be man-made. Because from the surface we can visualize, we can do lot of study. Okay, in underwater when we keep it, number of aspects are there like this. If we will put it, there will be lot of marine growth and erosion, half of the portion will be buried in the sediment, so it will become difficult. So the same thing we have to take into account regarding Mahabalipuram. I am not saying that these things cannot be the structure, but further study is required. Again, in Mahabalipuram, the rate of erosion is this one 177 meters, last 141 years. Same is Korkai, the coastal accretion is taking place, and shipwrecks are there. We have explored a number of shipwrecks. We have prepared the data of shipwrecks all along the east and west coast of India. And besides our underwater exploration findings in Pumpua, we have located a shipwreck in 18-19 meter water depth. It was a wooden hulled ship, and the ship was carrying 5 types of lead ingots. 1791 to 92 has been stamped on the back side, and the company is W. Blackett. And see, based on the this timber remains, it clearly suggests that it was a wooden hulled wreck. And we have done isotopic studies as well as a trace metal analysis. Based on the data, it suggests that Now these are the stone anchors. In Tamil Nadu, there are some stone anchors. The work done by Tamil University by Professor Adiyaman, Dr. Rajan and Selva Kumar. And during our survey also we have found some stone anchors in Manpad. Then there are interesting things during recently my coastal exploration. I found these are the 2 iron anchors. These are called Trotman iron anchors. And only so far it has been found in the Tuticorin one. One is along the Tuticorin harbor, and this is in the Tuticorin old port. This anchor has been dedicated to the mariners. There is a plaque is there. They have mentioned that the anchor has been dedicated to the mariners. Thank you.
Thankful Tripathi ji. Please give me time. So we don't have time. One question, please. One question, small.
Did you ever go into the park south of Kumari and Kumari Kantal supposedly? Did you have any idea?
Sir, archaeology depends upon material remains.
Okay.
Unless until we find anything, my going won't serve the purpose.
Is there any evidence for any extension of the land up to or down here?
Doubtful, sir. Thank you.
And now we will go to next paper. That is Kumar Accumulation Team. I think they don't require any introduction. Morning they already presented 2 papers. Please. Who is presenting? You are not presenting? Okay. But 15, anybody 15 minutes?
So, thank you. This paper is a recent study which is being done by a very big team. My collaborators are with the State Department of Archaeology. Mr. Paranthamam is here, Dr. Shivanandam, Ms. Bhagyalakshmi Madam, Then you have Professor Rajan, and along with Prachi Joshi is here, Akhilesh is there, and Shutanuka Bhattacharya is joining us from Hebrew University, Israel. So the entire team is here, so for any questions, we can go to them. So the project is a recent project into re-investigations in, can't hear? Re-investigations into the Neolithic of Tamil Nadu, perspectives on self-manufacturing sites, and this article is already published, so you can read about it there. The aims of the project were very simple. How one should view the Neolithic. It's been defined by different groups across the world differently. Assemblage structure, domestication, site organization, assemblage structure, sedentism, so many parameters are there. Plus, we have an additional association with other cultural phases, with megaliths, continuity in tool types, issues in identification of pottery. So many questions are there in Tamil Nadu. So our aims were to look at sites and their contexts in terms of paleo environments, functional variability, get some better chronology, and of course the ecological context of that, and lastly the study of lithic ceramics and other material cultural aspects, technological and functional studies and their significance. So we also wanted to look at it across the state, the variability, and also compare with adjoining regions. So, and basically look at processes leading to the transition from the preceding hunter-gatherer communities to those adopting agro-pastoral modes of life and transitions to succeeding phases. So these are our objectives, and it was fairly simple to begin with: exploration and documentation of sites, geomorphology and ecology, multiple survey strategies, mapping, sampling lithics and pottery, and sediments and chronology. So we know very well, and I won't spend time on this, a wonderful history of research in Tamil Nadu into questions related to the Neolithic, beginning with foot and then carried on by so many scholars, which led to interpretation, discovery, excavations, and formulation of some theoretical concepts of what they considered the Neolithic to be like. And then more recently, we have wonderful work published in many books and papers. We have Paranthamam's papers here, Professor Rajan and his team, their publications, Selva Kumar as well, and so many scholars. I have listed all the papers here. And this led to additional data collection and many, many more excavations, and added to new aspects on question of transitions. So this paper, what we did, we first spent, because of COVID, we could not go immediately to the field. So we utilized the time, and I must add here the name of Dr. Paromita, who was at that time part of the team, and we had actually taken all this data and analyzed it with respect to various parameters in a QGIS environment. So looking at distribution of find spots, habitation, manufacturing sites as classified by the excavators or scholars, pottery types, in relation to elevation, in relation to various geomorphological and geological features, in particular in relation to distribution of different raw materials, say dolerites, which are predominant, and others which have been reported by scholars. So once, of course, drainage, which was very important, and association of sites termed Neolithic, that is based on presence of cells, with megaliths and black and red ware. So after all this database was generated, we went to the field, and we chose to begin with sites which are manufacturing areas. And these sites are really interesting because through the years, right from Robert Bruce Foote onwards, they have been called sometimes Paleolithic sites, sometimes they have been called Neolithic sites. And then Paranthamam did his research later in this very area, and we decided to start from there. So our team visited these, in Dharmapuri, Krishnagiri, we visited many site complexes, and we looked at overall distribution of sites with cells in terms of raw materials, and then focused on these two localities of Kappalavadi and Varthanapalli. So here you can see this site is, these are the dolerite dikes, and this site is primarily in the context of a regolith of dolerites, and then associated with other formations like this pyroxene, granulites, etc., etc. So we took transect, we studied the entire region around the site, took a number of transects, and the acknowledgements are there at the end of all the people who participated. And I've added the site context from our paper over here. The other site context is that of Vartanapalli. It's totally different, and here it is on top of elevated area where you have the manufacturing, self-manufacturing sites being exposed on the surface itself, not very thick deposit. And here again we took transects, and Prachi showed you the geometric morphometrics which was carried out to map this distribution at this site. So this is some glimpses of Vartanapalli. We have cells in all stages of manufacture, including the manufacturing waste, and a wonderful sequence represented here, but very few of the finished artifacts. So then we studied the self-manufacturing processes, and we mapped and collected samples from all these dolerite dikes in the vicinity, and these were given to Kalpakam for IGCAR for analysis, and results are coming out now. So after we did that, we did also an experimental replication of self-manufacturing strategies on slabs and flakes, and this is a result of the experimental material which was first studied. After that, when we went back and forth between experiments and the lithics, we see two major sequences in the dolerites. One based on flakes. I won't go into the detail, it's there in the paper, but basically one strategy adopted was flaking these large outcrops, boulders and cobbles, and then working further on the flake blanks detached to produce celt roughouts, and then these were transported elsewhere for grinding and polishing. So we get a lot of waste products arising from this sequence as well. And you can see some of them, some of the large flake cores which were flaked, and then different stages of manufacture. These are the blanks, and then they worked on them further, and a whole lot of waste products which are very indicative of specific techniques for flaking which were adopted. Then the second is the slabs, which is really important, and again we have stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 of roughouts, then transport elsewhere, grinding and polishing, and then discard of some pieces at the site, which is what we are collecting. So this is an example of the natural slabs and various stages of, you can see here, first minimal, and then there are specific strategies used to flake, and then in some cases some indication of pecking, but nothing finished. We studied the metrical properties of every stage so that we could get an idea of what was happening, how much it was reduced, what was the degree, and dimensions of all the categories of waste products as well. Lastly, we revisited grinding groove sites which have been discovered by other scholars. We revisited them, so it's not that we discovered, but we revisited. Paranthamam and his team have, and others have found them. And again, as Prachi spoke, we documented this very thoroughly down to all the measurements and photogrammetry so that we could understand what was happening here. In addition, there are non-dolerite reduction sequences on other rocks which are primarily in the museum collections which we examined, and that's a totally different reduction stream, and the non-celt reduction sequence, so other tools which you find in addition to the celts at these sites. So firstly, what is really important is that there is again a fragmented reduction sequence. So we could look at ways in which there are some areas where the raw material is exploited and primary roughouts are made, other areas where they are carrying the tools, the roughouts for further work, polishing, grinding, and other areas where they were taken for use and discard. So firstly, these are all part of a so-called Neolithic or whatever it is, celt manufacturing, nothing to do with Paleolithic. And we could deconstruct reduction sequences and begin provenance and experimental studies. Now these are still going on. So we are able to get an idea of this landscape scales of use right from raw material sourcing to grinding, polishing and final discard, so that we can fit it now into the cultural context which is coming from different excavations. Now we are moving on to look at excavations at potential sites, basically for chronology, for other aspects of this time period, and for its relationship with preceding and succeeding cultural phases, which to my mind is still, at least to me, rather unclear. So this is one of the issues we want to look at. So that's all. Thank you very much. And any questions? Yes.
One quick question on the subject. Yeah, please. Please.
Directly ask?
Yes, yes, please.
So, madam, if from the distribution of the habitat, can it be understood that if certain tribes were specializing in Neolithic tool making, and certain tribes or people groups were not, and then maybe if they are bartering their tools with each other, even at that stage? So,
well, that Professor Ravi is here. He'll be able to tell you better. We have just started work here. So association, definitely it's a specialized skill within any group. There's no doubt that not everyone was making these tools. Very specialized skill. We know that these finished products were indeed transported and exchanged over vast distances. So, and he has excellent evidence from Bellary for this. But to speak of specific tribes or groups right now in our project is too premature. But for other areas, it's very well studied. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for finishing in time.
And thank you to the State Department who has given us all the support for this project. We went to the field together and it was really a wonderful project. We look forward to excavating Budinatam and other sites with them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Santi Papu. Now we will go to the next paper. It is by Rajagopal. See, Rajagopal knows, all of us know him, but anyway, he served in the state government as an epigraphist. He led this heavy epigraphic section 2002 to 2007. The interesting aspect or significant aspect is he has copied more than 10,000 inscriptions. That is, copying one inscription is very difficult. We never, even archaeologists never attempt to do it. He has copied 10,000. That's a great achievement which he has done it. So we have to appreciate it and we have to give appreciation to him. Now, it will be double, but he was the author of many books, 2 or 3 books, interesting. And he is the sub-editor of this Thulliyal Nokkil Tamilagam. He was sub-editor. He has great knowledge in Tamil inscriptions. So I invite him to present his paper. It will be interesting. It is more on numbers. So even if he talks in Tamil, you can easily understand.
ஐராவதம் மகாதேவன் அவர்களுக்கு ஒரு நினைவஞ்சலியாக இந்த தாளை வாசிக்க விரும்புகிறேன். ஐராவதம் மகாதேவன் அவர்கள் கல்வெட்டுகளை படிப்பதற்கு உயரமான சாரளம் அமைத்து அதில் ஏறி சாக்கிட்டிகளால் எழுத்துக்களை தடவி கூடத்தில் ஒவ்வொருவரும் ஏற்றுக்கொண்ட பிறகு அது இன்ன எழுத்துதான் என்று ஒத்துக்கொண்டு அதில் சாக்பட்டியிலால் எழுதி பிறகு அதை டேசிங் பேப்பர் வைத்து பென்சிலால் வரைந்து அப்புறம் அதை இந்த மாதிரி எழுதியிருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த இவ்வளவு வசதி இருக்கின்றது, அவர்களுக்கு அந்த வசதிகள் இல்லை. இந்த படிப்பதற்கு கூட மாவு தடவி எளிதாக படித்து விடுகிறோம். முதல் தொகுதியை அவர்கள் வெளியிட்ட போது இவ்வளவு கடினமாக இருந்தது. அதை மறுபதிப்பு செய்த போது அதை என்ஹான்ஸ் செய்து பிரிண்ட் செய்யலாம் என்று தெரிந்து 2வது பதிப்பை கல்வெட்டுகளை என்ஹான்ஸ் செய்தார்கள். இருந்தாலும் அதை படம் எடுத்தவர்கள் அதை போஸ்டர் பெயிண்டால் எழுதி அழித்து பிறகு அதை எடுத்து என்ஹான்ஸ் பண்ணார்கள். அதனால் இப்போ பழைய கல்வெட்டுகளை படிப்பது கடினமாகவே இருந்தது. இந்த கல்வெட்டில் எண் 100 என்பது முதலாக வருகிறது. இதில் இடைவெளிகள் உள்ளன. 100 கல நெல் என்பது 100 என்ற எண் முதலாக இந்த கல்வெட்டில் வருகிறது. களம் என்பது பொதுவாக சோழ நாட்டிலும் பாண்டிய நாட்டிலும் இருந்த அளவு பல்லவ நாட்டில் அது காடியாக இருந்தது.
ராஜராஜன் காலத்தில் தான் அந்த காளியை களமாக்கி தமிழகம் முழுவதும் உண்டாக்கினார்கள். அதனால் இங்கு பாண்டிய நாட்டில் களம் என்று வருவது ஒப்பவே இருக்கிறது. இந்த கொங்கல் புலியின் குளத்தில் உள்ள கல்வெட்டு இதன் இறுதியில் 2 குறியீடுகள் வருகிறது. 5வது மாதம் நான் அவர்களுடன் செல்கின்ற போது அவர்கள் நீங்கள் ஏதாவது புதிதாக படித்திருந்தால் அதை என்னிடம் சொல்லிவிட வேண்டும் என்று சொல்வார்கள். அதுபடி இந்த கல்வெட்டில் உள்ள குறியீடுகளை நான் சொல்லி அதுக்கு முன்னாடி அவர்கள் ஓன் என்று படித்ததை நான் பொன் என்று சொன்னேன். அவர்கள் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளவில்லை. பிறகு நான் தயங்குவதை பார்த்து நீ சொல்றதை நீ சொல், நான் சொல்றதை நான் சொல்றேன் என்று சொன்னார்கள். இதில் கடைசியாக பொன் என்று அதன் பிறகு 2 குறியீடுகள் வருகிறது. 2 கல்வெட்டிலுமே அந்த மாதிரி பொன் என்று குறியீடு வருகிறது. இது இந்த செய்து கொடுத்தவர்கள் கொடுத்த பொன்னை குறிப்பிடுகிறது, எவ்வளவு கொடுத்தார்கள் என்பதை குறிப்பிடுகிறது என்று சொல்லலாம். அந்த முதல் கல்வெட்டில் வந்த குறியீடுகளில் இந்த சதுரமாக உள்ள குறியீடு பண்டைய பஞ்ச்மார்க் காயின்களில் வருகிறது. பஞ்ச்மார்க் காயின்களில் வருவதால் காசை குறிப்பதாகவே இந்த கொங்கர்புளியம் கல்வெட்டிலும் அந்த குறியீடு இருக்கிறது என்று சொல்ல வேண்டும். மேலே உள்ள பானைவோடு கொடுமணில் கிடைத்த பானைவோடு, இந்த கொடுமணில் கிடைத்த பானைவோடிலும் அந்த சதுரமும் உள்கட்டம் 4 வருகிறது. காலையில் அவர்கள் கற்றை படித்த போது அந்த ஊசி முனையாகி இருப்பதை ப்ளோபைப் என்றும் பொன் சம்பந்தப்பட்டது என்றும் காலையில் கற்றை படித்தார்கள். இதிலும் இந்த குறியீடு நடுவில் ப்ளோபைப் மாதிரி நீரில் மாதிரி வருகிறது. இந்த குறியீடுகள் சிந்துவெளி எழுத்துக்களிலும் இந்த 3ம் தொடர்ந்து வருவதாக நாம் பார்க்கலாம். இது விக்கிரமங்கலம் கல்வெட்டில் இறுதியில் அதே குறியீடு வருகிறது. இந்த குறியீடை நந்திபாதம் என்றும் சொல்வார்கள். இது கொங்கர்புளியங்குளத்திலும் வந்தது, பிறகு இங்கு விக்கிரமங்கலத்திலும் வருகிறது. அதுவும் ஆல்பெயருக்கு பிறகு வருகிற குறியீடு. இது அழகுமலை கல்வெட்டில் உள்ள குறியீடுகள். அழகுமலை கல்வெட்டு தொடர்ச்சியாக ஒரே வரியாக எழுதப்பட்ட கல்வெட்டு. அந்த கல்வெட்டில் அங்கங்கு இடையில் ஆள்பெயர் முட்டியவும் இந்த குறியீடுகள் வருகின்றன. இதை ஐராவத மாதவர்கள் ஆள்பெயர் எடுத்து வருகிற ஒரு நிறுத்தல் குறி என்றே சொன்னார்கள். புஸ்தா போலவே அவர்கள் கருதினார்கள். அண்மையில் பேராசிரியர் சண்முகம் அவர்களும் பல தொகுப்புகளை எடுத்து தொகுத்து கட்டுரையை ஆவணத்தில் வெளியிட்டார்கள். அந்த கட்டுரையில் கூட அவர்களும் அதை நிறுத்தல் புள்ளி பங்க்சுவேஷன் மார்க் என்றே சொல்கிறார்கள். ஆனால் அது கல்வெட்டு நெடிய கல்வெட்டு. தொடக்க காலத்தில் பிராமி கல்வெட்டுகளை மறைத்து எழுதுவதில்லை. நேராக ஒரே கோடாக அந்த கல்வெட்டுகள் எழுதப்பட்டிருக்கும். அந்த கல்வெட்டில் ஒவ்வொரு ஆளுக்கு பிறகும் இந்த ஒரு குறியீடு காணப்படுகிறது. இந்த குறியீட்டில் ஒவ்வொரு குறியீட்டிலும் வித்தியாசமாக இடைக்கோடுகள் இரு பக்கமும் இடைக்கோடுகள் இல்லாமலும் உள்ளன. இந்த கல்வெட்டை இறுதி வரை படித்தால் கடைசியில் அவரும் தாரணி கொடுப்பித்தோர் என்கிற வரும். தாரணி என்பது சுனையை குறிக்கும். அங்கே அழகர்மலையில் இறுதியாக சுனை ஒன்று உள்ளது. எனவே ஒவ்வொருவரும் ஒவ்வொரு குறிப்பிட்ட தொகையை கொடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். இது பொன்னை குறிக்கிறது அல்லது அன்று நடைமுறையில் இருந்த செலாவணியை குறிக்கிறது என்று சொல்லலாம். அது முதலில் உள்ளது 3 கோடுகள் இருக்கிறது. அடுத்ததில் உள்ளது கோடுகள் இல்லை. மறுபடியும் அடுத்த பெயரில் இடது பக்கம் 3 கோடுகள் உள்ளது, அடுத்தது 2லும் கோடுகள் இல்லை. ஆனால் ஒவ்வொரு ஆட்பெயராகத்தான் இருக்கிறது. அதில் 2வது உள்ள கல்வெட்டு ஒரு பெண் கொடுத்த தொகையை சொல்கிறது. பொமுத்தி என்று அவரது பெயர் காணப்படுகிறது. இதில் உள்ளது பணித வணிகன் என்பது சர்க்கரை வியாபாரி கொடுத்ததை குறிப்பிடுகிறது. இது கொழு வணிகன் கொல்லன் இரும்பு வணிகன் கொடுத்த தொகையை குறிக்கிறது. அடுத்தது அறுவை வணிகன் கல்வெட்டு. இது அறுவை வணிகன் துணி வியாபாரி துணியை விற்பவன் கொடுத்ததை குறிப்பிடுகிறது. அடுத்து தனி ஆட்பெயராக என் சாந்தன் என்பவன் கொடுத்ததை குறிப்பிடுகிறது. இப்படி அழகர்மனை கல்வெட்டுகளில் குறியீடுகள் இருக்க, தொண்டூர் கல்வெட்டில் கல்வெட்டு நெடிய கல்வெட்டு அல்லாமல் மடித்து எழுதப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த கல்வெட்டில் இறுதியில் 3 கிளைக்கோடுகள் காணப்படுகின்றன. இந்த கோடுகளை ஐராவத மகாதேவன் 3 என்பதை குறிப்பதாகவே எடுத்துக்கொண்டு இது மௌரியர் கல்வெட்டுகளில் குறிப்பிட்ட கல்வெட்டுகளை குறிப்பிட்டு அந்த கல்வெட்டில் 3 என்ற எண்ணை குறிப்பதற்கு இது பயன்படுகிறது என்று குறித்து விட்டார். இங்கு 3 இருக்கைகளை செய்து கொடுத்ததை இந்த கல்வெட்டு குறிப்பிடுகிறது. இளங்காயிபன் ஏவ அகல்வூர் அறப்பூசி செய்த அதித்தனம் 3 என்று பொருள்பட வேண்டும். இது பிராமியிலும் கரோத்தியிலும் உள்ள எண்கள் 1, 2, 3 என்பதும் 4, 5 போன்றவையும் கரோத்தியில் உள்ளன. இங்கே இந்த 3ஆம் எண் இப்போ பார்த்த தொண்டூர் கல்வெட்டில் வந்திருக்கிறது. இது பூலாங்குறிச்சி கல்வெட்டு. இந்த பூலாங்குறிச்சி கல்வெட்டில் தொடக்கத்தில் ஆண்டு குறிப்பிடப்படுகிறது. ஆண்டு 192, நாள் 36, பக்கம் தைப்பிறை, நாள் 12. இங்கும் எண்கள் பூரா எழுத்தால்தான் சொல்லப்படுகின்றன, ஒரு எண்ணாக எழுதப்படவில்லை, எழுத்தாகவே சொல்லாகவே எழுதப்பட்டிருக்கின்றன. இதை ஐராவத மகாதேவன் இதை அந்த கல்வெட்டை பாறையில் சரிவாக வளைந்து போகிறது. அந்த கல்வெட்டை பார்த்து சில ஆண்டுகளுக்கு பிறகுதான் மேடம் காந்தியோடு அந்த இடத்துக்கு சென்றபோது அவற்றை சாக்பீஸில் எழுதி தூரத்தில் நின்று பார்ப்போம், அது சொல் பொருள் வருகிறதா என்று தெரிந்து பிறகு அதை சொல் பொருளை அறிவோம். இப்படி அறிந்தபோது தான் அந்த பாறை வளைந்து போகிறது என்று தெரிந்தது. வரிகள் வளைந்து இருக்கின்றன என்று அறிந்து பிறகுதான் அந்த கல்வெட்டு விரைவாக படிக்கப்பட்டது. இந்த இதில் வருகிற ஆண்டு குறிப்பை ஐராவத மகாதேவன் உடனும் நாங்கள் சொல்கின்ற போது ஜெராக்ஸ் எடுத்து கொடுத்த தாளில் அவரே கைப்பட எழுதி வைத்திருக்கிறார். அதில் ஆண்டு 192, 3 நாள் சொல்லி பக்கம் தேய்பிறை தலைப்பிறை தான் இருக்கிறது. அவர் தேய்பிறை என்று எடுத்துக்கொண்டு அது கிருஷ்ணபட்சத்தில் வருகின்ற துவாதசி நாள், கிருஷ்ணபட்சத்தில் வருகின்ற நாள் என்றும் குறிப்பிட்டு அது ஆண்டில் 30வது நாள் என்றும் மாதத்தில் 12வது நாள் என்றும் சொல்லி இந்த ஒரு ஏதோ ஒரு இராவாக இருக்கிறது, அது எந்த இரா என்று தெரியவில்லை என்றும் குறிப்பிட்டுள்ளார். அதே இடத்தில் அவர் சேதுராமன் அவர்கள் வாசித்த வாசிப்பை சொல்லி அவர் 12 என்பதை விட்டு விட்டார். அதனால் நமக்கு அவர் படித்தது தவறாகிவிட்டது என்றது அவரை கைப்பட எழுதிய குறிப்பதும். இதுவும் ஐராவத மகாதேவன் படித்த அலங்குளம் பானைபோடு. இந்த பானைபோட்டில் எண்கள் எழுதப்பட்டுள்ளன. அதை வலது இடமாக படிக்க வேண்டும் என்றும் அது 408 என்றும் இந்த எண்கை வட இந்தியாவில் குறிப்பிட்ட கல்வெட்டில் காணப்படுகிறது என்றும் அவர் குறித்துள்ளார். அதே சமயத்தில் அவர் மேலும் அரிக்கமட்டில் கிடைத்த ஒரு பானை போட்டிலும் 558 என்ற எண் கிடைத்துள்ளது என்று குறிப்பிட்டுள்ளார். இதுவரை எழுத்தால் சொல்லப்பட்ட எண்கள் முதலில் என்னால் இந்த பானை ஓடுகளில் காணப்படுகின்றன. பிறகு நமக்கு ஆண்டு குறிப்புகளை சொல்கின்ற போது யானைமலையில் பராந்தகன் கல்வெட்டு கலியாண்டை சமஸ்கிருதத்தில் குறிப்பிடுகிறது, கிரந்தகத்தில் சொற்களில் குறிப்பிட்டுள்ளது. அது கலியாண்டு 3871. அதே போல திருப்பத்தூரில் உள்ள வரகுணனுடைய கல்வெட்டு ஆண்டு 4635 என்பதை வட்டெழுத்தில் சொற்களில் குறித்துள்ளது, எண்களில் குறிக்கவில்லை. பிறகு ஐயன்பாளையத்தில் கிடைத்த வரகுணன் கல்வெட்டில் சகம் 792 என்பது சொற்களாகவே தமிழில் பொறிக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. நடுகற்களில் மன்னருடைய ஆட்சிகள் ஆண்டுகள் தமிழ் சொற்களிலேயே அமைந்துள்ளன, எண்களில் குறிப்பிடப்படவில்லை. கங்கர் நுளம்பர் நடுகற்கள் சிலவற்றில் சகரையாண்டு முடிக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது, அவற்றிலும் சொற்கள் எண்கள் சொற்களாகவே உள்ளன. இது திருவள்ளரை கிணறில் படியில் கீழிருந்து மேலாக படிகளை என்பதற்காக 1 to 10 வரை எழுதப்பட்ட எண்கள். இதுவும் முதலாக 1 முதல் 10 வரை எண்கள் கிடைப்பது குறிப்பிடத்தக்கது. இது தந்திவர்ம பல்லவனுடைய காலத்தியது. இது கிராமம் கல்வெட்டில் வருகின்ற ஆண்டு 29 என்ற எண் 29வது என்று குறிப்பிடுகிறது. அதே இதுக்கு நாள் குறிப்பிடுகின்ற போது 100 என்பதற்கு அடுத்து வருகின்ற குறியீடு குறிப்பிடப்பட்டுள்ளது. பிறகு இன்னொரு கல்வெட்டு எண்ணாலும் எழுத்தாலும் சொல்லப்பட்டு நமக்கு எண்ணையும் எழுத்தையும் புரிந்து கொள்ள நமக்கு கல்வெட்டு உதவுகிறது. திருவையாறில் கிடைத்த கல்வெட்டு புழுத்த பொன் 30 களஞ்சு, களஞ்சுக்கு குறியீடு 30க்கு எண்கள். மீண்டும் என்ன தெரிவதற்காக 30 களஞ்சு என்று எழுத்தாலும் எழுதிக்கிறார்கள். இது உலகடம் என்று உங்கு பகுதியில் கிடைத்த பானை குழாய் ஓடுகள், தண்ணீர் குழாய். அந்த தண்ணீர் குழாயில் எண்கள் 21-7 என்று எழுதப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இது அதிகமான பேர் வழி கல்வெட்டு. இதில் 27, 29 எண்களாக எழுதப்பட்டு அவை புலிகளாகவும் குறித்து காட்டப்பட்டுள்ளன. காஞ்சிபுரத்துக்கு மகதேசன் பெருவழி சொல்லி அதிலும் புலிகள் காட்டப்பட்டுள்ளன. இந்த பிற்காலத்தில் வருகின்ற காசுகளை குறிக்கிற எண்கள், சகாப்தத்தை குறிக்கிற எண்கள், இது குறியீடுகள். இதுவும் கல்வெட்டுகள் வருகின்ற நில அளவுகள். இது 20ஆம் நூற்றாண்டு தொடக்கத்தில் உள்ள பேரேடுகளில் காணப்படுகின்ற எண்கள். அவை முழு எண்களும் பின்ன எண்களும் அப்படி எழுதப்பட்டிருக்கிறார். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
ராஜா மிக்க நன்றி. one question, not from the same person, different persons. Anybody wants to ask? So okay, so nandri, mikka nandri. It is all the presenters are present in time, and also it's a very interesting session. I thank all of them. I also thank the authorities, especially this Department of Archaeology, led by Sivanandam and Rajan and all others, and also Sundar, that is Raja Muthiya's libraries. Is the present director, and all is not there. Sundar is not there. So I say I thank all of you to be patient, and also I thank the authorities once again. Thank you all. Moment. Oh.
We invite Dr. Satyamurthy sir to honor the session members. Dr. Aramuga Sitharaman sir. Dr. Sila Tripathi sir. Dr. Rajagopal sir. We are moving to the next session. We invite Dr. Shanti Papa Madam to head the session. We are having 3 papers now. First one is by Dr. Sunil Kumar Patnaik sir. Then one online paper is there by Dr. Clary Smith. Then we are having Dr. Jinukoshi sir's paper.
So I invite Dr. Sunil Kumar Patnaik, senior archaeologist and historian, to present his paper. Shall I? Yeah, short. Dr. Patnaik graduated from the Institute of Archaeology, Delhi. He has a PhD. Can't hear. He has a PhD in ancient history, archaeology from Utkal University. He has done extensive work in the field of Buddhism, early historic archaeology, and has trained at many places in India and abroad. He has also worked as an ICHR fellow and currently serves as a director research of the Odisha Institute of Maritime and Southeast Asian Studies. He is also serving as a visiting professor in the School of Human Settlements, XIM University, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. Welcome you to present your paper, sir.
Many thanks, Shanti Bob ma'am. It is a great honor for me that Tamil Nadu State Archaeology Department and Raja Muthiah Library, on occasion of Airavattan Mahadevan felicitation and second international conference, they our research on East Coast, because since our institute is Southeast Asian Studies and Maritime and Southeast Asian Studies, we have undertaken some of the research work on Odishan coast as well as Andhra coast, and we are coming down to Tamil Nadu too, because we have started our work last 2 years only, and by the way we have documented some sites, and gradually we are coming from north, from West Bengal. Actually, Tamil Nadu is our benchmark in the lower Ganga, and down there till Visakhapatnam and Bhattiprolu we have covered, and we will cover up to Nagapatnam. But on the way, in the meantime, what we have seen and realized that many of the Buddhist sites have been developed on the east coast along the rivers, on both in West Bengal as well as Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. That actually diverted our attention to some other aspects, because that has That is another area that that gives impetus or that help to grow various settlements in the east coast. That is actually an area which was neglected, particularly in Odishan coast, because many works have been done on Andhra coast as well as western coast. In western coast, there are some 800 odd Buddhist sites developed all along from Nasik and till Ajanta Ellora and connecting to the route again to Korkai and Paithan. So in this way, the east coast was neglected and not much study has been undertaken. Of course, scholars like Espira and Sterlas and French group also from Bangladesh, they have undertaken some studies on this coast. But for us, for Odishan coast, we have seen that, Odisha and Andhra coast, we have seen that lot many Buddhist sites. Around, we have documented around 500 sites. In Odisha, 200, and in Andhra Pradesh, around 300. Of course, we are not alone. Andhra Pradesh state government, they have documented. We have taken the data and we visited the sites. On the way, we saw one aspect that the first phase of interaction in East Coast comes from the Ashokan days with the distribution of Ashokan edicts. How these regions are connected, how this East Coast was connected with Magadha, with Central India. You know the distribution of edicts from Brahmagiri to Eragudi, then all over India. So this gives us an idea that how the ancient Odisha and Kalinga was well connected both north and south, because Kalinga War is one of the benchmark in Indian history, and after that, lot of urban trades, lot of settlements grows, lot of settlement developed actually in the east coast, and in the post-Ashokan period, we saw the settlement sites all along this side, and in Odisha particularly we saw several urban centers developed, and these urban sites including Shishupalgarh, and we have excavated one urban site, that is Radhanagar. That actually, these are the distribution of sites and Buddhist sites mostly. The interesting part is the Buddhist site developed in a cluster, not in isolation, and that is supported by a port. There must be a port in Aero. That is one of the results we got from our study, and we have undertaken an exemplary study of this Radhanagar. We have undertaken excavation for 3 sessions. This is the Radhanagar fortification. It is a early Buddhist site, fortified site. This is the location. This is the Brahmani, and one river is there, is the Keluo, the branch of that river. And our excavation has yielded a very interesting result that gives us many new insight to the study of urban pattern, urban settlement and lifestyle, and connection with Southeast Asian countries also. These are the materials. For the first time we got these alien art styles, this lion and this Buddha hat. This is a Mongolian style, like style, and this lion style yet to finalize. And there are other, usable things like Triratna symbols and terracotta, this elephant. All these are 3-headed elephant. Besides pottery and all that, these are the very these are the very interesting, materials, and it gives a new thought. So for the study undertaken in Odisha and Andhra coast. And this is the radiocarbon date we got. It is around the site started around 400 BC, and with fortification. That is one of the earliest sites. And these are the all pendants and Bodhi tree and Jakhya in terracotta. So this side, these are Roman bullets and these are the inscriptions. Here we got a inscription that is, this one is Sadabhu Tissa, and we are finalizing. We are in search of what it means. Sadabhu means is a many present. It's certainly a monk, and Tissa is the title. Tissa in Sri Lankan history, there are so many Tissas, and this is the Vijaya, and this is Devaya Nagara. This is Devaya Nagara, and these are the beads. These are again pendants and Roman bulle. This is a rollated ware. This is snout ware, and recently you got this gold coin, Kushana gold coin of Nana series. So this site actually is eye-opening for all the sites following there. Then we have series of sites like Dhauli, Jogara. After that in Bansadara Valley there is the site, it is called Salihundam. It is long back Dr. Subramaniam and Archaeological Survey of India and State Archaeology also, they have conducted excavation, and it is also a very good site, and it is near a port. It's called Dantapura. It's called Kalingapatna. Dantapura is another fortified site. It is also very close to this site. This is Dantapura, and this is Kalingapatna. Kalingapatna is very well known, where many studies have already been undertaken, and there is a big stupa datable to 2nd century. Scholars say 3rd century BC, 2nd, 3rd century BC. And this Salihundam is also belong to 2nd, 3rd century BC, and it is known in history as the Sarlia Petika. There is an inscription found from cones, Sarlia Petika or Rice Hill. So this then again follows coming to Vishakhapatnam, Bimilipatnam. This is there are sites like Babikunda, Thathalkonda. Actually, this Vishakhapatnam port is actually so far known is the port by Kolotunga Cholo, Kolotunga I. But after discovery of these things, this Thathalkonda and Bhabikonda, actually this is a chance discovery by defense personnel, and after that state government has taken conservation program, and it's a very good site. There are 3 hills on the side of the sea, and now it gives Satavahana coins, Roman coins. It yielded so many artifacts, and there followed again Kottur, Sankaram, and Ramaditham, up to Guntupalli, Amaravati, and Nagarjunakonda. So the series of flights, if you travel by, if you go on foot now, you will find every 10 kilometer, 15 kilometer there is a Bodhi site. Then the interesting part is who built it. Of course, some kings, some royal families, they patronage it. But most of these sites, they were built by the traders. And the Buddhist people, they got support from the traders. And the traders being undertaken in the East Coast. And supported by these port sites. And Bimilipatna is a port. Again this Vishakhapatna is port. It is 10th century port earlier, but now it goes to 3rd century BC. Second, 3rd century BC. So 3 ports, including Tamilip, there are 4 ports within 400-500 kilometers, and it was known in the history, and many good number of artifacts are found from all these 4 sites. And down below, after Bimilipatna, then this Tamil coast comes, Nagapatna, Pumpuar, and all these Kanchipuram, all these sites continues. So there is no break actually. So our plan is to study the whole thing in a holistic manner, so that the whole history of East Coast could be understandable. So that is our motto. That is part. Again, Professor Arjun and we got an opportunity from Tamil Nadu state government to undertake collaborative excavation program at Pallur. So Pallur, this is Pallur. This is Pallur. Tamil Nadu is already excavated, Kalingapatna is already excavated, and Pallur is in between. So there, this is Tamralipti, Tamralipti material. Tamralipti is well known port, and it is well established port. And these are the materials, amphora and terracotta. This is the very famous art piece. And these are the areas, our area of study, and Palur is here. Gorangapatna already excavated, Manipatna already excavated, but Palur is referred by Ptolemy and Periplus, both. It is well referred, but the problem is that there is a village called Palur, but there are so many hills adjoining the village. It is known adjoining to around 30-40 kilometers. That area, that hill range is known as Palur Hills. So here we are confused. Where is Palur? Maybe, yeah. So that way we are trying to excavate. We have identified some monuments and some sites, and we are trying to take up excavations. And this is the Manikapatna excavation. What yesterday Professor Ravi Mahanti was shown to us, but he has not, because this site was first excavated by our institute, and this is the Khorosti inscription we got from there, and this is the Indonesian bronze, and this is the amphora piece, and this is also Indonesian terracotta. This is also Indonesian bronze, and these are the coins from Ceylon and China, and this is actually our exploration excavation proposal area. This is Palur, and this is Chilka. Here we have we propose to take up excavation, and Dr. Sivanathan, Professor Rajan was there. We explored the site, and on this site near the Palur, there is actually there was an empire known as Sailadhavo. It is said Sailadhavo were attacked by the three kings. One is Chalukya king, Pulakeshi I, and another is Sasanka and Harshavardhana. It is said, of course there is no inscription, but it is said, and the pressure of these kings, they migrated to Southeast Asia, somewhere Indonesia or Cambodia somewhere, and they become the Silandras. That is the hypothesis given by many historians. So that is our, and these are the ports of other ports of East Coast, and this is our problematic area and the hypothesis, and this is our coastal route. We call it Purbiya Patha, because Uttara Patha and Dakhina Patha already existed, and by dint of these excavation materials and exploration materials, having Buddhist sites and all port sites, we are now trying to call it Purbiya Patha, because it connects to both Southeast Asia and North and South both. These are Ptolemy and Periplus, and these are the trading center from Mahatangad till Mahatangad, Chandraketu, Tamlipi, Manikapatna, Palur, and up to Nagapatna and Ceylon. This is actually the stitch, this is the area, network of trade route. This is the representation of our, we have seen our boat motifs and sea voyages. This much. Thank you.
Sir, I would like to just add that in this list you can also list our site Kankai Kuda.
Kankai Kuda is not, it is there. But
it is on the bank of Chilka. Yeah, and there is also medieval deposit in Kankai Kuda on the upper level, so which I and
it comes under Palur.
yeah, it's in
the same region.
It is near Gorangpatna only. So
yeah, it is Gorangpatna. So whenever you study the Palur, we will cover it up.
Yes, because that is also has given evidence of Nobdware also and also of medieval remains.
The whole region, Gorangpatna, Palur, everywhere Nobdware you can find, everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Will there be epigraphy in Pali language? Pali language is a Buddhist language. Do you have any evidence or that? Yes. How do we study the Pali language with reference to Buddhism in the coastal areas? Is there any reference?
Actually, the Brahmi and Prakriti inscriptions are there. Pali is a speaking language. So there is Pali literature is there. Also all the Buddhist literature are in Pali and mostly in Sri Lanka. That can be read out that be translated very well. All these pictures, all the texts are translated, available in net and available. Pali? No. Pali is a just a here, you know. What is it? Yes, sir. Pali is more speak. It's a language. It's not more speak. Prakrit is the speak. Ardhamagadi, Prakrit is the speak.
Sunil? You showed maps displaying routes, so internal route and coastal route. From when can you find evidence for the beginning? When does it start? What is the evidence? Is it early historical? Do you have earlier evidence for these routes?
It starts from days of Ashok. From the days of Ashok, Mauryan emperor.
Okay.
Yeah, because the distribution of edicts as well as Mahastana god and this Chandraketu god, then Tamilipti. There is a very good cluster in Bangladesh and West Bengal and down to Tamilipti. Tamilipti is the port and there are so many urban sites are there up to Mahastana god in Bangladesh. Even Ashokan inscriptions are there.
But so it means that they were already known and perhaps used before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That again comes down toward east, towards south, covering Odisha, Andhra, and Karnataka, up to Karnataka. Thank you, sir.
So the title is Situating, right? Our title is Situating Style and Ethno-Archaeological Study of Social and Material Context in an Australian Aboriginal Artistic System. So over to Professor Claire Smith. Would you like to start?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I'm zooming in from Adelaide in South Australia. I can see quite a few colleagues I know there. The professor in the front, and the two who I met at the conference at Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar, who we met in September. Last year, a conference organised by Alok Kumar Kanungo, myself, Nishant, and also Gary Jackson helped with that. I can see Alok Kumar Kanungo there, who's my very good colleague. So hello to Alok and to the other professors who I know. Shanti Papu, I know you as well, of course, for a long time. So, from my kitchen in South Australia in India, I would like to say, Yanaku Rumba Peramaya Iruku in the conference seal, Kalandu Kolawu Daku, Koluwa Daku, Banakam. Thank you for having us at this conference in India. I would like to introduce you to my collaborators, who may or may not surprise you, but won't surprise Alok at all. Going from this side is Maria Ortiz, who is do you want to just say a little bit about yourself? We'll introduce ourselves first and then we'll go to the presentation.
So hi everybody, I'm Maria Ortiz. I'm also a Bulanjan, so I will be doing my honours this year with Professor Claire Smith, and I'll be researching archaeology and uncovering the role of women in Indigenous Australia.
Okay.
And I'm Elspeth. I'm a PhD student working on the Warranty project, which we're going to talk about just now.
On braiding Indigenous and scientific knowledge. Anita?
Hello, my name is Anita Painter. I'm a traditional owner of Dalabon country. I am working on research around working with non-Indigenous people to repatriate Aboriginal culture.
To communities in remote areas.
Yeah.
So I've known Anita for 30 years. I work in the community of Barunga, and she's now moved to Adelaide to do her honours degree in Bachelor of Archaeology with me and then a PhD. And Bulanjan's come from Wollongong. And on the left, last but not least, is the delectable and very lovely and very intelligent Shivaranjini Smith, who is
me. I'm Shivaranjini, proud daughter-in-law of Mrs. Claire Smith. It's been just a week now. I'm in Australia. It's very good to see all of you, Tamil people again.
You could say something in Tamil.
அவங்க எல்லாரையும் பார்க்கறது எனக்கு ரொம்ப ஹாப்பியா இருக்கு. எனக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு. இந்த தமிழ் கல்ச்சர் வந்து I can see some of you guys clapping behind. ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். நம்ம தமிழ் கல்ச்சர் வந்து எவ்வளவு தூரம் வளர்ந்துருக்குங்கிறது என்னால நம்பவே முடியல. இங்க சவுத் ஆஸ்திரேலியாவில் நம்ம வந்து இவ்வளவு தூரம் பேசுறது வந்து இட்ஸ் உண்மையிலே ரொம்ப பெருமைப்பட வேண்டிய விஷயம். வணக்கம் வணக்கம்.
Okay, so we started off with a talk by me, but then we were all working together and we thought we'd do a combined talk. And the title of the talk now might be slightly different to what you saw before, but I think this is better. Alok will know some of this. People who were at the conference in the Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar, some of this was presented there, but we've developed it since then. And so we'll talk to it. We will keep to our time limit too, so I don't know how, but we will. Okay, so we're talking about braiding traditional knowledge and scientific practice. So what I was really interested in working in India for the last few years with Alok has been India and Tamil Nadu as well is so strong in ethnoarchaeology and in probably the strongest country in the world for ethnoarchaeology, without a question. There's so much people working with Indigenous people doing very fine work, and I think that I wanted to feed into that trend, but take some of the ideas that are happening in other parts of the world, and certainly the research that we're doing here in South Australia and in the Northern Territory.
To share our screen?
Yeah. Oh, do we have to share screen? Sorry, guys. How do I get out of this? End show. I've got to do something down here about sharing the screen. I forgot about that. Where's that?
You need to bring the window up a bit.
Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. Sorry. Advanced host only. Share screen? No. Sorry, I'm just trying to work out how to share the screen.
Don't click on the arrow, just on the green button.
Share screen.
You got to select those. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Mhm.
yeah.
I think
That one. Yep.
Is that shared now? Can somebody just let me know? Can someone shout out to let me know?
I think it's shared.
Yeah, ma'am. We can see your screen.
Perfect. Thank you. So I'll go back to the first slide. All those emails, if anyone wants to answer them for me, that would be very helpful. So this is us, the topic, braiding traditional knowledge, scientific practice. In Australia, the convention is to acknowledge that you are on Aboriginal country. So I don't want to mess with that. I'll mess it up. So we're acknowledging traditional owners. This is two girls from Werribee, which is near where Anita comes. And so their country always will be Indigenous. So Aboriginal people have never ceded their ownership of the Australian continent. We'd just like to talk briefly about the professor, and we did our research on him to learn a little bit more about him. And clearly he was quite a brilliant man, dying at 88 in Chennai, and after having done wonderful work. Can you hear us all right?
Yeah, ma'am, we can hear us. You can continue.
Oh, okay. Maybe we'll just come in and we'll be closer. So that's just acknowledging the man that we are honouring in this symposium and recognising that this is the second one in the series. And the major books and the enduring legacy that really has come from his work. So we're talking about braiding knowledge, which is trying to join together Indigenous and non-Indigenous knowledge, or gendered knowledge, different kinds of knowledge, in order to produce newer, better, stronger knowledge. And this comes from the Alaska Native Science Commission. This is what they're doing over that way. And I will try and, how do I just don't want to see this. I want people to see this.
No, Mrs. They're already seeing it in their screen.
Oh, they're seeing it all right?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, so they don't,
Yeah.
oh, okay, so that's all right.
Yeah.
Thank you, daughter.
Yeah.
Indigenous knowledge, scientific knowledge. So this is interesting. Indigenous knowledge, lengthy acquisition, long-term wisdom, models based on cycles versus linear modelling, short-term predictions, rapid acquisition. So very quite different systems of acquiring knowledge and preserving knowledge. Mm-hmm. And some of the work that's happening in the US is being led by Sonia Adelaide, who's just been shortlisted for. We're part of this, and I think Alec, you're part of it as well, aren't you? It's the National Science Foundation Centre. So they fund 5. They have 400 applications. They shortlisted 10. We were one of 10, and 5 will get funded. And we're talking enormous funding. It's mostly spent in America, but it's like $60 million US. So if we get that, then we'll have a lot of research to be able to do in India, and I'm hoping that Alec will help with, I'm sure we'll all work hard at doing our part to share that, to use that to do really good new work. Braiding Indigenous knowledge with science education, and this is what Mark Higgins is talking about here. And it's saying that there's an equity, social justice and decolonising orientation to this work. And that really does gel with the professor that we're honouring, because I know that he established a foundation and that he had a social justice aspect to his own research. This is Braiding Sweetgrass, a recent book that came out by Robin Kimmerer. And I'll give these slides to the organisers so they can share this if people want to see any of these. The images we use with permission, obviously. And this is National Indigenous Science Education Program in Australia, and how, and a couple of articles around braiding Indigenous traditional knowledge and Western science or scientific. What we think of as Western, it's not really Western though, it's a problem there. Braiding gendered knowledge, so what Bulanjan and Anita are doing in their work is based on gender. And also braiding ecological knowledge, and that's part of what we're wanting to do. And again, this comes from Canada, this model, which is Western science and Indigenous knowledge. And Tim Jardine calls it two-eyed seeing. So the Western science, I'm not sure if the arrows will show for you guys, I don't think they are, come down, you can see summer floods, moose densities and so on. And then you can see the more nuanced information from Indigenous people, put them together and you get a better understanding of change. So now we're going to talk briefly about Warrichi, which is, and this part of the project is conducted collaboratively with Giles Ham, with Terry Coulthard, Vince Coulthard and Mike Morley. And it's a site in desert country in Australia that's 49,000 years old, so very old for Australia. And way up in the cliff, you can see here, this is where they were excavating. And Elspeth is doing her doctoral research on braiding Indigenous knowledge as part of, that's right, as part of, well, that's her what she's working on. Okay, so the site is, you can see we've got Aboriginal people there who were involved in the excavations. The site was located by Cliff Coulthard when he was with Giles Ham, and he'd been past that site as a young man, and his elders he'd gone past on horseback, and they'd said the old people used to live up there. So when they were looking for somewhere to excavate, Cliff identified the site. He was absolutely integral to the excavations. He's travelled to the Prague WAC 9 in Prague to present on this with us there, and he's definitely intellectual leader of this. These are the excavations that took place there, and some of the material that was excavated. So what Elspeth's got wanting to do, and I will get to her, megafauna. So this is like really big kangaroos, or this is like a kind of cow-like tree. This is a diprotodon, which is like a cow, but it's Australian. I don't think, would have been Australian specific really, wouldn't it? Because we're an island. And quite a placid kind of animal probably, but died out from a mixture of hunting by Aboriginal people and climate change really. And this is just a site distribution map for archaeology megafauna, and the little number 1, the arrow, the diamond, no, what is it? Triangle. That's the Warwickshire site. But it's in desert country. And country, you think, how could anyone ever live here? The knowledge you'd have to be able to survive in that country is astonishing. And you can see here, this is the grey area is when the sea levels were different in Australia, and when they were lower, and people could walk from New Guinea to Australia, and most of the way from Indonesia, but there were always water crossings that needed to be made. This is Elspeth here on the left, and she's talking about, and this is with other people involved in the project, in Cliff in there in the centre, braiding knowledge involves joint decision making. So it means that it's not researchers making decisions and then consulting with people, it's having workshops and making decisions together. And it's certainly never been done. That's right, yeah, in Australia for deep time. So knowledge exchange workshops are Elspeth's thing, so I'm going to give her the chance to take over now.
I want to very quickly talk about how we're actually putting braiding knowledge into practice on the Warwickshire project, and I'll be very quick. So the main aim of these workshops that we're hosting, we're calling them knowledge exchange workshops, to bring together Adnyamathanha elders and archaeological researchers who are working on the project, and to spend several days. The first one in June is going to be 3 days on country, on Adnyamathanha country, talking about what we've learned from the archaeology, and then also do some experimental archaeology and learning from the Adnyamathanha elders on their knowledge, so that we can bring the site to life and expand our idea of how people were living at Warwickshire 49,000 years ago. So the workshops will be run by the Adnyamathanha elders Cliff Coulthard and Terence Coulthard, and they're participant-led throughout, which means last month Cliff Coulthard and myself met with all of the elders we were inviting, and we actually spoke with them about how they would like to see the workshops run. So it's really a collaborative effort from the get-go. And also the workshops will be filmed, which is something that the elders really wanted to use as educational tools for young Adnyamathanha people. So Claire was just talking about Diprotodon. In Adnyamathanha, the name for Diprotodon is Yamatji. And Adnyamathanha people have a very strong oral tradition about Yamatji, going back to Ice Age climates and their interactions with Diprotodon. And you can see here in the lowest stratigraphic unit at Warwickshire, we have Diprotodon bones and emu eggshell from 49,000 years ago. We also have in the same stratigraphic unit the earliest known use of ochre, both in Australia and Southeast Asia. And we have from historiographical and ethnographic records evidence that Aboriginal people were moving down from southern Queensland, which is hundreds of kilometres away from Warwickshire, and they were coming down on an annual basis because of how the quality of the ochre, but also how culturally important this area of Australia is. So it shows you just how significant Warraji is, but also how much you can learn from this braiding of archaeological science and Adnyamathanha oral traditions. And this is just some of the plants we're going to be talking about in the first workshop. This is also braided gendered knowledge. So a lot of these plants is purely women's knowledge. In the top left, you can see Xanthorrhea, which is commonly used as a resin. And we have evidence of some of the earliest hafted tools in Australia. So, yeah. And I'll let Claire talk a little bit more now before we finish.
Yeah. So, yep, we're all here. Yep, come back in. So we're all, what we're saying, this is a quote from Albert Einstein, the significant problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking when we created them. So what we're hoping is to use this kind of knowledge to address really big things like climate change or plant use in the past, or, you know, important issues, those big important issues that we face society. And as a team, and Shivaranjini is working as a research assistant on this project with us, so she has her own degree, mind you, but, you know, we've managed to rope her in. We're working on different aspects of braiding Indigenous and non-Indigenous knowledge. We are a bit of a female team, mind you, it's true. And we looked up some obituaries for Professor Maradevan, and, you know, people said such nice things about him, and I am so sorry that we couldn't meet him, that he couldn't meet us, that we couldn't get to know him a little bit. But what and this is from a couple of different obituaries. And I liked a man of letters, principle and philanthropy. He founded the Vidya Sagar Educational Trust in memory of his late son to support underprivileged students. So I think the kind of work that we're doing is the kind of work that this professor would have encouraged, and I hope he would be looking kindly on our work today. Our references are there, and finally we would like to say Nandri.
Nandri, yes.
Nandri.
Nandri.
No, 1, 2, 3, Nandri. 1, 2, 3, Nandri. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now open up to questions.
Stop sharing now and then.
Oh, so we stop sharing? Stop share? Let me see, you're better at that than me. Okay.
My name is Bhupalan from Madras University. Mr. Aira Mahadevan made an effort to establish the similarity between Tamil culture and European culture in epigraphy, in other aspects. I wanted to know whether there is any such effort in Australia comparing your existing culture with the past culture and establishing the relationship. I wanted to know whether in Australia have you taken any effort to do similar work in Australia?
So I just want to get the question right. The question was, has anybody in Australia done work comparing past cultures, different ideas of past cultures, you mean, like different interpretations of the past here? Is that right? Or if not, maybe you could just say it again and I could try and understand it better.
In India,
So the internet, a little dodgy. Our internet.
Aira Mahadevan established the relationship with Tamil culture, the existing Tamil culture with the people at the Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. So many scholars are doing that. Similarly,
Okay. Shivaranjini said, if you say it in Tamil, then she can translate it for me.
Yep.
ஐராவதம் மகாதேவன் அவர் வந்து நம்ம தமிழ் கல்ச்சருக்கும் ஹரப்பா மோஹன்ஜோதாரோஸ் இண்டஸ் வேலி கல்ச்சருக்கும் என்ன சிமிலாரிட்டி இருக்குது இன் வேரியஸ் வேஸ் இன் லிங்குவிஸ்டிக் சிமிலாரிட்டி, cultural similarity, archaeological similarity. Like that, are you trying to, like that, ஆஸ்திரேலியாவில் அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு பழைய இண்டிஜினஸ் கல்ச்சரை எடுத்து இப்போ இருக்கிற கல்ச்சரோட லிங்க் பண்ணி நீங்கள் பண்ணுறீங்களா ஸ்டடி?
Good, I will translate to her that now. So what he's saying that, are you, this indigenous peoples, able to try to connect their culture to yours?
Aboriginal culture to indigenous culture in
Australia.
Look, I don't think anyone's done very much work on that at all. I think there is a professor from New Delhi who's done a little bit of work and has visited out here, but I think that's a gap. That's research to be done.
I think that's a very
so it's a good question. It's a great question because I think you found a real knowledge gap there.
Any other questions? Yeah.
So I was wondering, there's an inherent hierarchy in the relationship between a researcher and communities that you work with. And it wasn't really clear in your paper how these hierarchies are broken, because I think there's an extractive relationship in all of these things. So how do we actually, I think we all want to work together, but the hierarchy kind of makes it much harder to do it. And so that wasn't very clear. I was wondering if you could explain that a little more.
That's great. And I think we were talking about that a little bit today, Anita, when you were saying Nita was working on repatriating knowledge back from researchers to the community. She's saying, how do I do it? How do I actually get people who came and got research and did information 20, 30 years ago? How do I get that back? And I think that's probably the big challenge for Indigenous archaeology today. I have published on this. We have published on some of this. The first thing is the core principle of decolonising archaeology is to change the power structure. So how do you change the power structure? The one way of doing it is to let somebody else be powerful. So it's not to be, anyone who knows me will know that in white culture I'm very bossy. In the university I'm just bossy. In my household I'm probably bossy too. But when I'm at Barunga I don't think I'm so bossy. Am I, Anita? I'm more like I'm a really nice person there, yeah.
And voicing us out for ourselves is help us to put in the hierarchy. Because everyone should, put yourself first, and then you have to sound for your own things,
But also what you have to do is to we have those hierarchies, so you've got to recognise what they are and then you dismantle them. So some of the practical things that I've done over the last 30 years is I listen to Aboriginal people, I co-publish with them, co-present, and they have their own voice. So Anita, who is a very wordy and opinionated former principal of Barunga School, is very quiet today because this is her first conference presentation. The next time you see her, if we go to India next year, if we go back, she'll be very opinionated. She'll have her views after this. So one thing is Indigenous voice. And the other thing is to treat people as equals. So you pay people the same way. So when I work with community researchers, they get paid the same as a professor from a university. When we go to conferences, I don't just say only the academics can go, the community people go as well. In fact, the next conference, the Society for American Archaeology, I can't even go. And this mob, except you, one of you, everyone else, you too. But anyway, Anita and Maria are going. So that's our attempt. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. I know you wanted to expand on that and I didn't want to stop that. But recognise where the powers are and invert them and just say, what if it was me? Okay, what if we are equal? Then an elder has equal right to be paid the same as a university professor. And that in itself is a big step.
Yeah.
We're after equality, really.
Hi. You said something like 49,000 years. How do you know it is 49,000 years? At the time, did Australia was there on the map?
Of course. Yep, no. We've got that because we did two kinds of dating in the site. So we had radiocarbon dating all the way through, and then we did parallel samples in OSL dating. So we've got OSL dates, and you can see that actually in the slide that we showed with the stratigraphic slide. So we have radiocarbon dates. We know you can have problems, but we've taken those into account. They're in a good sequence. And then OSL dates are in a similar sequence.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that was the last question. Yeah, that's the last question. Thank you so much, you and your team, for this wonderful talk. And I think now we'll move to the next paper.
Thank you. We'll go back onto YouTube to listen in. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so I'd like to invite Dr. Jeenu Koshi.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Dr. Jeenu Koshi. Hear me? Yeah, it's not there. Yeah. Okay. So we. Okay, and Dr. Jeenu Koshi is going to speak on alienated depiction of elements in Indian rock art and indirect reference to human migration. Now Dr. Koshi is at
You're fine. Good evening to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank State Department of Archaeology and Commissioner Shivanand sir for inviting me to deliver a lecture on whatever the findings which I have been basically studying, doing research on rock art, and whatever was finding from these areas from Kannur district, I'm going to present. So basically this presentation is based on the findings which are found from a site called Uplapadu and Chanakapalli complex. And these two complexes are basically situated in Kannur district. And I'll just skip these introductory part. Okay. So it is basically a mesa formation. Mesa means upland. So the brown yellow colored area, which are basically uplands, and on these uplands you will find small lines which you see darker color. They are basically caused because of faulting activity, faulting and differential weathering activity. Because of these faulting and differential weathering activity, you will find most of the boulders, they started basically falling down within the valley itself. So from this two areas, Uplapadu and Chanakapalli complex, which are situated in Kannur district, I have been we have basically documented some around 267 rock shelters, newly discovered rock shelters with rock art. Apart from that, there are thousands of rock shelters which could have been inhabited, but we didn't find any evidence of any kind of habitation in these kind of rock shelters. So so this is basically the upland. So as you walk across the uplands on a flat surface, you'll find a small valley, a drop down, which is caused because of faulting activity. So you can see basically here boulders which have fallen from the edge of the faulting activity, and these boulders were basically inhabited by our ancestors at various times. So these are the boulders which could have been used as a rock shelters by our ancestors, and we had found some around 262 rock shelters with rock art, and few localities which have yielded lithic scatter based on the raw materials which got exposed in different level and different areas. So these are the examples of rock shelters. So you can see here a rock shelter with basically painting. I'll show you those paintings with regard to the rock shelters. Okay, I'll just skip these things. All the findings. So actually, like from these rock shelters, on the surface of the rock shelters, we have been finding these hematites which are which have been used for extracting red ochre to paint on the surface of the rock. So like you can see striation marks on these hematites, which shows that they have been basically used for extracting the color. And apart from this, from the surface, we have found lithics and heat-treated artifacts, which indicates that they were basically processing the stones to remove flakes out of those stones easily. So this can be basically dated with the help of thermoluminescence, and these are the flakes. And apart from these flakes, we have found bones which are scattered on the surface of the rock shelters. So I'll just give you an example of how huge these rock shelters are. So you'll find rock shelters, and actually in this rock shelter, this is from a locality 1, which has yielded paintings more than 12 meters from the surface level. So actually you can see here a brown colored patination, which shows that there was sediment which was there at some point of time, and because of weathering erosional activity, these sediments were basically washed away by water, small streams and so on. And with regard to the paintings, the findings of paintings, you'll find many important paintings have been found from these rock shelters. Some 262 rock shelters. We have different elements which are depicted, and the variety is a vast, and it is it is more number of, you will find more number of elements which are depicted. Here you will find overlap, superimposed images, elements which are drawn one over the other, which shows that we can basically, with the help of separating them from one another, you can basically date these rock art. So here we have basically a nilgai. On top of that, you will find the depiction of this ostrich. It might be ostrich. We are just assuming this might be ostrich because it has the morphology or its anatomical feature of a ostrich. So here, apart from these elements which are isolated, as well as you will find panels which are found, and which indicates the symbolic whatever they were basically seeing the landscape, and how they basically the cognitive ability of our ancestors could be seen by these rock shells from these rock art. So here you will find an animal which has been basically tried to they are basically depicting how these animals are basically captured with the help of a net and a noose, which is basically very closely associated and placed near the leg of the animal. And this, sorry? Yeah, that's correct. Okay. So apart from this, you will find butterflies, which are also depicted, and this is uniquely found. Only few sites, rock shelters have been depicted from India, which has the depiction of butterfly. Okay. So we have tortoise and turtles which are depicted. These are the different animals which were depicted on these rock shelters. We have giraffe, and you'll find some species, carnivorous species, basically is clinging to the neck and basically biting the mouth of the giraffe. So it is basically part of how these animals, like these carnivorous animals are basically hunting the giraffe or something. They were depicting those ones also. And another depiction, from another rock shelter, you'll find a depiction of crocodile. And this crocodile is basically saltwater because it has a round-shaped snout. So if it is a sharp, like it has a longer, shaped mouth or snout, they are considered to be a freshwater crocodile. So here it is a saltwater. Then we have another depiction of basically a bird, which has been found from another rock shelter. Then we have like sus or pigs, which are depicted on these rock shelters. Pigs. And another important thing which we have been finding from these rock shelters are basically these kind of images, which have a protruding belly and the two hands are basically raised. Yeah, that's correct, sir. So actually, like we think like this might be a marsupial species, kangaroo. So we have a lot of like if it was only one, we could have said that basically these are a rat or rodent species. But here you'll find the many depiction of these raised hand and long-tailed marsupial species. We think like it is a marsupial species, and you can see here basically the raised hand with a protruding belly, and you'll find something is basically drawn within the belly of one of the depiction or the element which is depicted on the top right hand corner. And here are a few depictions of human beings from these sites. I'll just go, and there's one more depiction of a we thought that it might be a hyena, but hyena won't be having these kind of stripes till starting from the neck till the tail part, and the tails are not usually depicted such in a stiff manner. So this animal seems to be a Tasmanian tiger. Okay, and there are a few more depictions of like different forms and different stylistically. You'll find humans are depicted in these rock shelters. We have like unidentified animals, which we don't know, and abstract symbols. Like more than 60% of representation are basically abstract symbols. And we have like another painting from another rock shelter. Then we have another like few more depictions of marsupial-like species. Then from paintings from later period. Then we have lion, which are depicted beautifully. The mane of this lion is shown in this rock art. Then we have rhino. Then we have, it might be, this seems to be almost like a horse. And you'll find like many vertical lines are basically seen on top of this, like might be a horse. And this could be basically spears which are found on the back of the horse. And we have like different depictions of fish. Then we have another depiction of a bird which looks almost like the depiction which are found in Australia of a big bird which are dated back to somewhere around 9 to 12,000 BC. And we have a pig, huge pig is depicted, and underneath underneath that you will find many humans are basically driving this pig, and the theme is basically almost same like the Bhimbetka ones. And we have like a few more turtles. And the interesting part is like they knew what they were drawing. So actually there is a depiction of a lizard with almost exactly like anatomically, or else the interior part of this lizard was exactly drawn by our ancestors, and they knew what they were doing. And here another depiction of another interesting animal which was depicted, and these animals are not at all found in Indian context. They are from Australia. So we have platypus, which have different parts are depicted here. Okay, so general features. Chronology also I'll speak. Okay, So my article is basically on the findings which are found from these rock shelters. There are like lakhs and lakhs of elements which are found from these rock shelter, and right now we are basically cataloging each and everything stylistically and morphologically and the measurement wise and everything we are doing. So here for understanding the elements which are depicted and depicted like marsupial species or platypus or any other animal which is not indigenous to this part of world, this part of India, wherever it is found, I started looking into those areas. And before doing that, I thought of basically reading articles related to alienated or else similarities which are spoken by our scholars all over the world as well as in Indian context. So the first reference you will find of V.S. Vankakar, where he has referred that the humans look almost similar to, stylistically they look almost similar to the Bhimbetka ones which are found in Australia. So these are the Australian depiction of humans, and this is basically from Bhimbetka, which shows like the stick-like figures are almost similar to the Bhimbetka ones. That's what Vakanka sir concluded when he was basically writing on the aspects related to Bhimbetka. And the next thing is I had basically in one of the book by Ravi Koister, and in that we have basically written a few things about different animals which are depicted, and why these are depicted I'll tell you one second. So another recent work by Chakrabarti and Mondal in central India, like again from Bhimbetka, they have found a two-horned rhino, which they say that might be, these two-horned rhino are not at all indigenous, like they are not found in Indian subcontinent, they are found in Sumatra. So these Sumatran rhinos are basically depicted in Bhimbetka rock shelter. So they basically started working on the different aspects of how we can relate with these findings from Bhimbetka as well as which are from Sumatran. So they suggested that like these depictions are basically processed in the mind, and they were basically carry forwarding. They might have seen these animals at some point of time in migration at different parts of the world, and while migrating into India, they like a better place, like what do you say, geologically a better situate, like better like a better place to draw these kind of drawings could be found in Bhimbetka as well as from southern part of India. We have Kannur district. From other parts of the world, other parts of India, we have like these kind of rock shelters which were used. So here the two they say that at some point of time, like we have genetic DNA data which suggests that somewhere around 10,000 BC, Astro-Asiatic people, they migrated from Southeast Asia and they came to India somewhere around 10,000 BC. We have DNA studies which shows that there was a migration which happened in 10,000 BC. This was the two-horned rhino which was found in wooden cave of Bhimbetka. When I started doing analysis and trying to understand what was found from the study area, I basically reproduced each and every human remains, which human depiction which are found from Indian context. So you will find from Africa, not only from India, like from all the world, to see how it is related. So in Africa you will find these kind of depiction. Then from America you will find these kind of depiction of humans, and from Europe, then we have from Southeast Asia, then we have from India, from Bhimbetka region we have stylistically the humans are depicted in this manner, and you'll find from Kerala, then Pachmari, then from Uppalapadu and Chennai, the study area, you'll find these kind of depiction. And the first depiction of human can be found in Australia. So another depiction from Chanakapalli, which looks almost stylistically almost similar to what is found from Australia. So from Western Australia, you'll find a human was depicted, And similarly, same stylistically, they depicted the way the hands are kept, with the way the genital part are basically depicted, and the way the linearity of the body and everything can be basically matched with the finding from Chanakapalli. And when I basically started analyzing the kangaroos which are found from Australia and India, from the study area. So from Australia, you'll find the earliest dated kangaroo could be dated back to 70,000 or 16,400 BC. And those kangaroos have a raised hand. So this is the date. And later on, the indigenous people, when they were depicting the kangaroo, you won't find any raised hand like kangaroos shown in a raised hand. So these kangaroo which are of a later version, they are dated back to somewhere around 6,000 or 3,000 BC. So all these earlier kangaroos, you will find are kept in raised hand. So similar kind of raised hand position you will find, which we think that it might be a marsupial species kangaroo with a raised hand, with a protruding belly, with some, it might be a joey or a baby of a kangaroo, and we are not sure. And here, when I saw the platypus, if you see the distribution of platypus, you will find on the eastern coastal region, the platypus are basically found in present India, present day context. Then we have with regard to the so-called we think that it might be basically Tasmanian tiger. So if you compare with the same thing which are found from Africa or from Chanakapalli Uplapadu complex, which are hyena, which looks hyena, we can't compare it with the so-called Tasmanian, which we think that Tasmanian tiger. So it shows that these are basically it looks almost like a Tasmanian tiger, not like a hyena. Yeah, okay. Then another finding is basically a big-headed turtle, which was again found from Uplapadu. And you'll find in big-headed turtle, you'll find long tails with big heads, and they are basically part and parcel of Southeast Asia. You won't find anywhere else in the world. So this is the distribution of big-headed turtle. And so based on the findings, whatever I've shown you, you'll find at somewhere on last glacial maximum, somewhere on MIS marine isotope stage 2, there was a sea level drop drastically to somewhere 125 meters. And that basically created land between Sundaland and Sahul. So this is basically the Australian part, and this is basically the Southeast Asia, where which is called as Sundaland, and these are called Australian part is called as Sahul. You'll find small islands at somewhere 25 to 26 to 20,000 years before. You'll find land was there, and our ancestors could have basically at that point of time they could have basically crossed. In an earlier version, when they migrated from Africa and they reached India somewhere on 60 to 70,000, and when they still migrated eastwards, they reached the Sahul land by 55 to 60,000. And at a later date, somewhere on last glacial maximum, because of the land building up of land because of sea level change, our ancestors could have basically crossed the Sahul and reached the Sundaland. They could have migrated from the into India at somewhere around 20,000 years before. So we have big-headed turtle from here. We have the marsupial species and platypus, which are part and platypus and Tasmanian tiger, which are part and parcel of the Sahul land. It is an indirect indication that there could have been a back migration which happened westwards into India at some point of time, and we have DNA studies to back up which happened at a later date, which dates back to 10,000 BC. So by this, like I'm putting forward a hypothesis which indicates that near future we might be excavating few of these rock shelters and we'll try to find out the importance and with regard to dates and every aspect related to whatever we think relating to the marsupial species which are depicted, which are seen in these rock shelters, or platypus which are seen in these rock shelters. And with this, thanks a lot.
I can provide you ultraviolet laser.
Okay, sir.
Switch off all the light.
Okay.
Shine this because this is hematite.
Yeah, that's correct, sir.
Hematite. I know the whole history of the hematite.
Okay, sir.
Shine with ultraviolet light.
Okay.
405, which I can give you.
Okay.
Shine with all the lights off.
Okay,
you
sir.
See a brilliant light of your image.
Okay.
Because hematite absorbs ultraviolet and re-emits fluorescence.
Okay, sir.
This is what we do for detecting cancer in the oral mouth.
Oh.
This I have done so much
Okay.
time.
Okay.
Both are based on hematoporphyrin.
Okay.
Those who are in chemistry, physics, they will understand what it is.
Okay, sir.
Both are based on heme.
Okay, sir.
You have hematite there.
Yes, sir.
That is the color, the wavelength I can tell you even now, 648 nanometer, you can check.
Okay.
Maybe where is anywhere close, I can come and do that.
Okay, definitely, sir. You are always welcome, sir. Sir, it is in Kurnool district, sir,
Hello.
Andhra Pradesh.
Is it possible that Australian aborigines have come and settled here?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer for that. Still, I'm working on the aspect of migration, like on the basis of whatever which are found, whatever is found on the rock surface in the form of art. I'm just analyzing those ones. In near future, we might be excavating few of these rock shelter, and like I might be able to give answers with regard to whatever you asked. Yeah, that's correct, sir.
Is there any depiction regarding their ritual practices or cultural events during prehistoric times?
Any
in clay
evidence?
art, in art painting?
No, till now we haven't found anything. So that shows that it might be much more earlier. Like date-wise, this might be much more earlier.
But there is a cave painting in Spain, I think so.
Yeah.
Sir, can you please explain just a really good day at work when you went around doing this? Something that really blew your mind, that taught you a lot. Can you describe, just for our purposes, how you went about your research on that day, just when you walked around these caves?
Actually, like I never expected anything from the landscape at the when we started doing exploration. So I went with my student, and I was walking around, and we didn't find any remains or else anything which relates to human activities in these rock shelters where we had started exploration. And that was the place where like we call that as basically, I have numbered it as locality 1. And after that, like one of the local village guy, he was basically interested, and he came and spoke to us, and he was asking what we are doing. And he said that basically there are few paintings, like whatever we are searching for, he said that he can show. Then he said that he basically asked us to come with him, and we walked around. He said like it is basically half a kilometer from wherever we are standing, and we started walking since afternoon till evening. We were walking, and we didn't find anything. At the like before the sun started coming down, we reached the rock shelter and showed the rock shelter, and it was a beautiful thing, and it was basically mind blowing. So when we saw the first rock shelter, then afterwards, like we started exploring, and starting from 2016, I have been exploring these rock shelters. Till now, we have basically some around 262 rock shelters with rock art.
What was the first image you saw when you walked in?
It was of the image where I have shown the rock shelter where a student is standing, and that was the rock shelter which the particular villager showed us.
Why do you call it rock shelter?
Because thank you, madam. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
We request Shanti Pap ma'am to give away the mementos for the speakers. First to Dr. Sunil Kumar Patnaik. Dr. Jinukoshi. Thank you, ma'am. Now we are having tea break, then we will be coming back for valedictory function. Thank you.
அணுகலாம், தப்பு கிடையாது. சும்மா அவரை போய் கண்ணிய மணியன் போடுறது அதெல்லாம் விரும்புகிறாரே கிடையாது. சொல்லுங்கள் சார். 9894578 இருக்கு நம்பர். நேற்று முன்னாலெல்லாம் ஃபுல்லாக இருந்தால் இன்றைக்கி இருக்க முடியுது. நேற்று கரண்ட் ஆஃப் ஆயிடுச்சு. ஆமாம் சார், நேற்று கரண்ட் வேர்த்து இழுத்து போச்சுங்களா? என் நம்பர் தான், தினமணி சரணம் போட்டுங்க. என் நம்பர் தான், சரவணன் தினமணி அடையாளம். இப்போ புதிய தலைமுறை இணையாசிரியர் புதிய தலைமுறை போட்டுக்கலாம். ஏன்னா தினமணி அடையாளம் தெரியும். சிவானந்த் சார் அவங்க டீம் தான் பண்ணாங்க. போன வருஷம் பண்ணாங்க. போன வருஷம் கூட்டாச்சு. வருவாங்க. இது என்னன்னா விளம்பரம் பண்ணால் நிறைய தேவையில்லாத உட்காந்து
அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மாலை வணக்கம். குட் ஈவினிங் ஒன் அண்ட் ஆல் present here. May we invite Professor Rajan sir. Our Commissioner sir and Dr. Sundar sir to the dais and Dr. Satyamurthy sir to the dais. Let us begin with Tamil Thai Varthu. நீராரும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே. We request Dr. Sundar sir to deliver welcome address.
Professor Rajan and Dr. Sivanandam, whom you all know, and also all of you, all the delegates from regional, national and international areas who have presented and also participated in this 3-day seminar in the memory of Thiru Airavata Mahadevan. It's a great pleasure to have all of you for the last 3 days, and I hope you all will go back with very fond memories of this seminar. Unfortunately, we couldn't have Mr. Uday Chandran, the Principal Secretary to the Chief Minister of Government of Tamil Nadu. He was supposed to grace this occasion for this valedictory function, and I was really, many of us were actually hoping that he would come, but unfortunately he couldn't turn up because of his busy schedule and other activities. So, but I wanted to say a few words about his contribution. Many of people here would know about him, but for people who do not know about him, apart from today, he is the Principal Secretary to the Chief Minister. But he was the man who was really responsible for Kidadi, the report that came, the famous report, and he made and he has been advocating accountability of every department that in its functions, especially when he took charge of the Department of Archaeology. He ensured that this report was published, not just in Tamil, not just in English, but in many other languages in India, and it was translated, I think, in 25 languages. His contribution, not just to the Department of Archaeology, but also in several other departments, is noteworthy. But to specifically mention, if at all, for me, I'm saying, if one thing that he has done in his life, I think it is in the field of archaeology, and especially this Kidadi report. And after which, the department has been really taken seriously by people, by media, and you have seen so many presentations in the last 3 days, especially from archaeologists from the department who have excavated so many places and making this department really lively and the presence felt by people. So thanks to him, and also thanks to Dr. Sivanandam, and of course thanks to Professor Rajan, who has been advising the department. So I invite one and all again, and may I request Bhakya Lakshmi to take.
Summing up the sessions of all 3 days by myself. The 3-day international seminar in commemoration of Padma Shri Airavata Mahadevan was inaugurated by our Honorable Minister for Industries, Tamil Language, Tamil Culture and Archaeology, and the welcome address is proposed by Dr. Sundar, Director of RMRL, and the vote of thanks proposed by our Commissioner. 55 research papers were presented in 13 sessions. All the sessions were chaired by the internationally reputed scholars, and they have coordinated the sessions with extreme perfection. We are grateful to all the chairpersons. All the 13 sessions met with research papers of high quality dealing on important outcomes based on recent archaeological excavations conducted in different parts of India. On prehistoric front, Dr. Shanti Papu and Dr. Kumar Akhilesh explained the prehistoric elements exposed in Athirambakam and Sendrayampalayam, which provided a new dimension to prehistoric archaeology of Tamil Nadu. Dr. Prachi Joshi used 3D geometric application to understand the dimension of prehistoric artifacts. The significance of Patrai Perumbudur, particularly the cultural sequence, is well explained. Dr. Ravi Korisettar demonstrated the transformation from food gathering to food production that happened in Neolithic period. It was well explained based on the artifacts unearthed in Sanganakallu. Dr. Jinukoshi dealt on the significance of rock art in backdrop of cultural items. Dr. Appasamy Murugayan from France expressed the various details involved in understanding the reading of Pulimankombai memorial stone and how it is so significant in historical linguistic point of view. The Iron Age is one of the important cultural periods of Tamil Nadu. These monuments are well expressed in Sangam literature. Dr. Maksai Gandhi explained the significance of the burial practices in the background of the Sangam literature. Dr. Dayalan showcased the various types of megalithic monuments encountered at Sengalur. Dr. K.P. Rao demonstrated the transformation from Stone Age to Metal Age based on Iron Age monuments of Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Kalimuthu presented on Vadakupatti excavation where the Middle Paleolithic and Microlithic tools were exposed. Dr. Arun Raj and his team presented the recent evidences exposed at Adichanallur and its cultural significance. Dr. Rabi Mohanty on Manikpatna, Dr. Soundararajan on Valasai, Dr. Smriti Haricharan on Sirudavur provided a good background in understanding the important cultural phases of Tamil Nadu. Sivagalai, culturally identical to Adichanallur, was presented by Mr. Prabhakaran. The role of maritime trade in shaping the Pattanam was explained based on the trade items recovered from Pattanam excavation by Dr. P.J. Cherian. The social aspects of the Iron Age megalithic monuments were well informed by Dr. Shantanu Vaidya based on Vidarbha megaliths. Dr. Ramakrishna Pichipati exposed the significant features of the Iron Age megalithic monuments of Palar River Valley. How the landscape plays dominant role in shaping the archaeological settings is explained by Dr. Arjun based on his research in western part of Karnataka. Dr. Anura Manatunga from Sri Lanka explained the nature of political kingdom that emerged with Polanuruva as the epicenter and the role of Cholas in the shaping the city. Dr. Selvakumar has thrown a fresh light on the architectural features based on the roof tiles recovered from various excavations of Tamil Nadu. Dr. Vellari from France gave a vivid picture on the temple of organization and its role in shaping the society based on Melapalur and Kizhapalur temples. Dr. Srinivas Padigar looked into the exchange of artisans between Pallavas and Chalukyas and how the artistic signatures are seen today in the cave temples of Badami. The role of Orientalists in shaping the South Indian history is well demonstrated by Padma Shri Padaya in the backdrop of the concept of Orientalism. One of the emerging areas is ancient DNA. Dr. Pichappan concentrated on the origin, evolution, and spread of Dravidian race, and Dr. Kumaresan on the existence of various ancient plants, whereas Dr. Tony Joseph dealt on the migration pattern based on population genetics. All these papers dealt on ancient DNA. The techniques adopted in extracting the samples were also explained. The structure of Indus and its significant features were demonstrated by Dr. Answali based on her recent intensive study on Indus script. Dr. Bellina from France, Dr. Colin from Belgium provided good glimpses on the maritime trade between India and Southeast Asia. Dr. Bellina dealt on the technological transfer of bead making, whereas Dr. Colin relied on ceramics. The role of Kalinga coast in accelerating the maritime trade and Southeast Asia is well demonstrated by Dr. Sunil Kumar Patnaik, whereas Dr. Sila Tripathi focused on Tamil Nadu coast. On scientific analysis, Dr. Alok Kumar Kanungau demonstrated the usage of various technology involved in the manufacture of iron and steel. Dr. Aarti Deshpande concentrated on faunal studies and how animal resources are utilized by our ancestors, whereas Dr. Pankaj Goyal concentrated on Gotiprolu. Dr. Veena Mushrif presented the human skeletal studies, particularly on the skeletal remains exposed at Kondagai. Dr. Murthigai explained the methodological issues involved in OSL dating and the methodology adopted to overcome this issue while dating the Sivagalai material. The high tin bronze recovered from Adichanallur, Sivagalai and Kodumanal formed basis for understanding the bronze technology, and this was demonstrated with help of recent data by Dr. Sharada Srinivasan. Dr. Clary Smith from Australia concentrated on traditional science and technology and the need to understand its value. Dr. Vedachalam expressed the transformation of the usage of Tamil and Vattaluthu script in Pandiyanadu. Dr. Shantalingam spelt on significance of recent epigraphical evidences. Dr. Arumuga Sitaraman provided a picture on the importance of coins recovered from Tamil Nadu. Dr. Rajagopal presented on the numerals and the signs as observed in inscriptions. Dr. Satyamurthy dealt on the origin and evolution of architectural tradition of Tamil Nadu. The archaeological team of Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology presented the recent archaeological findings and its cultural chronological significance based on the excavations conducted at Adichanallur, Sivagalai, Korkai, Tulukarpatti, Vembakotai, Kizhadi, Mailadumbarai, Perumbalai, Kodumanal and Gangaikonda Cholapuram. These sites reflect the rich cultural elements that encountered from the prehistoric times to historical period. Next, we are having feedback session from the delegates. First, may we request Dr. Appasamy Murugan sir to give his feedback.
Dear friends and colleagues, it's always difficult to make a resume, and also thanks, because this kind of meetings we cannot thank. Just the word thanks is not sufficient. Anyway, let me start with a tribute to our Sri Airavad Mahadevan. Because of him and thanks to him we are all here. So I remember few of the occasions I have met with Sri Mahadevan at his house. I think it was in Besant Nagar, and also most of the time I used to converse with him on phone. And particularly 2002, I published and edited one volume on New Dimension Tamil Epigraphy. He contributed a paper for that. So we used to discuss a lot. So I still remember his enthusiasm and also the way that he used to talk with. And also we used to talk everything, but I cannot talk about everything. My interest is always and was always on linguistics. That's the thing. And tribute paid to Airavad Mahadevan. And also now, I think I must say a word of thanks to Mrs. Bhakya Lakshmi, Dr. Sivanandam, Dr. Rajan, and Dr. Sundarji for having offered us 3 days. These 3 days are very delicious, rich, and generous. So, delicious, why? Because I've been teaching in Paris the last 40 years. The first year when I just got into a research laboratory, I was asked to think, and also I was taught to think in multidisciplinary way. So I must say I was telling the Professor Rajan, really this is a multidisciplinary meeting, and also rich. Why? Because delicious. Because there are 13 sessions. 13 sessions, and also all these sessions were offered by elderly scholars, well-known scholars, and also one thing very important was that Rajan insisted that we should give place to we should give place to the young scholars. Yeah, that is true also. So multidisciplinary means that we also have to give place for the young scholars. I think you are all benefited from these 2 days, 3 days you spent with us, and that's very important. And also delicious in the sense that this reminded me what we call Kalyana Virande. So it's feast during a marriage. Feast during a marriage, you get a lot of items. And also all these items, as I told, have been prepared by experienced scholars. I don't want to say experienced cooks, experienced scholars. So, and also this is also very important personally for me, because I never had been in a conference where I'm an archaeologist. I used to be in linguistics, sociolinguistics, epigraphy, Tamil, French, everything, but this is the first time I'm in with so many archaeologists. I'm really happy having met you all. So I must thank again Sri Mahadevan for this opportunity. And again, whenever we talk about multidisciplinary research, as I said, yeah, this conference had a place for archaeology, linguistics, literature, epigraphy, and all those things. So I think this way, I think we are satisfied. We are satisfied. And I remember one thing, and I don't want to take much time. Some 35 years ago, when I was started teaching Introduction to Tamil Language and Culture in Paris University, I used to really say with so much of pride and proud, Tamil has a literary tradition of 2000 years old. We have epigraphic evidences and all those things. So slowly you give each evidence, literary evidence, epigraphic evidence. And one day I said, Kaltondri Mantondra Kalate Muthokudi Tamil. I can't even translate that in English now. I said, I think the Tamil were born or appeared even before the stones and sands, to show how old we are. One of my students, I remember still that girl, she said, "Sir, do you have any evidence for that?" I said, "No, this is like a proverb saying, we used to say how old this community is." Then I learned that day, never say anything for which you don't have any evidence or which you don't have any proof. Now I think I have some proofs. Thanks to the archaeologist, thanks to Kiredi, thanks to what all we have learned all these 3 days. Now I will say, yes, Kaltondi Mantondra Kalate Muthokudi Tamil, even if it's not the earliest, oldest community, but we have some antiquity, for which we have epigraphic and also archaeological evidences. So all these have been put into light during these 3 days. So I must thank you all. And also thanks to all our colleagues for having participated in this delicious dinner. I think we will have opportunity to meet again and again, renew this, and I will, whenever I see next time an invitation for a conference on archaeology, I will go. So thank you very much. I can talk about the, what you call, well-foundedness of this conference for hours together, but I know we have only limited time, so I thank you once again, all of you also. And again, I insist on that, generous I said, generous in the sense, generous, but generous in the sense that when Professor Rajan said, please encourage our young scholars, I think we should do that. So for that also, I just say thanks to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, maybe invite Dr. Rabi Mohanty to give his feedback.
Hello. It is now 3 days. We are meeting here, each and every one. We have spoken a lot about our findings, about our activities, our research. But all that is coming to an end. I think that we all have learned definitely something more than what you had learned before coming over here. So it is for me also. I feel that the way the work has been carried out in Tamil Nadu Archaeology Department, thanks to the Commissioner Bhagyalakshmi, and then Rajan is always there to encourage the younger group, and the number of excavations, when I see them, it's just astonishing, because no other state I can think of has done that much of work. So, and not only that, all the presenters from the Department of Archaeology, Tamil Nadu government, have shown that how interested they were or are in carrying out the field research, which is always very tough because not always very easy. And I see sometimes the excavation went on for 3, 4, 5, 6 months, isn't it? So that's very, very difficult to live in the field for so long, and to carry out the excavations in hot summer as well as in the different seasons as such. So coming down to the academic discussions, as I told that especially I learned to couldn't understand much about the scientific the kind of papers which were discussed, either whether it is thermal illuminations or genetic studies, because they are too technical, and only the application part of it I know, that how I can give the material and get the things done and then can use them for interpretation as such. But going through the whole process, how it is been done, how it is carried out in lab, it is really. So anyway, but that opened off that we, I don't know much about the processes which has developed over the centuries, over the decades, etc. Like new technologies, new ways have been employed, especially the 3D models of the kind of photography we have used some 6-7 years back. Now actually it has been developing much faster, and we can get much better results of getting to know that how we can record in the field. So overall, the 3-day seminar was for me, I suppose for all of us, those who have come from different places, different parts of the world, must have been quite rewarding. And I thank Shivanandan and Bhagyalakshmi and Rajan and Satyamurthy ji and sir, that you have taken care of us. That what can I say, that when the Bharat reaches the gate, near the gate, how it is treated with all sorts of things. Immediately, quickly get into the room and get it and eat it, and in the hotel till the last moment that we have. So thank you very much for taking care of us for 3 days, and kind of academic discourses which came, that also enriched both the food as well as the brain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, may we invite Dr. Belina.
Thank you. It's going to be difficult to speak after Professor Mohanty. He's so relaxed, so good at it, making speeches. So, respected delegates and dear colleagues, again, I want to express my pleasure to be here and to have had the chance to exchange with you all. This seminar was organized in honor of Professor Mahadevan, was extremely rich It covered a great variety of topics, regions, periods, approaches. I never met Professor Mahadevan, but I exchanged with him by email when I solicited his expertise when we found this shirt of Tamil Brahmi shirt with the Tamil Brahmi inscription in southern Thailand. And I still remember, I could feel through the email, the correspondence, how enthusiastic he was with this discovery. So I'm sure that he would have been happy to see the development in archaeology in southern India at the moment. This seminar gave the opportunity to discover original and published data recently discovered from the fields of excavations, as well as from studies conducted by colleagues from different departments, the Department of Archaeology. Me too, like Professor Rabi Mohenti, I'm impressed by the excavations you're running. They are so big and they are extensive. The amount of data generated is huge. So I was very impressed too. Being in the field, running projects too, I don't think I would be able to stand in the field for 3 or 4 months like this. I was very impressed. I'm also very impressed by other excavations, those conducted by the Archaeological Survey of India. The sites of Additionalur is also, like the Kiladi, is amazing. So these excavations are amazing, and yeah, it was a great opportunity to discover this. I also really enjoyed the research conducted by the Sharma Center for Heritage Education and the Deccan College. I mean, everything was enriching and stimulating. I must, we had the chance also to discover the most recent advances made in the field of South Indian archaeology in all its diversity and richness. I was impressed, as I said, by the various approaches that are implemented, such as landscape archaeology, the 3D geometric morphometrics used for the analysis of artifacts. I'd like to see that for pottery. It's going to be so useful. Biological anthropology, of course, ancient DNA too, archaeometry, and of course epigraphy and art history. So usually as scholars, that was very good to have all these disciplines, because us usually as scholars, we tend to attend topic-focused or period-focused or methodologically-centered conferences, ending up meeting always the same person and thinking with the same frameworks. So I found particularly stimulating to have all these different periods, regions, approaches represented. And within this 3 days conference, it was dense. It was like a marathon, but it was very good. So it also allows us to look at the various historical development that took place over a very long time, in a very long time frame, and replacing some of our research questions into broader perspectives. So that is always very welcome. The recent progress in South Indian archaeology are challenging some old assumptions, as you said, Dr. Rajan, and you insist, and you're right. And this for various topics and periods. They also question some of the criteria and paradigms we inherited. By doing so, researchers of South Indian archaeology are challenging views on connections between distant regions, on the regions' connections between various regions, and just showing how the region was connected with other regions for a long time, over a long period of time. They also question earlier opportunities on building techniques, urban developments, trade, and ancient technologies. They also build an alternative narrative of the cultural developments of the region and its chronology. South India is culturally rich, diverse, and diverse. The archaeology of South India is equally rich, diverse, and very dynamic. I'm impressed again. So no doubt that the research that are being conducted in South India and about South India and its connections will continue contributing to global archaeology and history. So I want to take the opportunity that is given to me now to thank again the Department of Archaeology and the organizing board for bringing us all together and giving us the chance to exchange our ideas and to also have such great and fun moments all together. So thank you again.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, from our student side, Ms. Yashaswini.
Good evening, everyone. அனைவருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கம். So the 3-day seminar, international seminar, was organized in commemoration of late Padma Shri Aravada Mahadevan sir, and we are all well aware of his contributions to Indian archaeology. So on behalf of the students of the Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology, I am truly delighted, and I have no words to express my gratitude to the department for organizing a seminar wherein we have gained knowledge regarding recent advances in archaeological investigations in South India. So on the students' part of view, this has given a holistic approach to us, wherein we have gained multidisciplinary approach in using both social sciences and the sciences, and wherein scholars have given us their recent publications from the recent excavations from themselves. So it has provided a great platform for us to explore the unexplored parts of research, which will be more engaging for the upcoming generation. Thereby, as students, we are expecting more seminars like this, more engaging ones, wherein we can ask doubts and clarify from the professors or the scholars themselves. Thereby, I would like to thank the Department of Archaeology of Tamil Nadu for organizing this entire seminar, and we are the students also. Thank you.
A small announcement they requested to make that next our international seminar will be conducted within a year. We are planning to conduct the history and science and technology of ceramic traditions of South Asia. We are planning in such a way that, and we are also requesting Dr. Alok Kumar Kanangu and IIT of this Chennai also, and we are planning to of course with Rosa Muthiah Library, and all we are planning to conduct that. We will say after once that proposal is formed and the title is formed. This is all only tentative our idea which we have discussed with the great scholars, and we are planning in that way next year. I do hope that again you have to all to come and encourage us and also extend your help to us. Okay, thank you very much. Just I want to make a
Now, the release of the collected papers. The book is being released by our Commissioner, Department of Archaeology. Will be received by Dr. T. Satyamurthy, former Director of Archaeology, Government of Kerala, and former Superintendent Archaeologist, Archaeological Survey of India. May we invite our Commissioner Sir to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, Tom. I am very much happy and proud to propose vote of thanks on this the historical event. First and foremost, I thank for Honorable Minister for Industries, Tamil Official Language, Tamil Culture and Archaeology Department, who despite his busy schedule, he has found in time to grace of this occasion. And also express my heartfelt thanks to him inaugurate the seminar and his valuable special address. We are grateful to Dr. Chandramohan, IAS, Principal Secretary to Tourism and Culture, for his words of encouragement. Sincere thanks to Principal Secretary to CM through Uday Chandran IAS, who is a source of inspiration and motivation. Because of his vast knowledge and keen interest on the subject, we would accomplish the objective successfully. His guidance and continued support always motivates us. I thank all the well-known eminent scholars who are present physically and virtually, accepting our invitation and presented wonderful papers. I also extend my thanks to Professor K. Rajan, academic and research advisor of our department, of his enormous support and guidance of the success of this event. My heartfelt thanks to Mr. Sundar, director of Roja Muthiah Library, for his kind support and valuable contribution in making this event. I owe my special gratitude to the staff members of Anna Central Library, Roja Muthiah Library, Tamil Virtual Academy, who have worked hard to achieve the event memorable. Let me thank the students of our institute, other college and universities enthusiasts, press and media people, all good hearts. But last but not least, I thank my colleagues for your cooperation in the making of this function resounding success. Once again, I thank you all for the attention. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. National Anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे दबसय गाता जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all for participating and sharing your valuable time and thoughts. Thank you.